So coming back to today's class. So hash is like a mathematical function that when applied to any arbitrary size input gives you a result of fixed size. Okay. So I'll take an example once more just to, uh, tell you guys. Okay. So if you have uh, three users, we've got Ajit, we've got Bharat, and we've got Praveen. Okay. Now, obviously, we can limit them to have a minimum of 5 characters in their password or a minimum of 6 characters, but we can't really tell them about the upper limit. Okay. You can't really tell all of them to follow an upper limit because then it would be very difficult for them to remember their passwords. Okay. So let's suppose Ajit opts for a password which is 8 characters long. Bharat opts for a password which is 7 characters long, and Praveen opts for a password which is 11 characters long. When they get stored in the database, okay, number one, if they get stored as they are, it's a huge red flag for all of us. Why? Because if an attacker is performing SQL injection or is proficient in reading SQL queries, or if the website is vulnerable to a vulnerability called SQL injection, all your passwords can be read easily. So what eventually happens is that you need to take this password, pass it through a mathematical function. Let's just call it fx. Okay, x is your input, not the size, the whole input. Like Ajit opts for a password Ajit123. Okay, could be anything. F is actually the algorithm, or the, yeah, F is actually the algorithm that we are applying. So there are different hashing algorithms. So if you guys are proficient in networking, uh, the first time you ever deal with Cisco CLI, you have this option, right? Encrypt, service encrypt password, and enable secret and enable password. It's similar to that. Okay. What happens is a hash is applied. So in this case as well, you'll apply a hash and you'll get a fixed size output. So for all the passwords that we have here, we'll get fixed size outputs. Okay, so this is how passwords are stored in databases. And that is what the file etc shadow aims to achieve. Okay, so we talked about let's say around 3 files that were very necessary for us in the etc directory. I also believe we talked about etc hosts, or if we haven't, we'll still talk about it. Can anyone tell me about this file called etc hosts?
It shows how many users are logged in.
Are you sure? etc hosts. I
Here, like how many users are there in the system currently with the root user.
Okay, then what about etc password, Shashidhar? etc pass wd.
It, it is also same, sir. It shows the how many users are there and what passwords. Like does it show the password? It shows that if it is secure or not. Password.
etc password, etc hosts, etc shadow. Very confusing files. Okay, so etc, whenever you deal with etc passwd, you should know that the file associated with it is etc shadow. Okay, etc host is something else. Okay, etc
with IP
host is
address,
yeah, it has got IP addresses with their
with host names.
respective host names or DNS mappings, right? So that is what etc hosts contains. Okay. Right now, this might seem very, trivial to you. Why are we reading or why are we studying etc hosts? But eventually you'll get to know that it's a very important file for us. Okay. Now, sometimes you might have to, add a DNS mapping for a URL. Well, that is when you are trying to solve a lab. That is when you are trying to make it easier for yourself. Sometimes the etc hosts mappings of the victims you are trying to pen test are very loose. Okay, they are not secure at all, which, I mean, you can easily modify them and add a DNS entry of your choice. Okay, So that is what you can do with etc host file. For now, all you need to know that whenever you write local host on your browser and all the directory listing shows up on your browser for your computer, it's possible because of etc hosts. Got it, everyone? If anyone has any doubt at all, or if anyone has to add anything at all, please go ahead. Okay. So if you haven't, then we'll proceed with the next one. Okay. So far, what we have done is we have talked about the basic directories. Okay. We've talked about etc. We've talked about uh, bin. Okay. Then we need to talk about others as well. This is bin. This is etc. Okay. Let's talk about home and let's talk about root. Okay. There are other directories as well, like boot, dev, but right now don't be concerned about them. I'll send you a link. I'll send you a PDF through which you can read about what these directories do. But let's be very honest, if you overwhelm yourself with all this information, you're going to find cybersecurity very difficult. Don't worry about, the things that are unnecessary right now. If you know about them, cool. If you don't, just read through them, just skim through them, and you'll be good to go. Okay. Let's talk about home and let's talk about root. Okay. So basically, whenever you work with Linux, the ultimate root directory or the directory inside which all the other directories are there is this. Okay, is this. This is actually known as a root directory. Okay, or the parent directory. Here, root does not mean root user. Root means that it is the root for all directories. This is where all the directories are present. Got it? This is where all the directories are present. Got it? And then you have a directory called home and you have a directory called slash root. Okay. So these are home directories of different users. Like we have already discussed, Linux is a multi-user operating system. And let's say our system has right now 3 users. Root, obviously, being the supreme user or the supervisor of the system. Root, Zenith, and Adhirath. Okay. So what will happen here is inside the home directory, there will be 2 different directories. One will be the home directory for Zenith and the other one will be for Adhirath. Okay. So what will this be? These will be separate home directories of different users. There are 2 users, Zenith and Adhirath, and both of them have their own, you know, stuff. Both of them have their own documents, their files, their images, which shouldn't overlap with each other. Okay, so that is why Zenith will have his own home, Adhirath will have his own home. Okay, and then the root user, he gets access to a different home, and that home is the slash root directory. Okay, so this is the home directory of root user. Okay, this is how apartments are, or this is how government quarters are. If the root user is a well-established officer, he'll get a better home, he'll get a bigger home. Okay, Zenith and Adhirath, these guys are workers, so they have obviously they have been given places to live, but these places are inside some really not so good looking quarters. Okay, but Zenith will have access to his place privately. Adhirath will have access to his place privately. Okay, so did you guys understand what is the difference between both of them? Okay, now whatever I showed you, that was through the GUI. Okay, I'll just take you to cd slash. Okay, so this is the ultimate root directory. I do an ls. I can see the other directories now. Okay, so if I want to go to cd home, this is where I am right now. And currently Adhirath is logged in and Adhirath is the only user here, but Again, I haven't even changed my username. I'm using a custom image from Kali. Okay, I haven't even changed anything. So the username that was allotted to me initially was Kali itself. So if I do ls, there you go. There is a directory called Kali. If you want to check further, what is it? If it's a directory or if it's a user, you can do ls space minus la, and you can see that whenever you check the accesses provided to Kali, before that there will be a D written. Okay, and D means directory. Okay, sometimes when you are pen testing or sometimes when you are, you know, accessing the other machine, there might not be such good looking colors there. Okay, so why are these colors there for us? These colors are actually there for us to help us understand which one is the directory, which one is a file, which one is hidden, okay, which one is an executable. So these colors help us distinguish between all that. Okay, but whenever you are hacking into different machines, they might not have this color coding to help you out. So if you're stuck, just use ls space minus la, and you will be able to see whether the file that you are confused about or whether the directory you are confused about is what. If it has D written before the accesses, then it means that it's a directory. Got it, everyone? Is that clear, or do you have any doubts? Everyone, Ajit, Bharat, Chaman, Praveen, Sahil, Shashidhar, Zenith, everyone got it? Okay, so it's not that difficult right now, right? Okay, so these are the two directories. Okay, and obviously if you are logging in as a regular user and you want to go to root's home directory, you won't be granted permission for that. Okay, either you should have been given some permissions, either you should have been given some permissions by the root user to access their directory, or you would have to log in as the root user itself to access their directory. Okay, so that is how it works. So now you should be able to understand what is there inside home directory. Okay, now again, like I said, Linux being a multi-user operating system, if there are multiple users logged in, okay, then you will be able to see among Kali there will be some other directory name here as well. Okay, and if I go to cd Kali and I do ls, wait a second, so I'll do cd slash home ls cd Kali ls. So these are the contents which are inside my home directory. I have a lot of stuff. It's completely cluttered right now. I haven't, categorized each and everything accordingly, but this is how it is. Yes, Shashidhar.
Nothing, sir.
Okay, okay, no problem. Okay, so usually they give me a category or they give me sometimes some types of folders where I can arrange my stuff like pictures, projects, public, okay, desktop, documents, downloads, okay. But then every class or every lab that we work on, I would have to create my own directories. So that is how it is. Okay, so don't worry about this. Yours will not be so cluttered. Okay, but eventually when you start working with labs, this will be your workspace will be as cluttered as mine. So don't worry about that. Okay. All right. So now let's explore one more directory and then let's start our lab. Okay. So I'll go back again by writing cd space slash. I'll hit ls. And the directory that I'm interested in right now is a directory called USR. Why USR? Because this being a pen testing distribution, it would have a lot of tools that would, help us out in our cybersecurity learning journey. Okay. So it might have some tools, it might have some word lists, it might have some scripts already there that would help us out. Okay. So let's explore this directory We can't explore it completely, but let me show you some, very prominent features of the USR directory. So if I go to USR, okay, I'll take you to a subdirectory inside USR, which is share. There is a directory called word lists. Okay, so it has a directory called word lists, and right now what you see different tools out there. Okay, you see different tools out there, and they will have their own word list. Now, why do we use a word list? Why do we use word list? Because let's say whenever you would have looked up on the internet and you wanted to crack maybe somebody's password, maybe your ex-girlfriend's password, you tried it yourself, right? You tried some combinations which did not really work properly. Okay. Now, word lists help you where word lists help you in automating that process. Okay, in automating the process of cracking. Okay, the technical term which is used here is brute force, like Shashidhar said here, or Shashidhar wrote here. So that's called brute forcing. So brute forcing is a hit and try method. Obviously, and I'll tell you why. Let's suppose you guys are brute forcing my password. You guys are trying to, crack my password, and you're using a word list. Okay, now a word list might contain different names or different types of passwords or different phrases. Okay, and most of these word lists are pretty updated according to uh, today's scenario. Now they contain almost all the names a person might use for their username or their password. Okay, because let's be honest, around 90% of the population in this world is not security conscious. So they will still use basic passwords like password 123 or ABCD123. Okay, they just have to fulfill that requirement of setting up a password. Okay, a lot of people do that. Even the security guys do that. Okay, so what happens is some way or the other, their passwords get breached. Okay, the whole service is breached. Like you would have heard about Domino's data got breached. Okay, you would have also heard that a few years ago Facebook's data got breached. Okay, then a few days ago, I believe, yeah, a few days ago, AT&T, the company's data got breached. Basically, it was on a bug bounty program. It was on a bug bounty program where the bug bounty hunter didn't stop at finding the sensitive information. What he did is he found that sensitive information. He did not report it to the company. If he had reported it to the company, then he would have, gone home with $3,000 or $4,000. But he did not stop there. He downloaded all that sensitive information and sold it over the dark web, because obviously that would have fetched him millions of dollars, right? So that data, that sensitive database contained each and everything from the username, password, their credit card details, their SSN numbers. Okay. So each and everything was there in that database. Now, once he sold it on the dark web, he got really, really, famous and rich. But then obviously, it is going to come back to him and bite him back in the ass. And he's going to get punished for that because they found who it was. Okay. So what do we do with that database? What do we do with that breached database? You create word lists out of that. Okay, you create word lists out of that. And then in order to crack somebody's passwords or somebody's username, you use that word list. Okay, so Kali Linux or any other penetration testing distribution of Linux uses variety of tools. Okay, you've got Nmap for recon. You've got Metasploit for automating the complete pen testing process. You've got Dirbuster for enumerating directories and files that are there on a website. Okay, so there are a variety of tools, and they require word lists accordingly. So all those word lists, guys, are present inside user share word lists. Okay. And let me assure you, for learning purposes, these word lists are, good enough. But if you're actually trying to become a black hat hacker, which I recommend all of you not to become, okay, uh, you can find more, or you can find better word lists on the internet. Okay. So if you want to work with a tool called Dirbuster, you can go to cd Dirbuster, hit ls, and if you want to look at a file here, let's go to directory list 2.3 medium.txt. So this is a word list which contains, generic names like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, webdav, crawl, password 01, and stuff like that, which could be used as a directory or a file name on a website. Okay. So this is a word list used by a tool called Dirbuster. Okay. And what if you do not want to use a word list like this? You don't want to use a tool specific word list. What if you want to use a universal word list? If you want to use a universal word list, okay, then you would have to stick with rockyou.txt. Okay. So whenever we work with our labs and we try to brute force somebody's passwords, we would be using this file called rockyou.txt. Okay. So on your system by default, it's present in a zipped format. Okay. And what everyone does as a pen tester, they unzip this file and keep it somewhere in the directory which they use on a day-to-day basis. So like I have it on okay, what I'll try to look at rockyou.txt. It's there in my directory /home/Kali. It's in my home directory. Okay. So I'll try to show you what this file is. It's one of the biggest word lists out there in the world. Okay. It is almost a never ending word list, and it has basically all the names or all the passwords that people can keep. Okay. I'll press Control C here. Okay. And I'll show you how many words are there in this word list. So I'll do WC word count minus L length, and I'll write rockyou.txt. So it has around these many usernames or passwords.
Sir, one
Okay.
question.
Yeah, sure.
Sir, this rockyou.txt will not get updated because time to time there will be hacking attempts done and those details will be sold over the dark net. From there, doesn't this get updated?
It does. I mean, the one that is by default present on Kali is I guess from 2018 or 2019. Right now, they have come up with a new RockU, which is RockU 2021, and it's around 100 GB long. It's around 100 GB long. So they couldn't keep it on Kali itself. So you would have to download it by yourself. Okay. So I'll take you to the latest update of RockU. So RockU 2021. That's the latest update. Okay. It has around 8.4 billion entries. Okay, so it is around 100 GB long. It's a text file which is 100 GB long. Okay, so this is the latest update of RockU. Now, because obviously the authors of RockU know that every now and then a data breach happens, and they can't really add those. They can't really add those new entries in this file. So maybe they'll come up with a new file next year. Okay, got it.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's how it works. But let me tell you, the one that has been released right now, it's something else because it has around 8.4 billion entries. uh I have I got to download the zipped format, the compressed format of rockyou 2021, but because due to lack of SSD or hard drive on this device, I couldn't actually unzip it all. Okay, maybe next time I'll try to work with it. But then, like I said, if you are actually pen testing into real world systems, or if you're trying to become a black hat hacker, then you should be able to, then you should be using it. Otherwise, the regular rockyou is good to go. You don't have to worry about it. Okay. For all the labs that we'll be working on, rockyou will be there to help us out. Or if at some point of time rockyou fails, then uh, your friend here for cybersecurity is GitHub. Okay, people usually think that GitHub is used by developers, but obviously all the pen testers, all the cybersecurity enthusiasts also need to rely on GitHub every now and then. Okay, for different tools, for different words, for different shells. Okay, so this is GitHub. Okay, and if you want to look for, let's say, sec list, let me write here sec list. So there is a guy called Daniel Meiser, and he has his own word lists. Okay, he created his own word list. In addition to those word lists, he has got some payloads. Okay, source code in some language that can help you create an exploit. He's got web shells, shells through which you can gain access into an operating system. Okay, so you can obviously keep this as a bookmark. I'll copy this out. You guys can keep it as a bookmark because it will help you out thoroughly. Okay, I'll add this on the student portal as well after the class. Okay, so that was /user/share/word lists. Okay, and sometimes if you don't want to code your own exploit, sometimes if you want to rely on the pre-written exploit. Okay, what is an exploit? Exploit could be a simple bash script. An exploit could be a simple uh, command. An exploit could be a highly complex code written in maybe PHP or Python. You've got that as well already there on Kali. So you don't need to look all over the internet for that, or you don't need to learn, exploit development for that right away to code your own exploit. You can go to you can go to cd/usr/share/web shells. Okay. So So if you do ls, you have got exploits written in different languages. Okay, now this section is just for web shells. Okay, and as you guys would know that these are the famous server side programming languages for websites: ASP, ASPX, CFM, JSP, Perl, and PHP. Okay, so why only these languages? Because these are the ones that interact with the server directly. Okay, and if you want to exploit the server or the operating system behind the server, then you can use these pre-written web shells. So like I'll take you to maybe one of them, cd php, hit ls, and you've got a backdoor, you've got a simple backdoor, you've got a reverse shell as well. And if you want to find the socket, and you want to make changes or modify the socket, okay, on layer 4, then you can do that as well. Okay, so now you know where your word lists are, right? /user/share/word lists. Okay, if you want to know where your web shells are, they are also in /user/share/web shells. Okay, and if anything is not present on your operating system, then what is your go-to resource, guys? I just talked about it. I just showed you. Which one is that?
GitHub.
Yeah, GitHub. So always, rely on GitHub. GitHub is going to help you out a lot. Don't, panic that, this is a resource for developers. We can't use it. We have to rely on GitHub, even for a certification like OSCP, okay, which is a professional level certification. They don't expect you to create your own exploits. Okay, within 24 hours you can't really create your own exploit. That's an impossible task. Okay, they allow you to use exploits from the internet. You can do that, that's not a problem. But how that exploit gets delivered to the victim machine and how it gets hacked or how it gets exploited, you have to do that manually. Okay, so very soon we'll look at a tool that we'll look at a tool called Metasploit. Okay, it's an automated framework. Okay, it does each and everything for you. It's like a tank. Okay, you just need to press some buttons. It will shoot missiles. It will shoot each and everything for you. Okay, you can you can destroy as many things as you want, but you can't really use that tool again and again for a professional level certification like OSCP. You can do that for intermediate level certifications. Even for CEHV11 practical, you can do that. Okay. But if you rely too much on automation, then you won't get to know about the manual ways of exploitation. Okay. So I believe those were the prerequisites that I wanted to discuss. Now we are good to go with our first pen testing lab. Okay. And it's a very easy lab, a very, very easy lab. All you need is some knowledge of Linux. Okay. And I believe you guys know about the basic commands: ls, pwd, cat, cd. Okay, everyone knows about those, right? The basic commands in Linux. Ajit, Bharat, Chaman, Praveen, Sahil, Shashidhar. Uh, uh, who is it? Vivo. I forgot your name. Can you rename yourself so that I don't have to call you Vivo? And then like everyone remembers the basic command. Oh yeah, Ravi. Right. Yeah, just rename yourself, man. Sometimes
Okay.
I'll forget. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Now I won't forget. Actually, it's Ravi. Okay. Cool. So now are we good to go with our first lab, guys? Okay. So again, for the initial classes, we'll rely on a free platform called TryHackMe. But then after that, we'll proceed with OneHub. We'll proceed with proving grounds. Those are the state of the art pen testing labs. Okay, they are free to use, and maybe at some time we can create our own labs as well. So right now, what we need to do is we need to go to tryhackme.com. And the first lab that we need to get started with iLabs. Has everyone been granted access to iLabs? Has everyone been granted access to iLabs now? For those of you who have opted for CHV11 practical, if not, yet, then let's wait. Okay. Once we have worked, once we have worked for a good amount of time on TryHackMe, then we'll start with iLabs as well. Okay. Basically, iLabs are very easy to use. Okay. They've got a lab manual with them as well. Okay. But then I'll show you how you can use different methods or different techniques. Okay. I'll show you the other way around. Okay, rather than going with the steps provided in the lab manual. Okay, that way you will have 2 or 3 ways to exploit your target. Okay, so if you've got the key, Zenith, all you need to do is go to this website, ecouncillearnondemand.net. Okay, as soon as you go here, you would have to create your account. Okay, you would have to create your account, and after that, what would you have to do is you would have to provide that training key. They will automatically recognize that it's a key by EC Council, and then they'll give you access to the EC Council iLabs. Okay, But if you find any problem, just let me know. We can connect over a session and we can figure this out. Okay. So the first lab that we're going to take up today is a lab called Pickle Rick. Now, don't worry about these fancy names, okay? Because they have gamified these labs. Because initially, what happens is everyone is interested to go in cybersecurity. But then when you look at those labs, it gets very intimidating. Okay. How are you going to proceed further? What is going to happen? So that is why they have gamified it for you, just to retain your interest. Okay. Once you have, once they have your attention, once these labs have your attention, then we can proceed to the actual pen testing scenarios. Okay. Now, this is a very simple lab. All you need is knowledge of Linux. That's it. What are the different directories, what you can do with the different directories, and that's it. Nothing more than that. Okay. So you need to hit start machine and you will be granted access to this machine by default for an hour. You can extend that as well if you want to 1 more hour. In order to access these machines, you need your OpenVPN connection. We have already talked about that. Okay. For me, it's present in the downloads directory, the config file. So I'll just write sudo open VPN acap. Wait, what did I do? Sudo open VPN. And the only problem that I'm going to face here is that the right now the directory I am in is /home/Kali. However, this file is present in the downloads directory. So I would have to provide the complete path here in order to run this command and get the right results. Okay. Before I hit enter, I just want to ask each and every one of you, why am I using sudo?
To run the, you are not allowed to access if you don't give super user permissions.
Right. So I'll just showcase this once more. Okay. So if you just run OpenVPN as it is, you'll see some logs here, but then what do you get in the end? Exiting due to fatal error. Why? Because due to inherent security mechanisms present inside Linux, they don't allow you to create an interface as a regular user. Okay. So right now, if we look at if config, I have two interfaces, the Ethernet interface and the loopback interface. As soon as I attach sudo, because I need root user permissions to do that. So I'll do sudo open VPN, downloads this. I need to enter my password. Now, as soon as I enter my password, sudo is not just a command. Sudo is a complete tool in itself. Okay, it will log this, that at this particular time, a user named Kali tried to use a tool called OpenVPN by asking root permissions. Okay, so whenever I try to do something malicious, by looking at those logs, the root users or the administrators will be able to catch me. Now, this is obviously a home operating system, so nobody can catch me. This is my machine. But if I was in an enterprise environment, then the administrators, the Linux administrators would have caught me if I did something malicious. Okay. After doing this, if I again write if config, now there is a third interface present called the tunnel interface. Okay. And it has provided me access to an IP which is in class A. Okay, so it's a private class A address. And the IP that I've got here on TryHackMe is also a class A private IP. So whenever I need to access this IP, which interface will work here? The tunnel interface. Okay. So this is how it will work. So now we have an IP, guys. We have an IP. But is that sufficient for us? Is that sufficient for us? What do you think?
No, that's not
Others?
sufficient.
No, that's not sufficient, right? Okay. Others, what do you think? Like, what else do you require? What else do you need? Is an IP enough for us in order to hack into it or in order to exploit it? Getting an IP is cool, but obviously that's not enough. Can others tell me why?
Port numbers we need, sir.
Okay. And what will port numbers help us? How will port numbers help us?
It will actually help us in the port numbers are tagged to a service, and that service we can use to access the machine. So that could be an SSH service or an RDP service. It could be an MS SQL service or a
Right.
DB service.
So what am I right now looking for? After I get this IP, I'm looking for the ports. What will ports do for me? Ports will give me some services. Okay. How will these services help me? They will help me find out what is actually running on this IP. And then I'll try to see the versions. I'll try to look at the versions, or if I'm not getting sufficient information related to the version, then I'll examine each and every service myself manually or in an automated manner. And then I'll try to find out vulnerabilities. And in the end, I need to exploit those vulnerabilities. So this is how it basically works. Okay. You find something, after finding out something, you would have to see that which vulnerability is this server uh, vulnerable to. Okay. And then you exploit it. Seems like a very easy thing to say, but obviously it takes time. And let's get started and find out what we need to do. Okay. So I have an IP. Now, in order to find out which services are running on it or which ports are open, I would have to use a very simple and basic tool called Nmap. Okay. So now we've got other tools as well. One of them is RustScan, but Nmap has been there since late 1990s, and it works completely fine even now. Okay. So you need to go to Nmap. Okay, if you click on Nmap, you can look at the different options, different techniques, different scans, different scripts here. Okay, this is what Nmap does. It helps you find out open ports and not just TCP based ports. It helps you find out UDP based ports. It helps you find out SCTP based ports as well, because some of the protocols are also based on SCTP. So it helps you find out SCTP based protocols as well. If this much information is not enough for you, then you can check the man page. Man is short for manual. Okay, you just do man and map. Okay. And obviously, I know a lot of us are not really interested in going through whatever it has to present. We are just interested in getting a small cheat sheet that will help us forever. But sometimes for some tools there are no cheat sheets, so you would have to go through their manual. Okay. And unless and until you go through their manual, you don't go through their manual, you won't be able to understand how a tool works. Okay. And obviously I can't teach you every tool that is out there in the world. You would have to do some research by yourself. Okay. And then after some hit and trial, after getting maybe some things wrong, eventually you will get all of it right. Okay. So that is actually the approach in cybersecurity. Inside the man page, you are able to look at different types of scans, different types of techniques, how you can find out ports. If you have to evade firewalls, how can you do that? But if I start discussing it right away, obviously it will be information overload for all of us. So I just run a basic nmap scan. And in addition to that, I will share with you guys. Wait a second. I'll share with you guys the nmap cookbook. Okay. So it's a very simple, it's a crisp and simple guide for you guys through which you can understand how nmap works. Okay. It has no unnecessary information. It has only the basic information that you require. Okay. If you can't read this book right now, there is a lab on Try Hack Me as well. There is a lab on Try Hack Me as well. You go to Learn section, you go to All Rooms, you write Nmap. I wrote map. Okay, so there is a small lab on Nmap that you should go through, and with this you will be able to understand how Nmap works, what are the different techniques. Okay, and next time when we meet in the class, next Saturday, not tomorrow, we have a class tomorrow, but I'll ask you about Nmap in the next, uh, next week. Okay. So at that time, you should be able to tell me how Nmap works. What are the different scanning techniques? How do you look for filtered ports? What if there is a firewall? You know, what if an IP is behind the firewall? What should you do in that case? So everything I'll ask, everything related to that, I'll ask you in the next class. Okay. So just to let you know how nmap works, if you don't give any switch or any sub command, okay, so if you just write nmap followed by the IP address or a URL, it can also take a URL. If you just write it as it is, then it tries to first initiate the three-way handshake. Okay, so this is you, like this is my machine Kali, the attacking machine. And right now I'm trying to hack into a machine called Pickle Rick. Okay, and I just have the IP here. I don't know what services does Pickle Rick offer. So what I'll do is I'll send the SYN message. Okay, that's a part of the three-way handshake in TCP. So I send SYN message. Hey Pickle Rick, my name is Kali. I want to connect to you. Can you offer me some services? Uh, and I just want to know what services or which ports are open on you. Like, do you just offer SSH? Do you just offer HTTP, or can you offer me more services? Okay, so this is like a conversation happening. So Pickle Rick replies back with a SYN and ACK. Okay, acknowledging my message here, acknowledging my segment here, the one that I sent. And in his own SYN segment, he tells me that, hey, Kali, I am offering three services or four services. We'll find that out when we run this scan. And as soon as I get this segment, I'll ghost him. I just disappear. I am not going to complete the three-way handshake. I am not going to complete the three-way handshake. No way. Okay. That was all my motive. I just wanted to ask what you are doing. What are you offering? And whatever you do with Nmap, that is actually a part of a process or a phase in pen testing known as reconnaissance. Okay. So whenever you are fighting your enemy or whenever you're trying to attack your enemy, if you just do it blindly, you are bound to get it wrong. Okay. So let's suppose you're trying to fight someone, you have a boxing match with someone. In order to win that match, recon will help you out. Okay. Recon means what? Try to gather as much information as possible about your target. What are their strong points? What are their weak points? Okay, what is their fighting style? In case of a boxing match, in case of pen testing, try to find out which services they are using. Are they using really updated services? Are they using the latest version of OpenSSH, or are they using an old one? If they are on web, are they using an old version of Apache, or are they using the latest one? Okay, so with that information and a little research, you can easily pen test into your target. Okay, so recon constitutes around 70% of the hacking process, or the, yeah, recon as a phase constitutes around 70% of hacking. Because if you know each and everything about your target, then exploiting them won't be very difficult for you. Okay, so this is a part of a phase in hacking called reconnaissance. Okay, now reconnaissance can occur in two ways: active and passive. What we are trying to do with nmap is actually active. We are interacting with our target. We are interacting with our target. However, in terms of whenever we use passive reconnaissance, then we could use maybe a tool, or if it's a public IP, then we can just use who is. Okay, that's a passive way of interacting with your target. You are not actively talking to your target. Okay, we'll talk about passive reconnaissance as well. Okay, right now let's stick to nmap. Okay, so I'll use the default scan, the default nmap scan, and I'll enter the IP here. Let me get the IP once more: 10.10.73.117. No, for nmap, you don't really have to use sudo. There are a few nmap scans which, when you have to fingerprint your device, or which require you to, find out which firewall is standing in front of you. Okay, for those types of nmap scans, you need to use sudo. Otherwise, you're good to go. Okay, otherwise you're good to go. Because let's say if you're trying to find out, for example, on which operating system is this IP. So for that, you would have to use sudo nmap -o. -o means operating system fingerprinting. Okay. Now, if I don't provide sudo here, let's see what we get. If I write it as it is, it tells me that TCP IP fingerprinting for OS detection scan requires root privileges. That is why it is quitting. Okay. So in this case, we would have to use sudo. Okay. But when you go through that lab for nmap, you will get to know better. Okay. Which scan requires root privileges. Okay. Right now, I'm running the regular scan. Okay. So what do we get here, guys? What do we get here? We get two ports, SSH and HTTP. Which one should I proceed with first? Which one should I work with first? Yes, HTTP should work good. That is what Bharat says. Others tell me. Can I proceed? Should I proceed sequentially? Ajit, Chaman, Praveen, Ravi, Shashidhar, Zenith. What do you think? Should I proceed sequentially and work with SSH first? Is that possible? That's possible. I'm not saying it's not possible, but it's going to waste a lot of time. How? Let me tell you. SSH being a terminal-based remote access protocol uses credentials. These credentials could either be a username and a password, or a username and a key, or a username and a key password by protected by a passphrase. Okay, this is how SSH works. If I had maybe just one of those credentials, like either the username or the password, then it would have been easier for me to brute force the other part of the credential. Like if I had the username, I would use that rockyou.txt file to guess the password. If I had the password, then I would have used rockyou.txt to guess the username. But right now, I don't have anything at all with me. So obviously, what I would have to do, the guesswork would be doubled here. Okay, the guesswork is going to get doubled. And imagine the time that I'm going to waste on guessing the credentials for SSH. Now, whenever you work as a pen tester, whenever you work as a real world pen tester, whenever you land up an assignment, that's time based, that's time bound. You cannot tell your client that, hey, I'm going to spend around a year pen testing you. They tell you, should we stop all our activities just because you're going to take a year to pen test us? No. We give you 72 hours. You're good to go. You pen test us as much as you can. Okay. And that is a good time frame to test your uh, clients' parameters, network-based, application-based parameters for security issues. But if you're spending way much time, like if you're spending a month, that's not possible. Okay. And whenever you land an assignment, that assignment being time-based, you'll get paid accordingly. Okay. So this is possible. This is possible. Brute forcing the username and the password, but it's going to take a lot of time. So why should we waste a lot of time right now in the beginning? Got it? We should actually check, we should wait, and we should work with a protocol which will give us more and more information in the first go. Okay. And I'll try to go with HTTP. Why HTTP? Because HTTP is a plain text protocol. I can look at the results on the browser. If there is some communication happening, and if some credentials are getting exchanged. So this being a plain text protocol, I can also intercept the communication on Wireshark and look at it further. Okay. So that is why I will first like to go with HTTP. Got it, guys? So I'll go to my browser. I'll paste my IP as it is. And I get something on my screen. Like I said, if you haven't watched this series, don't worry. You don't have to start watching this series in order to just give me 1 second. Okay, I'm receiving a phone call. I'm sorry, just give me 1 second. All right, sorry. So what do we have in front of us? We have a web page, we have some text, we have an image. So what are we doing right now? We are examining a web page for security issues. Okay, got it. We are examining a web page for security issues. And everything that we see on our screen is a target that we should be testing. Okay, everything is a target. So can you tell me some of the things that are present on this web page right now? Can you tell me some of the things that are present on this website right now? Start writing them down. What do you see on your screen? Yes, go ahead, guys. That's a different thing, Bharat. What do you see on your screen right now? What do you see on your screen right now? You see an image, you see some text. Okay. Obviously, for us, you know, reading the whole text is a problem. But if the text is, somewhere between 1 to 2 lines, we can give it a go. Okay. And then there is an image. Okay. And with as cybersecurity has evolved a lot, you can do a lot with images as well. You can hide data inside images. You can craft messages. You can craft malicious source code and put it inside an image. So everything is possible in today's scenario. Okay. Anything that is out there and is connected to a network, whether private or public, can be hacked. Believe me, it can be. Nothing is 100% secure in this world right now. Cyber secure, to be precise. Okay. So what do we see on our screen? We see an image, we see some text. Okay. Uh, what I'll do is I'll create a folder where I'll keep everything related to this lab. Okay. And I would suggest you to do that as well. So I'm going to create a directory here with mkdir pickle rick is the name of this lab. So I'll create it. I'll cd pickle rick ls. It's empty. Now what I'll do is I'll download this image, view background image, and save image as, and I will keep it in this folder. Okay, so where is pickle rick, pickle rick, pickle rick? Wait a second, Cali, and there you go. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to keep it with me and I'm going to analyze it for security issues. Okay. Or I'm going to analyze it and find out if there is any sensitive data hidden inside it. Okay. Wait a second. What did I do? I'll go back. And let's read the text because the text is short, so we can. Otherwise, I would never suggest you to, read the text on a web page if you are bug bounty hunting. That is not applicable to us. That doesn't apply to us. So it says, "Help Morty, listen Morty, I need your help. I've turned myself into a pickle again. This time I can't change back." That's bullshit. We don't have to uh, understand this or make sense out of it. I need you to burp Morty, log on to my computer and find out the last three secret ingredients to finish my pickle reverse potion. The only problem is I don't know what the password was. Help Morty, help. Now, it says that he wants that person to log on to his computer. So whenever logging in happens or whenever you try to log on to somebody's computer, what is required? Set of credentials, a username and a password, right? A username and a password. So do we have any possible usernames here? Do we have any possible usernames here? Morty is one of them, right? He just told us Morty is one of them. Now, I'm not saying that we should be sure that Morty is the only username, but obviously it can be one of the usernames. It could be. Okay, I'm just talking about the possibility. I'm not talking about certainty. Okay, that's one of them. And if you guys have ever worked with a tool called Burp Suite, you must have heard of Burp Suite. It's used for bug bounty hunting. It's a web application proxy. It's used for web app hacking, okay, or web app security testing. So here, burp has been mentioned twice. Now, I don't know if it's a real reference or it's just if this guy is just trying to burp. Okay, it could be anything. So now what you do is, as you proceed with the pen test, you write your findings down at the same time. Because if you delay writing your findings, or if you delay writing a pen test report, in the end, you're going to miss out on a lot of things. Okay. And now, any professional level certification that you pick, whether it's ESON security certifications, whether it's OSCP, whether it's PNPT by TCM Academy, the goal finally is to write a pen test report. Okay. So every cybersecurity professional should be able to write a good pen test report, or whether if you are a digital forensics analyst, then you should be able to write a good forensics report. Yes, Ravi. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to that directory cd pickle rick. I'm going to create a file touch. I'm going to write report. Okay, and I'm going to write mousepad report. Now I have this with me. So what was my first finding? So what we did here was nmap into target, open ports were SSH and HTTP. This is a rough report. Obviously, you would have to modify it and you would have to write it in a good way. Okay. Started examining HTTP. After that, you write found an image, will look for steganography later. Okay. And then you write found a possible username, and the username was Morty. All right, we'll build a word list soon. Okay, and then all right, possible reference to a web hacking tool called Burp Suite. Okay, so this is a rough report right now. Okay, so this is what we have found so far. Okay, this is what we got, and now this is all that is there on this web page, but you don't stop. Okay, now a good thing or a good practice here as a pen tester is to check the page source. Okay, why page source? Because obviously whenever websites are created, okay, websites are not this small, websites are huge. There are, let's say 50 web pages. Now for websites that are small, one developer is okay for creating that website. But if you are developing a website for your organization or for your enterprise, one developer wouldn't suffice. So there will be multiple developers. Okay. So what happens is handover, right? I work on some of the portion and then I hand over the rest of the website source code or website development to you. Okay. And what would help us out here in this case is the use of comments. Okay. So that I worked on the initial part of the website, and towards the end, I wrote a comment for the other developer. Hey, I have incorporated WordPress here. Now all you need to do is to add this or add that. Okay. So then when the second developer has to start, he will go through those comments first and then will start coding. Okay. So that's in the development phase. And once the website has been developed, and when it has to go through the when it has to go live, What is recommended is that all these comments should be deleted. Okay, why? Because pen testers, hackers, black hat hackers can obviously look at those nitty gritty details and can try to find out what can help them out in hacking a website or defacing a website or pen testing a website. Make sense, right or wrong? In the testing phase, it's okay. It's in the development phase, it's okay. But whenever a website is, you know, going live, you should remove all the unnecessary stuff, because you never know if the user using that website is benign or malicious in nature. Okay, so let's see if they have kept something for us, if there is any sensitive information for us. This is HTML. Head, title, meta tag is being used, telling us which other things are being used or which other technologies are being used in creating this website. Okay, then they're also using a JavaScript here, jQuery, Bootstrap. Okay, head ends here. This is for styling in CSS. This is the body section. Inside the body section, we see what we see, all the stuff. Okay, the stuff that was written on our screen. And towards the end, in the green color text, we have our commands. Okay, and what does it tell us? Note to self: remember username. Username is Rick Rules. Okay, but then again, there is no direct reference. There is no direct hint. It could be a username for maybe a login page on HTTP, or it could be a username for SSH. Do you agree with me? I can't really bind this username to a particular service because I have no idea right now. I've just started pen testing. Do you agree with me or no? Okay. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to write found a username in the source code, and that was recruits. Okay, could be for SSH or HTTP, and I'll save it because that's what we will do for, I mean, that's where we will stop today. Okay, and from for tomorrow or starting tomorrow, we will look at other tools that can help us find out for which service is this username. Okay, so that is what we'll try to do tomorrow, because I have a class in 5 minutes at 11. Okay, so that is where we will stop today, and tomorrow we'll meet at 9:30 a.m. sharp and proceed with our other stuff. Okay, proceed with the lab forward. Okay, guys, cool. So if you have any doubts at all, shoot them up at the student portal. Okay, and I'll add some homework for you guys to do, and that would be on a tool called Nmap and a few labs on basic Linux fundamentals part 1, part 2, and part 3. With this, for those of you who are not so proficient in Linux, these can help you out. And if you're proficient in Linux, it would act as a refresher. Okay, guys, cool. So let's meet tomorrow at 9:30. Okay, and if we all meet at 9:30 sharp, then we can, spend a good amount of time on our labs. Cool. Okay, so thank you guys. Thanks a lot. If you have any doubts at all, please shoot them up on student portal, or you can also connect with me on LinkedIn. My name is Adhirath Kapoor. Okay, so if you have any doubts, please let me know.
Sir, one doubt while I was going through Linux fundamentals course 1, so it could be a silly, but I just wanted to share.
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
Okay, when we are using an echo command in Linux, if we give spaces after what we want Linux to echo, we need to use the double quotes to echo that, right? Echo
Yeah, yeah.
whatever we write.
Because otherwise it will only echo the first string that you have entered. Okay, you would
But
have to enclose them in double quotes.
I was working yesterday on that, and I took an example wherein I was echoing without double quotes, and it worked for me. Not
Okay.
sure how
Okay.
this
So the
this is
double
how it
quotes thing
is.
that we, yeah, double quotes, the double quote thing that we were using, that was inside, that was for SSH. Okay. Then what would have happened if I did not enclose my SSH key inside double quotes? Then what would have happened? Everything would have got echoed. Okay. So what I wanted in that case in the workshop was to keep this as a single entity and put it further, okay, or redirect it into something else, okay. But if you do echo regularly, then think it should work as well. Echo Bharat Lahoti or echo
Yeah,
anything.
it's working if we do for without double quotes as well for all the strings, whatever we do. So I was
Okay.
like, double quotes, irrespective of double quotes, it's working, right? If we
Yeah,
give
yeah. So
spaces as
in
well.
in that lab, in the lab that we were working on the workshop, okay, that was, I actually used echo to make it easier for us to redirect our output. Okay, so echo SSH key into a file. That is what I was trying to do. So that is why I used this. Okay, I used this as a single entity so that this entity could be redirected into a file. That is what I wanted to do in that case. Okay. Otherwise, because here you are just trying to echo, you're just trying to display whatever you write on the screen, everything will be there.
Okay.
Okay. But
Yeah.
then obviously do this man space echo, and this will give you a good amount of
Sure.
switches that you can use. Okay.
Sure.
Okay. So yeah.
Hi, you are watching the recording from one of our live session. Hit like, share, and subscribe for more future updates.
So basically, whenever you look at the page source through your browser, you essentially get the structure of that web page. Okay, and the structure of that web page is designed in a language called HTML. Okay, now inside HTML you could link or you could make a reference to other languages as well. Like in our case or in this case, they have made a reference to CSS for styling of this web page. Okay, which tells us that the background size is this, the height of this image is 340 pixels, and which image have they added. Okay. One more thing that you can find out from the link of this image is that when they are trying to add this image, it's from a directory called assets. Do you see it, guys? Do you see it, guys? Right? So it's a possible reference to a directory. They say it's assets. Now we need to find out where this directory is. Okay. So whenever you look at the page source, I'm not saying that you should examine it completely. That's never possible. But at least try to look for sensitive information or clues that could help you take further. Okay, or could help you proceed further. Got it? So we look into this as well. Now, this is what I was talking about, a link to a JS file and a link to a CSS file. So let me just talk about it once more. Whenever you look at the page source, what is it that you find? So you basically have three languages. on the front end, because whenever you look at the page source, that is going to show you how the front end of the website looks like. Okay, front end of the website. Now, a website or a web application contains two portions. Okay, a front end and a back end. Okay, so whenever we are looking at the page source, it's very difficult for us to look at the backend. Okay, we are unable to find out which database is being used. We are unable to find out which server is being used. We are unable to find out which server side language is being used. Okay, again, so HTML for providing the structure, CSS for styling, and JS for interaction between the user and the website. Okay, so among all of these, can you tell me which one is a programming language, or all the three are programming languages?
HTML is the programming language.
No.
JavaScript is a programming languages, and CSS and HTML are they're the
Markup,
markup language.
right? So these are what these are only used for structuring. Okay, you can't really create logic with it. Okay, does that make it clear to you? So whenever you code, okay, or whenever you create a web page, in order to create a logic, like if you enter your credentials incorrectly, then you would have to enter your password again, or you would be denied access to a particular web page. Okay, how do you code that logic? That logic is coded in JS. HTML is just for structuring. So if you have elements in a web page, suppose if you have an image, you have text, you have links, hyperlinks, how are they supposed to be, like one on the top of other? How are they supposed to be? That is defined via HTML. Okay, and how do those how are those elements supposed to look like? How much font are you supposed to give them? What kind of font family would you use? Okay, that's provided by CSS. Okay, so even from a front end perspective, you can use all three to create attacks. Okay, obviously JavaScript is the best one out there for creating attacks because it's a programming language. You can create very basic attacks where you can show that HTML code is being executed through a user input form. I'll talk about that soon when we take a bug bounty hunting portion in our classes. So HTML is also used for that. CSS has a very limited use when it comes to cybersecurity. A very limited use. I did not say none. I said a minimal use. Okay, so that's where CSS is used. Now, if we go back here, what do we see? We see our web page. Okay, and when we look at our web page, whenever we want to see which JavaScript code is being used or which CSS is being used, then we can click on these links and we will be able to look at them. Okay. Another clue, where is this CSS file present? Where is this JS file present? Where is this bootstrap.min.js file is present? Okay. It's present somewhere in a folder called assets. Okay. So now, as soon as I click here, look at the change that gets reflected in the URL. Okay, so this was a JS file. Okay, as soon as I clicked on it, you can now see the change getting reflected in the URL. So now the page is assets bootstrap.min.js. Okay, now it's a JS file. It's a huge piece of code. Right now, as all of us do not really know how to review source codes. Okay, so if you're trying to review source codes and if you're trying to prepare yourself for a certification in web application auditing, then it's good. But right now, it's nearly impossible. I wouldn't say impossible. It's going to take a lot of time in inspecting this piece of code, right? But we know where this is. So let's keep it for later use if we do not come across anything else. Okay, is it understood? So if you have no options left and you want to look into the JavaScript code or the CSS code, that is also possible. That is what I'm trying to show you. Okay, and then we'll go to, okay, we already checked this out. Then we look at the first one. This is also huge. So this is a code for jQuery. Okay, it's programming language logic that is being used. Do not worry about it. Just wanted to show you how you can embed these links within HTML. Okay, and then there is a CSS file as well. And CSS file is only concerned with adding font families, how big is the font, what is the height of your text, and stuff like that. Okay. One major clue that it gave us that all these files are present inside a directory called assets. Okay, so let's do one thing. Let's remove view source. Let's remove this and let's hit enter. And what do we get? We get a directory. Okay, we get a directory which is generic. Okay, which has a generic name. So I'll talk about that as well. Whenever you create a website, okay, whenever you create a website or a web page, let's suppose inside your HTML code, you want to call certain scripts or certain cascading style sheets. So CSS is short for cascading style sheets. What you will do is you will put them in a separate directory. And one of the generic names for such a directory is known as assets. Okay, assets for a web page, assets for a website. What could be the common assets? A JS file, a CSS file. If you are using images, then it could also create images. And that is what we can see here as well. Okay, so we have got CSS files, we've got JS files, then we've got GIF, JPG, and JPEG. Okay, so that is very similar to how the assets of a website are. Is there any problem here? Is this portion understood to all of you? Did you guys understand how this is working? Or is there any doubt? Everyone, is it clear? Ajit, Bharat, Chaman, Praveen, Ravi, right? So it did not give us a lot of information, but clues. We are now getting more information. Okay, this portion or what we are doing right now is known as manual enumeration. Okay, things that are already there for this particular web page, we are trying to manually discover them. Okay, now during the process of manual enumeration, you might come across sensitive things like we did when we were trying to view the page source and we found a username, or you might not come across a lot of interesting things. Okay, but this is a process that should be, adopted. This should be considered as a good practice. You should manually enumerate the web page you're trying to pen test. Okay, now we know that we found this CSS file, this JS file. Okay, but what about these GIF files? Because on the home page they are not present. So this gives us a clue that there might be some other web pages on which these GIF files would be seen, right? So I'll save this as well. I'll save this image. I'll keep it in the same directory that we did yesterday. Okay, we'll go back. Let's look at one more file that we got. So this is one more. Okay, now my question is, if they are included in the assets directory, then where should they be? Do you get my point? So that is why we need to dig in further, because the other protocol or the other service that is open is SSH, and SSH is supposed to be a terminal based service. Obviously, we cannot view images through SSH. We could, by if there is an image present in somebody's directory, then we would have to use secure shell copy to put it in our machine. But considering the nature of SSH, it's a terminal based protocol. Okay. So, and this asset or this file is GUI based. Okay. So this helps us in digging further, like where is this image present? Got it? So that is what I'm trying to do. So I'll save this image. I'll save it here. Okay. I'll go back. There is one more image that we have no idea about. Okay. Because on our web page that we found, which is on port 80, this is the home page. It has only one image. Okay. So I'll save this as well. So this was the image that was on the home page. Okay. Now, this brings us to the next point. So why manual enumeration? Manual, I'll just write manual enum. Okay. Enum means enumeration. Enumeration means that things that are already there, you just need to find them out. Okay. Could be using a manual technique or could be using an automated tool. Okay. So using manual enumeration, we first looked at the source code. Okay. Or I would say the page source. Inside the page source, we found HTML. Okay. And inside the HTML document, there were links for JS and CSS files. Now, obviously, those JS and CSS files were very long, okay, in length. So that is why immediately we couldn't read their source code. But if the need arises, we would do that. Okay. I said if the need arises, we would do that. I'm not going to skip them. Okay. What we found was a presence of a directory called assets. Okay, it's a generic directory name which denotes what? Which consists of the files and folders used to create a web page. Okay, and when we looked at assets, we found some images. Could be JPEG, could be GIF. I'm also including GIF in images right now. Okay. Now my question is, where are those images? Okay, where are those images? So we found one directory by ourselves. Now we need to find out other directories as well. Okay. So before that, let me just give you a small or a brief overview of how websites are. Okay. So how does a website look like? So you would have abc.com. That's the domain, followed by a directory. Okay. Now let's say I create a website called abc.com and it is being used for selling things, different types of things. Okay. Uh, I am trying to include sports equipment. I'm trying to include gaming consoles. I'm trying to include shoes. Okay. Now I know that there could be a variety of sporting gear or sporting equipment, and I know that there are a variety of gaming consoles, and I know that there could be a number of shoes that I would be selling through my website. Okay, so I would first categorize, okay, these items or these group of items in my website as well. Okay, so I will have a directory called sports. Okay. And inside this directory, I would have different items like 20 items. Okay. So if I go to 1.html inside this directory, I would have a cricket bat. If I use 2, then on page 2, as soon as I open it, I'll get a football. Okay. Similarly, if I change my directory name to console and I use 1.html, then PS4 would be there. For shoes, if I go to 1.html, a Nike shoe would appear there. Okay. So this is how websites are created. So the way websites are, I mean, their directory listing, their hierarchy is very similar to how Linux file system is. Okay. So using manual enumeration, we could find out the common directory names and file names. Okay. But these days, website developers know that if a user is malicious in nature, then they could gain access into sensitive information. So that is why they change it. Okay. But no need to worry. There is a file known as robots.txt. Okay. Robots.txt is a file that is used by the site administrator or the website developer so that the search engine crawlers can easily crawl what is present inside robots.txt. And whenever you look for something, then using search engine optimization, your results would pop up accurately. Okay. So a lot of websites in this world have their robots.txt file public. I'll show you an example of this file. So I'll go to the one of the most famous websites, google.com, okay, which is a search engine itself. I'll write robots.txt. Okay. So how the results appear on different search engines is because of how crawlers crawl website directories and file names. Okay. So how does a robots.txt file look like? On the very top, user agent is written. Now, user agent is basically a browser. Okay. And when it states user agent colon star, it means that it is referring to all the user agents, all the web browsers. Okay. It is not differentiating between any of the web browsers. It is including all of them. Okay. For example, Safari, Firefox, Chrome, Opera, Internet Explorer, all are included in this list. Okay. Which means that this robots.txt file will treat them equally. Now, wherever allow is written, it means that a web crawler is supposed to crawl them. Okay. And wherever disallow is written, it means that a web crawler can't crawl them. Okay. Now, if you ask me the reason for this, I would tell you that some of the allowed directory names or file names are public. Most of them are public. That is why a web crawler can crawl them. But whenever disallow is written, wherever disallow is written, those are private directories or private files. Okay. Now, whenever you go to Google, you won't find a preference tab unless and until you log in. When you log in with your Google account, then you would have the flexibility to change the settings, to change the preferences. That is why in this case, disallow is written. Okay. Similarly, if you go to facebook.com/robots.txt, because they are dealing with a lot of private data. So even in their user agent section, they have created different files or different listings. Okay. They haven't mentioned each and every web crawler in just one line. Okay. By writing star, they have granted different permissions to different user agents. For Apple bots, what is disallowed? They have mentioned this. Why most of these things are disallowed because this file called album.php is a private file which is private to each and every user. Okay, if they keep it public, then your private photos could be leaked, then your sensitive information could be exposed to the whole internet. Okay, that is why Facebook, being a website that deals with a lot of private information, they have created their robots.txt file in a different manner. Okay, Baidu Spider, so that's a crawler. Okay, Bing bot, the bot or the crawler that is used by Bing for indexing. Discord bot, okay, Discord also has its own crawler. Okay, so these are the entries, or these are the directories that have been prohibited by Facebook. Okay, then you've got other crawlers here as well. Okay, is this understood? Now, can you guys tell me what is the purpose of a robots.txt file? And initially here you would be seeing a term called scraping. Okay, so scraping just means whatever is on the web, you try to scrape it. Scrape means you try to copy it. Okay, you use it for different purposes. Okay, user optimization, user experience optimization. Okay, so that is why we use this term scraping. Whatever is on the web, I won't say take it down, I would just say copy it, bring it to me so that I can make intelligent decisions. Okay, so that's known as web crawling or web scraping. Whatever data is on a particular web page, and if I tell you to scrape that data off a particular website, it means that I want you to give me a duplicate of that data so that I can work on it, I can process it, and I can make intelligent decisions. Okay, could be for user experience, could be for security, could be for anything. Got it? Is that clear to all of you? Ajit, Bharat, Chaman, Praveen, Ravi, Sahil, Zenith, is that clear? What you mean by web scraping or web crawling, and what is robots.txt? Okay, so another way of manually enumerating a website is to look for robots.txt. I'm not, as a pen tester, I am not concerned with what is in the disallowed section or what is in the allowed section. At least this file will be able to tell me which directories are there, which files are there. Okay. The file could have an endpoint or an extension like .php, .html. That's enough for me. Okay. I'm not discriminating between any of those file extensions. Whatever I find, that's good for me so that I can proceed further. Okay. So what I'll do here, I'll go back to this page and I'll write slash robots.txt. And when I do this, I get something. And if you look at the format of this robots.txt file, it's not at all similar to what this looks like or what the Google robots.txt file looks like. Okay. Their generic format is to first mention which user agent is there, and then they proceed with allow and disallow. Okay. When I look at this file, it gives me a different kind of entry. Okay. Gives me a name, a weird name, which I'm not sure of. Okay. So let's try our luck with doing this. Okay. Let's first try to enter it as a directory name, which tells us not found. And then in the end, I'll just remove this. Okay. When I had slash in it, it meant that it was a directory. As soon as I remove the slash, it now means that it is a file. Okay. When I enter it, I still don't get anything at all. Okay. So this is a basic error, 404 not found, which means that this page is not there or this directory is not there. Okay. But there is one thing that we find here, the version of Apache running on this port. Okay. It's not something extraordinary, but at least can help us out in progressing further. Okay. Why? Because it gives us the version of the Apache server being used. Okay. And considering the good practices in pen testing, now what we can do is we can look for this version and try to find their vulnerabilities. So if I write Apache 2.4.1a, you can see what came out as a result. I did not even add vulnerability in my search term. What did I get? I got CV details, okay, as the first result, where it talks about different vulnerabilities related to Apache 2.4.1. On the second link, which is Apache's webpage, okay, which is the Apache's website, there I am also able to see the vulnerabilities, okay, and almost all the results on this page are concerned with the security issues of Apache. Okay, right now we are still trying to find out what is there on this web page. So if we do not come across anything else, we have now 2 or 3 things to do. Okay, first one is to analyze all those JS files or those CSS files, but I'm damn sure that there won't be anything there in the CSS files. Okay. After that, if we do not come across anything, then we can make use of this version and try to find out vulnerabilities that we can easily exploit. Okay, there are plenty of vulnerabilities, that's not an issue, but we will stick with those which can help us in exploiting them. Okay, existence of a vulnerability does not always mean that you can exploit it. Okay, as a pen tester, it depends on your experience, how proficient you are in creating your own exploits or in using pre-written exploits. If you are not proficient in either of them, then choose a very simple exploit that you can at least understand. Okay, so that is what you're supposed to do. Okay, so cool, we got this. So this was all about manual enumeration. We tried our luck on manual enumeration. We found a few things. We found a few things, but now this is where I give up. Okay, why? Because I can't remember all the directory names or file names. So now we would have to make use of automated enumeration. Okay, automated enumeration means that I will now stick with different tools in order to help me find out different directory names and file names. Okay, so there are a variety of tools used for automated enumeration. And enumeration is not a general term. Okay, enumeration applies to whichever service you are using. Okay, so if you talk about enumeration, you can't just enumerate HTTP. Okay, that's not the only thing that you're supposed to enumerate. If you come across SSH, you should enumerate it further. You should find out which are the other directory names or the file names. If you're on FTP, try to enumerate it. If you're on SMB, IMAP, SMTP, try to enumerate it. Okay, enumeration is not a generic or is not a generic term. Enumeration can be specific to different services that you are using. Okay, is that clear to all of you? So now what we will do is we will make use of enumeration tools that will help us find out directory names and file names on a web page. So there are plenty of tools used to do that. One of them is Dirbuster. Its terminal based version is known as dirb. Then you also have a tool called GoBuster. You also have a tool called FFUF, which is used for fuzzing. You can also use Burp Suite for that. That's not an issue, but we haven't discussed Burp Suite right now. So till now, so there will be a separate class for Burp Suite. Okay. So there are plenty of tools for enumeration, and you can use any one of them. Okay. We'll start with the easiest one of them all, which has been created by an organization known as OWASP. Okay. Open Web Application Security Project. Okay. So this is the organization that governs how security issues creep in into different applications. And this is the body responsible for, this is indirectly responsible for bug bounty programs. Okay. Why? Because after every 3 years or 4 years, they create their vulnerability or severity list for different attacks. And accordingly, bug bounty programs or bug bounty crowdsourced websites will rate those vulnerabilities and add amounts or add amount to a specific vulnerability. Okay, so I'll take you to that website as well. OWASP Foundation, so open source foundation for web application security. Now, since it is open source, anyone can contribute to this project. The tools that you download from this website are completely free to use. So anything that has open source attached to it is free. Okay, is free to use and free to contribute. So what you can do here is you can look at the different projects and you can look at the different tools that they have created. Okay. So they have their own labs as well, known as the OWASP Juice Shop, okay, which you can download from the internet or you can use Docker to deploy that. I'll show you how to do that when we start bug bounty hunting. Okay. So OWASP has created a tool known as Dirbuster. Okay, and you can launch this tool either from GUI by writing Dirbuster, or if you want to see where this tool is, it will be present inside. It was present inside this section of Kali tools, which is web application analysis. Okay. And if you go here in web crawlers and directory brute force, then you will be able to look at this tool, Dirbuster. Its terminal based version is dirb. Okay. And like I told you, there are a lot of directory brute forcing or directory enumeration tools. WFOS is one of them. Okay. So this is Dirbuster. Either you can launch it from here or you can just write Dirbuster, Dirbuster, and it will open it for you. Now, since it is a tool written in Java, that is why it is platform independent. Now, you can use this tool even on an Android phone. You can use this tool on Linux. You can use this tool on Mac. You can use this tool on Windows. You can use this tool wherever you want. Got it? Because Java is a platform independent language. So this is how this tool looks like. Okay. You need to add the target URL. Okay. Do not worry about the work methods right now. It will automatically switch between different HTTP requests. Okay. Or different HTTP methods. Like you have get. So whenever you get a web page on your screen or whenever you have to fetch some information, that's the get request, which is getting involved. If you come across a login page or a page that takes in your survey details or takes in survey forms, then For that, what do? You use post request, okay, where you as a user are supposed to, where you as a user is supposed to add details. Okay, so do not worry about it right now because this is the first time that you're using it. Do not tamper with anything that is there right now. I'll tell you what to do or what not to. Okay, because we will take this tool up specifically in web application classes or bug bounty classes. So I'm going to write http colon // that's the format for how you write a website. Take in the URL. Okay, the URL, we don't have a DNS mapping, we just have the IP here. So I'll add the IP. Okay, then we need to find out the hidden directory names or the file names. So for that, we will use something that we talked about yesterday, and that's a word list. And for that, we would have to go to a directory called user subdirectory share subdirectory word lists. We'll have to find out which tool we are using. We are using Dirbuster. Okay, and you have different types of word lists here. So let's talk about them very quickly. Now we know that our website is on Apache, and most of the websites in the world are built on Apache. Okay, I wouldn't say built, but they're hosted on Apache because Apache is a server. Now, security researchers found out the generic names associated with Apache server. Okay, so they created two word list files for just Apache, and those are here: Apache user 1, Apache user 2. Okay, but this is only limited to Apache. If a user, if a website developer or if a site administrator tries to add customized names to their website, then this word list won't work properly. Okay, then jbrofuzz is in a different format. Let's forget it for now because it's actually there for a different tool, but it is present inside Dirbuster. Then if we talk about directory list 1, 2.3, 2.3 small, 2.3 medium, 2.3 small. So this is just the version associated with the word list. Okay, remember when we were talking about rockyou? Okay, so the first rockyou file was actually created in 2009, then it was, I guess, updated in 2018, and now we have the 2021 version. Similarly, they've got 1.0, 2.3 medium small, 2.3 small, lowercase and lowercase. Okay, now we don't have any idea regarding how the directory names are there on this web page. For example, this thing that we found from robots.txt starts with an uppercase letter. Okay, so I don't really want to, limit myself to just the lowercase letters. I will use what? I will use any of the word list from these three: 1, 2.3, 2.3 small. 1 is the first version created for the directory lists. 2.3 medium and 2.3 small. So 2.3 small is just a constrained version of 2.3 medium. So if we have to look at the largest file among all these, it is going to be 2.3 medium. Okay, and that is what we are going to use. Okay, so no need to worry about anything else. Just hit on start now, and it will start telling you which directory names exist or they don't. Okay, now if we look at which files we found, we found a directory called assets. Okay, and now how do you find out that a directory or a file that was that was a result of Durbuster scan, legit or not. Okay, so for that you have to look at the response codes. You would have to look at the response codes. Okay, so these are HTTP response codes. uh, Now two of the response codes that everyone is familiar with are status code 200. Okay, so if we go to a website and if we are able to view the contents of the website without getting any error, basically the code that works is 200. Okay. Okay, and what about the code which tells you that a file or a page that you are looking for is not present? Which error do you get? Which status code do you get as a result? Yes, 404, right? 404 not found. Okay, so these are the two status codes that everyone is familiar with. Do not worry, you don't have to memorize all of them. Okay, that is just not possible. That is just not possible. So in this case, what you need to do is you need to go to the internet. You just write HTTP codes. Okay, and try to understand the families. Okay, try to understand the families of HTTP status codes. Okay, like 200 family means success. Okay, anything inside the 2 series means that eventually you'll get success. Anything in the 1 series means that, okay, we got the request from you. Okay, you are a client trying to access the server. Yes, we got the request from you. We are trying to process it, so just wait. Okay, 3 series means redirection. The page that you're looking for is existing. Okay, but we can't let you access that page right away. You would maybe have to solve a challenge, or you would have to authenticate yourself. Okay, and then something that you have after 1, 2, and 3 are 4 and 5. 4 is associated with all the client side errors that are there. Okay, and 5 is for all the server side errors that are there. Okay, so suppose you are going to a government website and you can't access it, and you get a 500 series error there. It means that there is no problem from your end. You are doing everything perfectly. It's just that the server that you're trying to access, or the website that you're trying to access, the server on which it is hosted is not working properly. Okay, so these are 5 different series of codes. Okay, I'll share this with you in the chat box, and I'll share this with you in the student portal as well. Again, you don't have to memorize them, just remember the series. Okay, so let's look at which service codes we got. Okay, which status codes we got here. So we got 200, 403, 302, and 403. Okay, so 200 means everything is okay, success. But if we look at 403, 403 means that as a regular user, okay, right now we are a regular user, we haven't even authenticated ourselves. We found a username, yes, but we don't know at all where to authenticate ourselves. So right now we are just a basic user, okay, an anonymous user trying to access the website. So the error that we got here means that if I try to access this directory, I won't be able to do that because I am forbidden to do that. I am forbidden to access it. I'm forbidden from accessing it. Got it? So that is what 403 error means. Then comes 302. Okay. 302 means that the page exists. There is no problem regarding that. But if you go to this page directly, you won't be able to do that. Why? Because you need to go through some other page. You don't need to go through a middleman, or maybe authenticate yourself, or maybe solve a challenge. so that you can find these and access here. Is that clear to all of you? Okay. So this is how Dirbuster works. Okay. Right now, the time that it states for finishing the complete scan is 9 hours. Okay. If you have allocated a lot of resources to your pen testing OS or your attacking machine, then you can increase the number of threads. Okay. So these threads usually take a lot of processor cores. Okay. So they make use of their processor cores. So if I want, I can increase the threads to 50 and you will see the time dropping down. Okay, so from 9 hours, now I am looking at something around 3 hours, 248, 233, 210. Okay, this. Okay, so you can increase as many threads as you want. Okay, so it's completely up to you. Okay, so now it is going to take only 1 hour and 17 minutes. But even after increasing the threads, we did not find anything there at all. Okay, so if you don't want this GUI in front of you, you can also look at the results through the terminals. Okay, anything that is found and is presented as a result on GUI will also be presented here. Directory found, file found, directory found, file found, file found, file found, and stuff like that. Got it? Is that understood, everyone? Or is there any doubt here? Is it clear to everyone how this works, how this tool works? Or anyone who has any problems or doubts? Cool. Is it clear? Awesome. So we'll now proceed further, and now it's okay to stop it because whatever we had to find, we found it. Okay. Now what we need to do is we need to go to this page. We found a very interesting page called login.php. Okay. And right now, since I have only two possible usernames, so I can check them manually, right? If I had more than two or more than five, then I would have created a word list. So right now, I don't think that I have to go through that hassle of creating a word list because I only found two usernames. One was Rick Rules, the other one was Morty. Okay. So what I'll do is I'll go to this page called login.php. One of the easier ways to do this is to right click on it and hit open in browser. So as soon as I open this in browser, I get this page. And now does anyone know where we got this image? We got this image in the assets directory, right? And we saved this as well. Okay, since it's an image, I won't open it in terminal. I will open it in GUI. I had this in a directory that I created. It was called Pickles and this is the image that we found. Okay, so this image pertains to that login page. Okay, so we've got usernames, right? Let's see which username we can enter here. For that, I will go back to the directory called Pickles that I created, and I'll go back to the report. Okay. So we found two usernames, Rick Rules and a name called Morty. Okay. First, let's try our luck with Morty. Okay. And what about the password? Did we come across anything that might seem like a password? Did we find anything that might seem like a password?
Rick rules might seem like a password.
Which one? Rick rules. But if you go back to this page and look at the page source, that's the username.
There could be a possibility of misleading.
Okay. So I'll use Morty and I'll add this as a password. Invalid username or password. Now, doesn't tell you anything whether your password is incorrect or username is incorrect. Because if it tells you if your username is incorrect, then obviously you will get to know where you are going wrong. But it gave you a very generic answer like invalid username or password. Since it told us Rick Rules is a username, so let's try that as well. Rick Rules. Okay. And nobody talked about what we found on robots.txt. Obviously, it was a weird entry, but obviously it has to do something with this lab, right? Okay. Again, we worked with managed enumeration and then we shifted towards automated enumeration. Whenever we need to find out what is the username, what is the password, we would have to first go with what? We would have to first go with manual brute forcing, and then when we can't do anything else, then we would have to use an automated tool used for brute forcing. Makes sense? What do you think? Does that make sense? Okay, let's try this out for a password. Now again, I'm not sure what it is, but let's just try our luck. If you are unable to do this, then I'll just use an automated tool. So as soon as I click on login, let's see what we come across. Okay, and there you go. You are successfully logged in. And if you look at the URL, which page is it, guys? Which page is it? Look at the URL.
This was getting redirected with 302.
Right, this was getting redirected with 302, which means that the page exists, but you can't access it unless and until you complete a challenge or you go through a middleman, okay, which is maybe some other page. Okay, so we went to login.php, we logged in successfully, and then you land on a page called portal.php. All right, is that clear, everyone? Ajit, Bharat, Chaman, Praveen, Ravi, Sahil, Zenith, is this clear? Or do you have any doubts? Yeah, I think you can download that. You can download that. You would have to use an extension for that, I believe. If I go to results, yeah, there you go. Report. And you'll get a report in any of the formats that you want. Okay. So this is the latest version of Durbuster, so that lets you do this. I don't think the earlier versions let you download the results of your scans. Okay, so that's cool. Okay, so this is what you get. And now we come across something which is a command panel. Okay, this is what we get. Okay, and this is portal.php. Let's see what happens when I click on different buttons here or different tabs here. So if I go to a tab called Potions, we found this image as well, this GIF in the assets directory as well. Okay, so creatures, potions, death zone nodes, all of these have a URL associated with them, which is denied.php. All of these direct us to denied.php. Okay, and on the front page, what do we have? We have a command panel. Seems like a very simple panel where we can do anything, but I'm not sure what we are supposed to do. Since it says command panel, okay, and in our previous classes, we just talked about Linux, the home directories, and the basic commands. Okay, so this portion of the lab is only limited to that. Okay, so can you help me out with what command I should enter or what should I try? Okay, so everyone comment down your choices, like what should I enter? Like Praveen has written ls. What do others think? CD home. Okay, others. Zenith, Ravi. Okay, let's try our luck with the first command, and I'll write ls. Now, after I wrote ls, what does this tell us? Is this command panel or is this command panel of a Linux based system or a Windows based system? Does ls work on Windows? Does ls work on Windows, guys? No, right? So this is obviously Linux. Okay. But if you write a command like this in the beginning, dir, then you'll get confused. Why? Because dir is a command which is common to both. Okay. Dir is a command which is common to both. So it's a good thing that you wrote ls, because what did it help us in identifying? It helped us in identifying that the system is known is actually a Linux. Okay, so this is what we have in front of us. Okay, first look at the we first need to look at the contents which we have already worked with. Okay, so just give me a minute. I'll use a different tool here, screen brush. So we already found this, right? Portal.php is where we are. Login.php used to go to this one. Denied.php is something we are getting when we click on these buttons. Okay. Assets was a directory that we used. So these are the files that we have already worked with. Right. Now we just need to look at zoo.txt, this, and index.html. Okay, narrows down our examination process. Got it, everyone? Is that clear? All right, so let's examine these. And one more thing that you can do here is you can just write ls minus la if you are unsure of what you are working with. That way you will be able to find out what you can do. Okay, so anything that has D before it, it means that it is a directory. So which certainly tells us that assets is a directory. Okay, which means that assets is a directory. Now, this is a txt file, super secret ingredient, and clue.txt is also a txt file. So what are we supposed to do with txt files? Open them up, cat them, trying to read them, right? Right, that is what we are supposed to do. So what I'll do is I'll cat this file called super secret ingredients.txt. And what does it tell us? Command disabled. Despite being the first lab, it's not so easy. Okay, what they are trying to do is known as blacklisting of certain commands. Okay, commands that can help us in accessing sensitive information. They have blacklisted them. Okay, this comes to the next point, which is your homework, because we will only work with our lab till this point. Coming to your homework, you would have to find out the alternatives of cat today or during the weekdays. Okay, alternatives of cat command. And if you're successful in doing that, then you can easily find out the two flags or two sensitive files that are there on this system. Okay, and then one file will be left which is in the root directory, and for that I'll teach you the concepts. Okay guys, is that clear? Okay, so during the weekdays or whatever is left of Sunday for you guys, you would have to research the alternatives of cat. Don't worry about it, Bharat. I'll do what I will add the homework in the student portal. Okay. After finding out the alternatives of the cat command, what you can do is you can find out the two sensitive files required. So if you go back to the description of this lab, what you need to do is this. You need to find out three ingredients. Okay. And you will be able to find out the first two ingredients of this lab. Okay. For the third one, which is present in the root directory, I will teach you the concepts related to that. So after giving you guys the complete homework and describing it how it's supposed to be, you should be able to find out the first two flags, and the third one, the last file which is present in the root directory, that is something that we will discuss next time. Okay. Now, the homework that you'll be getting this time for this weekend is not just limited to this. Okay, this is just a small portion that will take around half an hour to find out how it is supposed to be. You would have to work your way through other labs as well. Okay, so I'll attach each and everything, and I'll attach the required readings as well for each homework. Okay, so if you get stuck somewhere, you can obviously ask your doubt in the student portal, but I'll add a document for you guys to read so that you can do this by yourself without facing any problems. Okay. Yeah, Bharat, that's you can use that as well. But there are other alternatives as well that I would like each and every one to look into over the weekend. Okay, cool. Is that okay, guys? Okay. So I have a class after this. Once I'm done with that class, I'll add your homework as well on the student portal. Okay. Now I'm not sure if you'll get any notification regarding that because unless and until I tag each and every one of you, you won't get a notification. So I'll go here. I'll go to my courses. I'll go to CHV11 Cyber DIY. And here in this section, your homework will be added. Okay. And for those of you who had a doubt in how to make different virtual machines communicate with each other inside a network, because that is something that we are going to take up very, very soon. So for that, you need to go through this link and it will tell you how to put different virtual machines within a network. So this is for VirtualBox. Okay. For VMware Fusion, it's very easy. So you don't need to worry about that.
Hi, you are watching the recording from one of our live session. Hit like, share, and subscribe for more future updates.
So any doubts in the previous class? Is everyone okay with whatever we discussed?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So I'll go back. I'll launch OpenVPN again.
I have a doubt about OpenVPN. I seen the video of the first video. I seen that you run
Okay.
that OpenVPN. Okay.
Right.
Didn't we need to install that OpenVPN package first?
No, OpenVPN is already there, as a pre-installed tool on Kali Linux.
Okay.
Okay, because Kali Linux already comes with a lot of tools that you need. Okay, ranging from pen testing tools to reverse engineering tools to simple programming tools to tunneling tools as well. So OpenVPN is already present on Kali Linux. If you are using a fresh install of Ubuntu, which does not come with any tools at all, then you would have to get OpenVPN from the apt repository.
Okay. What is the command for Parrot OS to install any app? In Red Hat it's CM, but in Parrot I don't know.
Okay, so you just do sudo apt get, right? Sudo
Okay.
apt get
Like
install.
Ubuntu.
Yeah. So the Parrot and Kali, they are Debian based, right? These are Debian based in OSs. Okay, so they use this command. But if the tool that you're trying to download is not present in apt repository, then you can use a different repository, which is Snap. Okay, which is Snap. Okay. So a lot of tools, like if someone wants to learn programming through Anaconda, okay. So Anaconda is basically a complete environment which gives you a lot of tools like Jupyter Notebook pre-installed on them. Okay. So I tried downloading it last night on my other computer. It's Parrot OS. Okay. It wasn't working properly with APT. Okay. What I had to do was to first make that tool available in apt repository, then I had to update the apt repository, and then I had to download it. So then I found another alternative, which is one more repository, which is Snap. So I use Snap to download Anaconda. Okay, so if you're using Kali or Parrot, Now Parrot is recommended here. I use Kali because I have been using it. Okay. But then I switched to Parrot, and then when the new update came for Kali, so I liked it a little better. So that is why I'm sticking to this one. Otherwise, there is no problem working with any OS distribution that you want. Okay. So if a tool is not present in APT, just use Snap. All right.
So
So that's
also,
how.
is GUI is necessary or CLI is okay?
CLI is okay. CLI is more than okay, but for some of the tools that we are going to work with in the start, like Durbuster, Burp Suite, okay, so they come in GUI. Okay, there are other alternatives as well, but if you are using just the CLI tools, then you would have to figure out the different alternatives, and you would have to remember all the commands. Like there are terminal-based alternatives for Burp Suite as well, but I mean, the ease of access won't be that much. Okay, that's the problem. If you want, you can stick to just the CLI. There is no problem
But
in record.
when you save the image from that web page, then in CLI can we do that?
In CLI, you can examine that. You can't open that, right? You can
Okay, yeah,
examine that for steganographic content. You can't open that.
that's why I'm asking, sir.
Yeah. That's the reason why. Okay,
Thank
examination is possible. Okay. So guys, OpenVPN is back here. I'll go to my browser. And was anyone able to find out the first two contents of that lab? Like
Yes,
the
I
first two
was
flags.
able to find that.
Okay. So yeah, I told each and every one of you to look for those contents. Was anyone else able to find that? It wasn't that hard, right? You just had to navigate between different directories.
Yes, I found two ingredients.
Okay, awesome. So this is for those of you who haven't. Don't worry if you were not able to do this. I'll just talk about it. It will
One
take just
question,
5 minutes.
sir,
Yeah, sure,
prior
sure,
we
sure.
move ahead.
Yes, yes.
I was trying to use OpenVPN via WSL Ubuntu on the Windows laptop. It's not working. I used sudo, I run everything. It's not working.
I mean, for WSL, there's a different configuration. Okay, so for WSL, it works a little differently. Okay,
Okay.
so they have this configuration file for every system. Okay, that is possible out there. So you want Linux, it will be there. You want Mac OS, it will be there. You want Windows, it will be there. So you just go to Access, and then they'll give you a Q&A section there. Okay, over there you can look for what kind of file will be accepted by WSL. Okay.
Okay, noted on that, sir. Sure. Thank you so
Okay,
much.
no worries. Okay, so as you all know, you don't have to worry about the change in IP address. The machine stays the same, and the credentials that we used were the same. Okay, and just want to tell you one thing here, that gaining access was very easy, right? We just had to examine the sensitive information that was present. Okay, so if you are planning to become a bug bounty hunter, guys, so let me tell you that the way we gained access here was through recon. Okay, we did not have to brute force, we did not have to do anything. Okay, so when we proceed with our upcoming classes on bug bounty hunting, now I won't be teaching you each and everything about bug bounty hunting, but at least you'll get an idea, a good amount of information about how you can get started and how you can hunt low to medium severity bugs. Okay, now if you are trying to examine a website, or let's just suppose that you're trying to work on a program on a website called you found a program on Bugcrowd. Okay, Bugcrowd is a crowdsourced bug bounty hunting platform. When you're examining that website, and if you are able to find the set of credentials by not doing much, by just trying to use a Google Doc. I'll talk about Google Doc as well. By using a Google Doc, and you find it on somebody's GitHub repository, or if the credentials that are being used are default. Let's suppose the website that you're trying to hunt for bugs is on WordPress. Okay. And if you're using a content management system like WordPress, then initially you get default set of credentials. And if at that particular time when you are hunting for the bugs, you are able to log in using the same set of default credentials, then it's a highly severe bug. Okay. So just giving you an information regarding, what we did, how we were able to get access to the credentials. Okay. So in bug bounty hunting, this bug comes under high severity. Okay. When admin credentials are leaked, or when some user credentials are leaked, okay, then obviously it comes under high severity bugs. Okay. But just keep this in mind, and when we proceed further, it will, the concept will become more clear when we deal with this practically. Okay. So coming back here, just give me 1 second. I'll just turn off the screen brush. All right, so we have this IP. I'm going to upload this IP. Okay, and I'm going to write login.php. Okay, so you've got login.php here. I saved the set of credentials somewhere here. Let me just check if it, no. So I saved it in mousepad. Damn, I actually forgot because I proceeded with the fresh
We had a
install of Kali.
report created. So
Yeah,
in
yeah,
that
yeah. So yesterday I just proceeded with the fresh install of Kali because that one was lagging a lot. Okay, no worries. I'll do this very quickly. No need to worry. I'll paste it here. I'll go to view page source. After going to the page source, this is the username. Okay. I'll paste the username. This right here is our username. You come back here, you write robots.txt instead of showing you stuff which needs to be crawled. It will give you some random word. Okay. And we took it as a guess and posted it as a password. Now we gain access. Okay. Yeah. So this is where we were the last time. Okay. Just let me make it full screen. Okay. Now, according to this lab, there are 3 flags or 3 ingredients. Okay. Now, what does a flag mean? Actually, flag is whenever you are trying to play CTF competitions. Okay. Whenever you are, learning cybersecurity, whenever you are in tournaments, so it's all gamified. Okay. So instead of getting sensitive files, they just call it flags. That's the only difference. Okay, so the thrill and the enthusiasm becomes more, and that's how these tournaments are. So we are looking for 3 flags, or we are looking for 3 ingredients. So we tried working with different commands first to find out what kind of operating system it is. Okay, so if you write ls and it works, it means that it is a Linux system. Okay, because ls won't work directly on Windows, or will it? In order to view the contents of a particular directory, what do you do in Windows? What do you write on command prompt?
CD, we use CD.
CD is for
Navigating
the
through the
directory, right?
directories.
Yeah. What about listing the contents? What do you use for listing the contents in Windows? dir.
Okay.
Okay, so ls won't work there. Okay, but if you install another shell on your prompt, like maybe one for git or maybe one for node package manager, which is used for programming, then those commands might work. Those commands might work. I'm not saying that they will, but they might. Okay, so that's how it is. Now you're on the command panel and we wrote ls and we got something definitely here. Now if I do pwd, we get var www/html. And the last time when we were discussing this, I told you guys what this means. So can anyone just tell me uh, what this means, var www/html, and it has a certain name associated with it. Can you tell me about that name?
It's a directory path where we need to navigate, and where we this all the contents of this file which we are seeing after hitting ls is hosted in that path.
Yeah, so any other name associated with it? I guess we talked about it the last time we were dealing with this.
Yeah, actually it is a present working directory, sir.
Okay.
And where that means where we are in the terminal.
Okay. Okay.
And
So
inside the var we are in www dot, and inside the www dot in the directory html we are
okay.
present.
So this is, guys, this is known as the web root directory. Okay.
Okay.
Because whenever you are working on a website, whenever you have different portions, okay, portions could be JS files, portions could be PHP files, portion could be images, okay, all of them are present somewhere, okay, they are present inside a directory, okay, so you call it the default web root directory, where all the contents associated with a website will be present by default, okay. So another name for this directory is the web root directory. Okay, whenever you are on a website and you are able to gain terminal access via remote command execution or remote code execution, you will be able to see that most of the times you will be present in this directory, which is var www/html. Okay, guys, is that clear?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll just write wq here. And now if I do ls, this is where we are. So last time we were trying to open this file. Last time we were trying to open the files here, which is, one of them is super secret and the other one is clue. We weren't able to do so because the command was blacklisted. Okay, the command was blacklisted. So we tried other alternatives. Okay, and that is why in the homework I told you to research the differences between different commands like cat, tac, less, more, head, tail, and one more, I guess, strings. Okay, now it is completely up to you to check which one works for you. Okay, so if I use a command like strings and I write and I copy this super secret, it works. Okay, it works. So we get our first ingredient. Sorry, what did I do? Okay, now if I try another command like tac,
Tac works.
tac works. Okay, if you want to try some other command less, this also works. Okay, so the only reason to show you the different alternatives of cat is because whenever you land on a website, then the developer in most of the cases must have used a blacklisting technique so that if on the client side there is an attacker and he tries to use different commands in order to gain access, then he would be prohibited from doing so. Okay, that is why as an attacker you should be familiar with what blacklisting is, what whitelisting is, and how you can evade these kind of filters. Okay, so this was a very basic example of how we can evade the blacklisting filters provided to us here. Okay, because most of the attackers will stop after finding out that cat is not working. Okay, so there is no other alternative. But what we did in this case is we proceeded with other alternatives, and that is why here we are and we found our first flag. Okay, guys. Now, if I do an ls back again, the next thing that I'm going to open is clue.txt. Okay, and what does it tell us? Look around the file system for the other ingredient. Okay, and what is the file system? The file system is basically this one. Okay, so it actually wants us to look around the file system, but then there are a lot of directories here. Okay, and they have subdirectories which in turn have other child directories. So where do you actually look for? Now, whenever you are pen testing, and try to look for two major directories always. Okay, if you are not sure about the file contents, what kind of file you are looking for. So in that case, you should either go with home, because when you go to home, you will be able to find out the different users. Okay, and you will be able to look into their particular home directories. Okay, and then the next step is to look for the contents of the root directory. It is although a little difficult to examine, but with right privilege escalation techniques, you can do that. Now, you all must be wondering why I didn't tell you to go with the other directories, right? The only reason why I didn't tell you to go with other directories is because you do not know about the pattern of files you're looking for. Okay, once you are able to find out the type of file you are looking for, then you can use a command as easy as locate, and then you will be able to see the results in other directories as well. Okay, or if you are familiar with a command called find, which I find a little difficult to use. Okay, I have been using it for around 2-3 years, but I still find it a little tricky to use. You can use the find command as well. Okay, make sense? Yes or no? So I told you about two cases. First is where you don't know anything about the file. Okay, but once you get to know about the content of the file, or you get to know about how or using which pattern it has been named or it has been created, then you can use a command like locate or find. Okay, don't worry, we will take practical examples of those commands as well. Okay, I'm just giving you an overview. Okay, is that clear, everyone? Yes or no? Okay, cool. If anyone has any problem, you can let me know. Okay, so this is how we found our first file. Now, this command panel is a little tricky to use. Why? Because if I want to go to somebody's home directory, then I did not face any problem while executing the command. But if I again do ls, I am redirected back to the original directory. Okay, I'm redirected back to the original directory. So this can be considered as a case of chroot jail. Okay, it's not actually the chroot jail. Chroot is, similar to uh, chroot is a way through which a person is constrained to a particular environment inside the Linux file system. Okay, so that's something that we are going to talk about very soon. What we are doing right now is that no matter what command we use, okay, the developer of this lab is making us redirect to the original directory that we are in, and it makes us, it makes a little hard for us to navigate between different file systems, right? Okay, so when I performed this lab for the first time, I was also annoyed that no matter what I did, I was not able to navigate between the different directories. Okay, but if you guys have solved Linux fundamentals 1, 2, 3, or even the first one, you would have found out that there are ways through which you can club different commands and run them once, right? Yes or no? Yes or no? Okay, so what I'll do is I'll go here and I'll do cd downloads. Okay, so there are actually two ways through which we can do this. Okay, if I want to go to the downloads directory and I want to view the contents originally, or ideally, how does this work? You first cd into downloads. That's one command. And then when you have to look at the contents of downloads, you would have to go with another command ls. Okay, so these commands are executed one by one. But Linux gives you the capability to club commands and run them together. So if I do this, cd downloads semicolon ls. Okay, what does this do for me? It takes me to the downloads directory. Okay, and then I am also able to view the contents. Now here you don't have any contents, okay, because I downloaded a fresh installation or a clean version of Kali Linux yesterday. Okay, let's try out a different command. I'll do cd, and rather than just using ls, I'll use ls space minus la. Okay, so what happens here is that I'm able to go to the downloads directory and I'm able to look at ls. Okay, but in this case, this switch called minus LA is not working. Okay, so if I go to another directory, let's say now I'll try to do this cd slash home cd slash home slash Kali ls. Now if I do this, now what is possible with just one command? Okay, by clubbing two commands together in one command, I'm able to go into my home directory as well as I can see the contents which are present inside it. Okay, now there is one more command which is okay, so this is another command that you can use, but the problem with just give me 1 minute. Yeah, the problem with this command is that you would have to use two legitimate commands. Okay, you would have to use two legitimate commands. Now what I'm trying to tell here is this. Okay, I'll just make use of the whiteboard, or sorry, blackboard, and tell you. So you go to this, I'll go to whiteboard. So whenever you use this command, it acts like the OR operator. Okay, so if you club together two commands, I'll write C1, C2. If you know any one of them is not legit, or if it gives you wrong results, still this will work. Okay, because that is how the OR operator is. But if you use AND command, then if any one of them is not working properly, or if you give a bogus command, maybe in C1 or C2, then you won't be able to see the results, because this acts like the AND operator. This one acts like the OR operator. So for AND, in case you want your results to be perfect, both of them need to be right. Okay. However, if you go with the OR command, then even if one is right, then you will get the results. Is that okay? Got it? Is it clear, everyone? Okay. And that is what we'll do in our case as well. Okay, so if I go to cd/home and I club this, then let's see what happens. I am able to bypass the filters that have been applied by the developer of this lab. Okay, now in order to find out what these names are, Rick and Ubuntu, well, usually these are directories, but in case you are not sure, then you can do this. And you will be able to see that Rick has D associated with the file permissions, which means that it is a directory. Okay, guys, it's a directory. So what will I do now? cd/home /Rick/ls, and you get something here. Now, again, just by looking at this, you are not really sure what it is. So and you get to see that it's a file. It's a file. Now, according to its name, it seems like the second ingredient out of the three that we need. Now, what we need to do is just open it up. Okay. And for doing that, we just need to use attack/home/Rick. And now what I'm going to write, you guys just have to tell me whether I'm doing this right or wrong. Okay. So I write second ingredients. Have I written this correctly?
No, sir.
No, sir.
Why? What's the reason?
You need to use it in double quotes.
Okay, awesome. So just to let everyone know why this is wrong, what we'll do is we'll create a file. Okay, I'll go to mousepad. I'll create a file with, gibberish in it. You don't have to worry about it. What I'm really interested in showing you is when I save it, I'll save it as, I'll give it a name called new file and I'll save it. Okay. And when I do ls here, you will see that the text file that I created, in its name, there are spaces. Okay. There is just one delimiter and which is space, but they have used single quotes so as to make this file name as one. Okay. Because if you do this with another command, if I have to create a new file, named new file with a command called touch, then if I do this touch new file, let's see what happens. With touch, what happened? New is a different file, file is a different file. Okay. So just to make sure that we create one file, okay, and its name has spaces in it, what happens automatically is it is enclosed within quotes. Got it, everyone? Is that clear?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to replace this. Okay, I'm just going to add single quotes, and if I do tag home second ingredients, then I get one Jerry tier. Okay. So this is how we get our first two files. Now, which directory did I tell you to look for when you are not sure? Oh, okay, we looked in the home. Okay, there is one more. There is one more user. Let's check that user out. Okay.
Super user root.
Okay. So yeah, right. So we'll just do one more thing here. Okay, because there is one more user directory inside home, which is Ubuntu. So I'll do cd/, okay, wait, I'll do ls/home/Ubuntu. Okay, this is one more way of just looking at the contents of this directory called Ubuntu. Okay, I can do this. Okay, let's just see this. If I do cd space ... and when I write ls/home/carry. Then with a single command, I am able to look at the contents of a directory by sitting at by sitting inside my parent directory. Okay, this is also possible, guys. Okay, so this is one of the alternatives that I used. Okay, so when you practice more and more and more, you will be able to know about the alternative commands that you use. Okay, so you will be familiar with the alternative commands. Right now, if you don't know these many commands, you don't have to worry about it. Okay, so you just have to practice, that's it. Okay, so if I execute ls/home/ubuntu, it did not work out perfectly for me now, so I'll again use cd/home/ubuntu followed by ls. So basically it's empty. We tried both the commands and we find out that it's empty. Okay, now we looked at the home directory, and since when we are looking at the names of the files that we are trying to fetch, they are not uniform. Like for the first ingredient, its name was super secret ingredients. For the second one, its name was second ingredient. So there is no uniformity here. Okay, so since we are not sure about the pattern or the naming pattern of the file, wait, just give me 1 second. I don't want to try tonight. Okay, cool. Yeah. Since we are not sure about the naming pattern of the file, that is why we'll go with the first approach, where I'll first try to go into the root directory and I'll try to see if that's possible. But usually when you're logged in as a normal user and you try to go to the root user's directory, what happens? Can anyone tell me what happens in that case?
Need
You
password.
are denied permission.
Yeah, you're denied permission. You get asked for a password. Okay. Now, whenever we had to gain access into the website, who did we log in as? Who did we log in as? A person named Rick Rules, right?
Right.
Okay. Let me check who am I right now. Okay, I'm not really sure. I should be Rick Rules, the person who logged in. But since I am accessing the operating system behind the website, let me just be sure if I am the same user or I'm someone else. So I'll write who am I, and I am not even a person called Rick Rules. I am actually a process through which this operating system can be accessed. Okay, now let me show you what is happening here actually. Okay, just let me delete Q. Let me just keep it here. Show screen brush. In our case, what really happened, we got first access to the website. Okay, we authenticated ourselves, but then suddenly we were able to access the OS behind the web server. Okay, because website is going to be hosted on a web server, which eventually is an operating system. Okay, now what happened in our case is a case of RCE. Okay, it's a vulnerability called remote code execution. Okay, it's similar to something which is known as OSCE, OS command execution, or OSCI, which is operating system command injection. Usually it's a very tough process. Okay, it's a very tough process, and if you guys have watched that video for the workshop that we had during the last week, I just guess Bharat was there. Bharat, did you saw that, right? Even in that particular lab, we were able to gain access into the operating system from the website. But we used something, right? What did we use? We used a payload. We used
We use
a reverse
payload
shell. We created something which is known as a reverse shell,
reverse
right?
shell. Yes,
Right.
and we gained the access to root as well
Yeah.
via that.
But initially, you were just a process on the operating
Cron
system,
job. We were a cron
right?
job.
Right. In
Right.
this case, because this is the first lab ever, I didn't want to go into too much details related to RCE or OS command injection. I wanted this to be an easy process for us. Okay. But whenever you gain access from the website to the OS, how is that done? Even if you create a payload by yourself, here in our case, the payload was automatically created. Okay, that is why we didn't have to worry about us. Now, how did we go from website to OS? This will be discussed in the further classes. But one thing that I just want to tell all of you is that when you are using a website, you are basically a client. You are just a user. Okay. And in order to access the website, which is customized for you, you would have to authenticate yourself. Okay. But this username will not work at all the times when you are trying to access some other service, which is provided by this operating system or the server. Okay. Agree with me or not? Because you use this username just for creating an account on this website. Now, for SSH, it might be something else. For FTP, it might be something else. Okay, right? It's not always the case that you are going to use the same password or the same username. Okay. Now, when you gain access from website to OS directly, there is nothing related to the username that you use on the website. You actually gain access into the operating system through a vulnerable process. Okay, so how did we gain access into the operating system? Through a process. Okay, and now if I check who am I am someone known as www data. Okay, and even with this much access, I was able to get two sensitive items. Okay, item 1 and item 2. Now what I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to gain access as a root user. Okay, I'm trying to gain access as a root user. So in the Linux file system, if you have to become process to root or a regular user to root, then it is known as privilege escalation. Understood, guys? Or if you have any doubts, please let me know so that I can discuss it again. Is it clear, guys? Everyone? Yes or no? Everyone, is that clear? Ajit, Praveen, Rahil, Ravi, Shashidhar, Zenith, everyone, is it
So,
clear for you? Okay, okay, cool. So what I need to do, I need to first go to root users directory. Okay, although it's not possible, but I'll still do cd/root. I'll try to do cd/root ls. And what happened here? I am redirected back to my original directory, which means that this command did not work out for us. Not even the clubbing together of two different commands. Okay, so that did not work out for us. And that is something which happens in every case. Whenever you are trying to go into the root users directory, you need permission. Without permission, you are not able to do so. Our main goal here is to go into the root users directory. Our main goal is to go into the root users main directory or the home directory. Who are we? We are just a process here. So what do we need to do? We need to escalate our privileges, because as a regular process named www data, I can't go straight away into the root users directory. Okay. But then there are ways to bypass that. And let's briefly talk about those ways. Okay. So whenever you are trying to escalate your privileges, okay, there are a lot of attack vectors which you can use. Now, as a regular user or a process, you will be provided some commands by the root user which you can enter. Okay. And it's all limited to the amount of work or the type of work you are doing. If you deviate from the type of work you are allotted, then obviously you won't be able to access that command. Let's say I am a developer on a multi-user Linux operating system. So when the root user gives me access to this system, or the administrator gives me access to this system, how will they do it? They will only provide me those commands through which I can get my job done perfectly. Now, if I ask them, or if I ask the root user that, hey, can you provide me access to Nmap because I want to learn how recon works? Okay. So what am I going to get for an answer? No. Why? Because this is not related to my job at all. I'm a developer. I need to just do stuff related to that. If I ask the root user that, hey, I want to learn Nmap and I want to do this or I want to do that, ideally, Nmap is just a scanning tool. It won't do much. But if I am malicious, then what I can do, I can take Nmap, and using Nmap, I can create a small attack. I can even cause privilege escalation. Okay, that's possible even through exploitation of Nmap. It's not easy, but it's possible. Okay, so that is where root will tell me no, because I'm not sure what your intentions are. So I just want you to work with the commands that have been provided to you. Okay, now there are some commands. There are some commands which I can access with root users permission. Okay, because I can't tell root to come in every time and do this for me or do that for me, because the root user has a lot of responsibilities. Okay, so like in our case, when we are on our system, when we have to write open VPN, when we write sudo, it does not mean that we become the root user. It means that we have taken permission from the root user to access this particular command. Now, why is this command sensitive? Because this command involves creation of the tunnel interface. Okay, so a regular user cannot create a tunnel interface unless and until that user has permissions from the root user. Okay, guys. So in our case, whenever we have to launch OpenVPN, it does not mean that we first have to change our user. We have to become root user. You can do that, but there is no need. You can just take the permissions for accessing that command or creating that or using that command by writing sudo. Okay. And sudo in itself is not just a command, it's a complete tool. Okay. It comes in different versions. Every version has new rules for identity and access management. Whatever you do, whenever you write sudo, that is logged. Okay, so if you think that by using sudo, you become invincible and no one is going to touch you, you are wrong. Okay, because each and every action is logged. Okay, so if you do something malicious and when the forensics team is analyzing the whole file system, then they can go through those logs and they can find out that, okay, at this particular time, there was a user named Adhirath who tried to use OpenVPN. He connected to a malicious website, and that is how the virus came through. Got it? Now, as a user named www data. When I try to go into the root directory, I was not able to do that. So I first want to find out what kind of commands can I enter here. Has the root user given me any permissions to access some special commands? So for that, I will do this. I will write sudo space -l, which means that as a regular process named www data, I am asking the root user for what I'm asking the root user for, or I'm telling the root user to give me an information about what commands I can access. Okay, which special commands I can access, but I would have to use sudo before them. Got it, everyone? Is that clear? So that's the easiest way to find out what kind of access you have, or what kind of special permissions you have been allotted. Is that clear to each and everyone? Is that clear? Yes or no? Okay. Now, just to let each and every one of you know, privilege escalation is, asked in almost each and every certification these days. Okay, right now we are dealing with Linux Privesk. You also have Windows Privesk. On Windows, you have administrator, right? That's similar to the root user. Okay, so if you go for any certifications like EJPT, EJN Security Junior Penetration Tester, or you go for OSCP, or you go for a certification which is PNPT, which is a new one, and it's really, really, really good. Okay, PNPT is short for Practical Networking Pen Tester. Okay, and the content in PNPT is as good as OSCP. But do you know how much is OSCP for? It's at least $9.99 US. But when you have to get the lab access and everything else, then it comes out to be $1,500 or $1,400. But do you know how much is PNPT? It's just $299. Just $299. Okay, we'll talk about that as well. Don't worry. Okay, so privilege escalation is an important part asked in each and every type of cybersecurity certification. Okay, even in CEH, they do ask about privilege escalation, but not that much, because CEH is supposed to be an associate level certification. Okay, it's a beginner oriented certification. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to write sudo space -l. What does this tell me? Okay, I have to start reading from here. User www data may run the following commands on this machine. Okay, on this machine. Which commands can I enter? I can enter all commands. Okay, I can enter all the commands. And does a command require me to enter the password? No, because it has written here, no password. Okay, so it's similar to when we write OpenVPN. Okay, so when I write sudo OpenVPN, what happens is I get asked for my password. Okay, so enter the password for this user named Adhirath. I would have to enter my password. But in this case, you don't even have to enter your password because it tells you here no password required. Okay, becomes easy for us. And since it is the first lab, then obviously it is not going to test us on a lot of concepts. It is just testing us on the very basics of Linux. Okay, so what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to write sudo cd slash root slash ls. But this doesn't seem like a right combination, because although we are clubbing together two different commands, but then where do we know sudo is associated? Okay, because to me it looks like sudo is just associated with the cd command and not the ls command, right? Right or wrong? So sudo does not seem like a perfect, this combination does not seem like a good one, because if I execute it, I am redirected back to this directory. Now let me try sudo cd slash root followed by sudo space ls. Does this work? No, which means I am unable to associate sudo with two different commands at one time. So let's look for an alternative, and that is this sudo ls root, and there you go. Okay, there you go. With just one command, sudo space ls space slash root. Okay, I'll do one more thing for you guys. I'll write cd, I write pwd. Where am I? I'm in var www slash html. And by sitting in this directory, I will be able to look at the contents of the root directory. How? By writing sudo ls slash root. It does not mean that I have changed my directory to root. It means that by sitting in my web root directory, which is var www html, I am able to look at the contents of root. Understood, everyone? So once I do this, I am able to find out that in this directory, there is a file called third.txt. How do I open it? Sudo tag, you can use anything. Okay, so since you looked into the alternatives, whatever alternative you think is going to run here, you can add that. No need to worry about it. Okay, so you write sudo space tag space root slash third.txt, and you get your third ingredient. Got it, guys? So this is how you solve this lab. Okay, so all you need to do is add these three ingredients here. Got it? Yes or no? Is there any doubt here?
Hello.
Yeah. Tell me.
Sir,
Yeah,
actually,
Ravi.
why we are using R command every time? Because
Which one?
CD command is not work. We already know CD command is not working.
Yeah, it's
So
working
directly, if,
actually. It's working, but we are
but
using combination, right?
for suppose if we uh, directly ls under path directory,
Yeah, that's also
is
possible. That is also possible.
yes, sir.
Okay, that's also possible. It is just dependent on how proficient you are with the terminal. Okay,
Okay, okay, sir.
so if you know a lot of tricks on the command line, then you can just do this with ls itself. Okay, but I just wanted to teach you guys the usage of semicolon.
Okay,
Okay,
sir. Okay, sir.
semicolon as well as the and command. Okay, that's
Okay,
the
sir.
only reason. Okay,
Okay, sir.
yeah. Anyone who has any other doubts related to this lab? Okay, now I know Rahil will have some doubts, but Rahil, if you go through the videos once more, and if you come up with any doubts, I can arrange, an extra session for you, so you don't have to worry about that. Okay.
Yes, sir. I will ask on that portal.
Okay, so you can even tell the support team to arrange a session with me. So let's say on maybe a Sunday or maybe on a weekday, I can uh, take out maybe an hour for you, and that is where you can revise the previous concepts. Okay,
sir.
okay. So this is how we solved our lab. Now I just want to ask you, like, how was it? How was the lab? Was it easy? Was it difficult? What? Where did you think you lacked? Like any specific portion or any specific set of skills which you think they are not good enough?
I believe Linux. I need to go for Linux Fundamental 2 and 3 course so that I can completely have a view of the commands.
Right.
The,
So
the one fundamental is done. So second and third are pending for me.
yeah, so once you're done with second and third, you will be able to do this perfectly. Okay. And like I said, you don't really have to go through a Linux system admin course or any other course in order to be good at pen testing. Okay. Now I know only that much Linux, which helps me, get my job done. If something new comes up, then obviously I've Google and I will, Google that particular thing and I'll be able to get out of it. Okay. Now, if you have to become a Linux system administrator, you can do that. You can take a course, you can take a certification. But if you think that becoming a Linux system admin is necessary for becoming a pen tester or a cybersecurity analyst, no. Okay. You can go ahead with the basic commands as well.
So what
Okay.
about CNA
What about
network?
network? Obviously, networks is very important now, not at a complete CCNA level, but at least you should be familiar with what is routing, what is switching, what are private networks, what are public networks, what are the different types of network classes, what are the different types of IP addresses. Okay, so only that much information is necessary in order to become an experienced pen tester. Then at that time you should be able to pen test into BGP, you should be pen test into routers, you should
Okay.
be able to figure out the problems in VLANs. Okay.
Okay. And
Okay.
Python, sir. Someone says maybe do Python.
Python, initially, it's not required initially. Okay. But at an intermediate level, we'll learn to work with, different scripts, or we'll try to modify different scripts.
Sir,
Okay.
if I want to go to cloud security, then
Cloud security is associated more and more with a domain called IAM. Okay. Right. So if you go to this website, if you have to go to Microsoft's own website, which is Microsoft Learn. Okay. Now they have cloud security certifications here. Now, one of those certifications is AZ500. Okay, AZ500. Now, there you would have to understand how identity access management works, how roles and policies work. Okay, so for cloud security, that is required. But then there is another domain called cloud pen testing. So you would have to understand how containers work, okay, how instances work, and how you can pen test into them. Okay, so that's a advanced topic.
okay.
Okay. But if you want, you can go for this certification called AZ500. So as all of you know that most of the Azure certifications are free. They are free, right? So because you have to take the training, you will get a voucher. Okay, and you can most of the times you can apply that voucher to other certification exams as well. Okay, there's a small trick associated with that you can do that. Yeah, Rahul, what were you saying?
I'm saying AWS didn't have that this type of certification. AWS.
I mean, AWS is obviously a different vendor, and their certifications are not really free. But it's just, I mean, the concepts that you are going to go through, whether you are going for Azure certification or an AWS certification, they are going to be somewhat similar. But then there are some differences in vendor specific terms, right?
Okay.
Okay, that's the only difference. You can go for any one of them. Okay, because for cloud security, there is no standard certification or vendor neutral certification. Okay, that
Okay.
is why you have to go with vendor specific certifications. Like if you want to learn how Google Cloud works and you want to get a job where they require you to be proficient in Google Cloud, then you would have to take GCP. Okay, because every cloud vendor has some specific concepts, some concepts which are just theirs. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, cool. So we don't have a lot of time, but we'll try to start with the second lab. Okay. So I'll just terminate this one. Now again, the second lab is very, very easy. And if you guys get time today, try to solve the homework so that, it will, because it will help you out a lot, even for the exam. So today's second lab is known as Bounty Hunter, a bounty hacker. It's again a very small, simple lab.
Sir, I have a question.
Yeah, sure, sure. Go ahead.
Didn't we first read the concept, study the concept, then take the lab, or it's going simultaneously?
What? I couldn't understand you.
I'm saying first we need to study the concept, then we go for the lab. Is it not
No,
possible?
it is possible, but the thing is that your first month is going to be very, 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 very boring.
Okay.
Okay. Now, unlike CCNA, where you need to go through different concepts first, where you go with theory and then you
Yes.
proceed with the labs,
Yes.
that is something else. Now, in cybersecurity, first I'll teach you theory of privilege escalation. Okay. Then, in order to get a lab for privilege escalation, I would have to first hack into a machine, starting from the first phase of hacking, which is recon, and then you will reach there. Okay, which means that we are going to waste a lot of time. Okay, so I don't want to do that,
Okay.
because that way, for the first 2 months you will just get theory. Okay, and that is something that you can go through the internet as well. But for after every class, I usually add links so that you can go through them. Okay, so if you
Yes,
go
yes, sir.
through the
Please, sir.
okay, so if you go through the links after the class, like the homework that I've provided, there you'll find each and everything that we did for that particular session.
Okay, sir.
Okay,
Thank you.
like we worked on a tool called Nmap. Okay, so in that tool, if I just proceeded with the theory, I taught about, when this tool was discovered or when this tool came out, then it would become very, very boring. So I like to do this practically. Okay.
Okay.
So, guys, everyone, uh, don't worry about how much time we have left. We have around 9 minutes or 8 minutes. So, I first want to ask you what should be done right now. I've got the IP. I have the IP. What needs to be done now?
Ports
Nmap.
and
And
services need to find.
port scan services finding using a standard tool called Nmap. Okay, guys. So we are going to use Nmap. So I'm going to go here and I'm going to write Nmap. Now, the last time I did this, I used the generic scan for Nmap. Considering you guys did your homework, did you come up with any other switches provided by Nmap, guys?
We can use -a to 1 second.
Yeah, Ravi, you were going to say
Yeah,
something. Go ahead.
Yeah, TCP scan and UDP scan are also sync scan.
Okay.
TCP scan will do complete three-way handshake, and sync scan will I think each after getting a sync acknowledgement packet, it terminates with the reset packet
Okay.
with each port.
Okay. The reset flag, right? Reset
Yeah,
flag.
reset flag.
Okay. Any other? I can use SV as well. I can use SU as well, which is the UDP scan. I can use -a. You don't have to worry about what results you will get. Okay, you don't limit yourself. You try to use as many things as you want. Okay. So if you guys read or went through the automated scripts provided by Nmap, you can also go with one of them. Like I can use script.
You can also specify the ports from 1 to 1024, which are standard, to check that any open ports are there.
Okay, so if I do -p space 1000, is that the right approach, or I need to do 1 to 1000? How was it?
It's -p, and then you need to give 1-1024.
Okay, But if I don't mention anything at all, then how many ports will it scan? 1
It
to
will
1000,
scan,
right?
no, it will
1000
not
ports.
scan, it will scan all the ports, 65,000.
Okay. So I can limit myself to 1000 then, if that's possible. No, if I do this minus p, wait, I'll just open up a new tab. I'll write nmap minus minus help, and here I will be able to see. Okay, port ranges. If I do port ranges, then I can do what I'll write 1 to 1000, right? This is what I can do here. So I write minus p 1 to 1000. Okay, and then I have to provide the IP as well. So what is the IP? 10.10.126.67. Let's see if it works. Yeah, so for
You can
scan,
also use fast scanning, which you provide via -f.
can use a fast scan. So right. You cannot use a fast scan when you are trying to explicitly mention the ports. Okay, so no worries. We can skip the fast scan for now.
Or else we can use T4, sir.
Yeah,
Can
we
we
can use the intensity scans as well. T3, T4, T5 as well. Okay, so there is a lot that you can do with Nmap. Okay, you, like I said, you don't limit yourself. Okay, just experiment, because unless and until you experiment, you won't be able to know about the different switches of Nmap. Okay, because in most of the cases, if you just do Nmap followed by the IP, you are just going to get the services. That's it. Okay, so never limit yourself. So right now what is happening, Nmap is working and it is first trying to execute this particular script, which is script 1. Okay, so what is it trying to do? It is going to tell you about the specific CVEs, or the common vulnerabilities and exploits that apply to the services running on this particular IP. Okay, so because we have mentioned a lot of switches, so don't expect your results very soon, or don't think that you are stuck or there is a problem, because since you added a lot of switches, it is going to take a lot of time. Okay, so sit back and relax, brew coffee for yourself, and just watch the results. Okay, this is how it's going to work. Now, just to be sure, on the other side, I'm going to launch a regular nmap scan. Okay, this helps us in the beginning, like at least we know which ports are open. So 10.10. 126.67. I hope that's the right IP that I've entered. 126.67, right? And what about here? Have I mentioned? Yeah, even here it's the right one. It's going to take some time. It's the first scan is just 0.30% done. So wait for some time. On the other side, if you just want to know which ports are open, what you can do here is you can just look at the results of a regular nmap scan. And I believe when we were, doing our first lab, I guess Ravi asked me, right, that how do we export the results? So if you come across something, or if you are performing a scan and you want to present those results to maybe your higher ups or maybe to your client, then what do you do? Okay, so in that case, you can save the output. Even in nmap, you can save the output of your scan. Okay, you can save the output. Now that output switch is there in the homework. If you don't see that in the homework, then maybe tomorrow we'll discuss that. How can you export your output of your Nmap results? Okay. Now here, what do you have? 21, 22, and 80. So initially, which one is out of the question? Which one is out of the question? 22. So don't worry about 22 because we don't have access to the username or the password or the key. Okay. But what do we have here? We have 21 and 80. Okay. And this time it doesn't hurt us to, proceed sequentially. Why? Because let me show you one thing. Okay, so I'll go here. I'll just open the screen brush, and I want to talk about FTP. First of all, FTP has two different sessions. One is 21 and other one is 20. So initially, when you gain access into FTP, it is via a control session, right? That is via port number 21. And when you start accessing FTP, you are actually on port 20. Okay, that's known as data session. That is one fact about FTP. The other one is this, that FTP, wait, is also, wait, just give me 1 minute. No, I don't. Okay, I'll just go here. Okay. So when you talk about FTP, FTP comes in, two ways. One is where it requires you to authenticate yourself, which is authenticated server where FTP requires you to authenticate yourself, or FTP can be open as well, where you can go to the FTP server and download the stuff from here. Okay. But when you do it from the terminal, you would have to use a username called anonymous. Okay. So if you use a username called anonymous, then you will be able to access FTP without any worries. Okay. It means that you don't need to create an account on that server. Anyone can come ahead and by using this username called anonymous, they can download the contents anonymously. Obviously, even in this case, some aspects will be logged, right? Like which IP was used to get the contents from FTP. So again, if you are thinking that you are going to cause some damage by logging anonymously, that is possible, but your actions will be logged. Okay. So FTP server can come in two ways, where number one, you would have to authenticate yourself. Number two is where the FTP server is open and you can log in anonymously. Okay. So what you guys are going to do today after this session, you're going to find out if the FTP server is anonymous or not. And the easiest way to do that is when it asks you for a username, you just write anonymous. And if it lets you log in, then it means that yes, you can easily log into FTP. Otherwise, it's the same as SSH. Why? Because you would have to brute force the credentials. Got it, guys? Yes or no?
Good.
Okay.
Hi, you are watching the recording from one of our live session. Hit like, share, and subscribe for more future updates.
So the last time we did this, we were on a new machine called Bounty Hacker. So I told you guys to look into the different types of FTP. Did anyone understand how it works?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so what did you find about the different types of FTP?
Sir?
Yeah, what did you find about it? Could you tell me, like the authenticated FTP and the open FTP that even accepts an anonymous login?
Actually, if I learned basics only, sir. For FTP. Actually, for security purpose, everyone anonymous option will be there. It will be no. They type no, actually.
Okay.
But here anonymous user is active. So that's
Okay.
why I got access of access
Some
through
files.
anonymous access
Yeah.
as
Okay. Okay. So
command,
when you
like
were doing this yesterday.
looks.txt and task.txt.
Okay. 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 Great. So you found two files on the FTP server, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Great. So I'm going to talk about that as well. Don't worry if anyone didn't work on it.
And another thing, I got SSH brute force also, sir. Here they give hint like Hydra maybe to help. So I got a brute force file.
Okay, okay, okay. Got it. So
Logs.txt.
like you got to that portion as well. The one which is using Hydra, right? So you were able to brute force the credentials of Hydra, I mean for SSH, and you were able to get inside,
Yes, sir. But
right?
I didn't found any root.txt. Maybe I didn't get root access.
Okay, no worries, no worries, no worries. I'll just talk about this machine today, okay? And it's not going to take much time. It's a very simple and short machine, okay? And then we'll talk about privilege escalation in this machine as well, okay?
Okay.
Okay, all right, guys. So what we're going to do, we ran different nmap scans, okay? And any idea about what kind of operating system this would be? Did anyone find out which kind of operating system is it?
It's Linux,
It's
Debian.
Linux. Yeah, it's Linux, right? So how did you get to know about it?
uh, from the CLI.
No, no, no.
Uh,
Before you get to FTP or anything, like just using the nmap scan.
okay. Actually, this is my first class. I have joined yesterday only,
Okay, okay, okay. No
so I
worries.
need to review the whole videos.
Okay,
So
okay. No,
sorry.
no, no, no problem. No problem at all. Okay.
Sure.
So right now the machine that we are on is going to be the attacker machine. Okay. So I'm talking about the machine that we are going to pen test into. Okay. So I just wanted, I mean, everyone to go through the nmap related concepts so that just using a simple scan in nmap, which is the OS detection scan, you can find
So
out
you can
which
use ping.
operating. Yeah, you can also use ping, right?
In that
So
127 above values are Windows and below are
yeah,
Linux.
Linux, right? So if others are familiar with that, you can do that as well. Okay. So there are, I mean, multiple ways through which you can find out whether the system you're trying to test is Linux or Windows. Okay. So obviously, whenever you're pinging them, you will be able to find out the difference, okay, uh, through how they respond, okay. And the other way, which is, I would say, a short way of finding out, is definitely through the Nmap OS detection scan, okay. Now, the OS detection scan will not, give you any false positives. Now, sometimes it is unable to figure out the exact version of the operating system. Okay, so that is why uh, its results would look like this. Like it would tell you that, hey, these are my guesses. Okay, so you would have to choose between one of them, and then by further enumeration of the system, you can find out which system is it or which operating system is it. Okay. Now you might be thinking, why is it necessary in the first step? Because if you know which kind of system you are trying to pen test into, accordingly you can, adapt your techniques. Okay. So that's why I'm not saying that it's necessary, but it's recommended to first find out which operating system is it on the other end. Okay. So Yesterday we found out that there are 3 services running on the system. Okay. Uh, so these were the results from a simple Nmap scan. Okay, we've got FTP, SSH, and HTTP. Now, yesterday I told you guys to, proceed sequentially. Although there is no harm going with HTTP first. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to first check FTP, and I'm going to see if it accepts anonymous login. Okay, if it does, then it's a good thing. Otherwise, again, we'll have to go with HTTP, find some sensitive information there, create a word list, and try to brute force both FTP and SSH. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is right here, and I'm going to FTP into the system, which is 10.10.97.84. Also, I'm just going to check if my file is working or not. I'll add the Nmap book on the portal as well, Farahil. Okay, I talked about it the last time, so I have it on my device. It's just that I'll have to share it with you. Okay. Okay, there you go. You get this message: initialization sequence completed, which means you're good to go now. And now I'm going to go and check this IP for anonymous login. Okay. So the easiest way to do this is to write FTP followed by the IP. And as soon as you hit enter, okay, one thing that you get to see here is the version and the name of the service being used for FTP. Okay, so it is VSFTPD 3.0.3. So I'm going to try for anonymous credentials. And there you go. It tells you that the login is successful. Remote system type is Unix. Okay, and using binary mode to transfer files. Now, why did I emphasize on this thing? Okay, why did I do that? Because if in case it did not accept anonymous login, then we could find out the vulnerabilities associated with this version. Okay, and then we could have proceeded that way. Okay. Now, it's very simple to figure out what vulnerabilities are there for a particular service and a version. You can either use an automated pen testing framework called Metasploit. Okay, you could either use a tool which helps you find out which vulnerabilities apply to a particular service. The name of that tool is Searchsploit. So these are the tools that we will be dealing with shortly. I just wanted to give you an overview, like why this is necessary for us. Okay, now since I'm in the FTP, okay, now I'm going to write ls and see what is there on the server. So I've got a file called logs.txt and task.txt. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to get them on my system. Now, if you guys have worked with FTP, you can't really open up a file here. So if I do cat logs.txt, you can't do that. Okay, if you do cat task.txt, you can't do that. You would have to download them on your system, right? How do you do that? By using the get command. So I've downloaded the first one, and then I'll download the second one as well. Now, I just want to check how many users are there on this system. Like if I do pwd, then it tells me that I am in slash. Okay, so if I do cd/home, And if I'm able to do that, then I'll be able to find out about the other users sitting on the system. Okay. But as you can see, being an anonymous or an open FTP server, it limits me to a particular directory. I cannot traverse between other directories, but that's okay. Whatever we wanted, it's with us now. So I've got a file called logs.txt and task.txt. Okay. We'll just try to analyze what these files are. So hit ls and I'll try to open the first one, logs.txt. Okay. So it has got some names in it. Okay, seems like a word list to me. Okay, a Red Dragon Syndicate, Red Dragon, Dragon Syndicate. Something has to do with Dragon Syndicate or Red Dragon. Okay, so according to you guys, what is this? Is this looking like a username word list or a password word list?
Password.
Password, right? Because nobody, well, makes sense because the name here is logs.txt, analogous to passwords, and the names here are, they are written in a manner that they could seem perfect for a password, not a username. Okay, but again, no harm in experimenting. So let's just say that this is for passwords. Okay, then we've got another file, and that's task.txt. So in task.txt, it seems like a small letter with a salutation in the end. So it says protect wishes, plan for red eye pickup on the moon. Okay. So maybe a notebook created by a user named Len, and that's his agenda, that's his plan, to protect wishes and plan for red eye pickup on the moon. Okay. Now, one thing, if you are doing this by looking at all the questions here and trying to answer them as they come, all these questions, then you'll get an idea about what you have to do. Okay. But whenever I do this, okay, I approach it as a black box pen test. I have no idea what is there. Okay. My main goal is to get root access. So whenever I start a machine, I forget each and everything which is written here because these are just there to help you out. Okay, so forget that. Okay, in case you are stuck badly, only then you go back and refer to the questions. Otherwise, approach it as a black box pen test. Okay, so like I said, I have no idea what is here, who wrote the task list. You don't have to worry about it. You just minimize this tab, come back here and focus on what you need to do. Okay, so till now I found two txt files. One is there for maybe passwords or usernames. Our guess is that it is a password word list. The other one is a file where I see a lot of names. I see a name called Vicious. I see a name called Zen. And then I see a phrase here which is red eye. Okay. So could be anything. Okay. Now my job with FTP is done. So I'm going to go ahead and look at the second service which is open, which is HTTP. So I'm going to go here. Going to add the IP, and this is what I get. Now go back to the first lab, how we did this. I told you that everything that you see on your on the web page is a possible target. Okay, like what components are here for us to pen test or to
Like
analyze.
usernames or Spike,
Yeah, so we've got different usernames. We've got
Spike,
yeah,
Jet.
we've got different usernames: Spike, Jet, Ed, Phi. Okay, names like these. And then I also have an image here which I can analyze for steganography. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to save this image. I'm going to go to Kali, I'm going to, should I create a new folder? Yes, I will. So I create a folder name bounty hacker, and I'll paste this image here. Okay. And what is there? Uh, I see some names here. So I see Spike, Jet, Ed. What else? Edward, Ein, and Phi. Okay. So what I'll do is I'll create a word list of my own. So I'll go here to mousepad and I'll add these names here. Spike, Jet, Ed, Edward, Ein, and Phi. Okay. And then from the previous word list or from the previous txt file, which contained some other names, Vicious, and then there was a person named Len. Okay. Then I can also write red eye and enclose it within single quotes. So it seems like one username here. Okay. Now these are the names that I found out via manual analysis. Okay, or via manual enumeration. So this is what I found. Let's dig in a little further. Let's try to look at the page source. Let's see if there are any hidden comments here. No. Then look at the common names. Okay. Let's look at a directory called assets, which might contain stuff related to this website. Here we don't have anything, but one thing that we are able to find out is the version of Apache server. Okay. Like I said, you know which server is running here, you know which version is running here. So you can look for vulnerabilities. Okay. I'll come back here. I'll try to look for the robots.txt file. Again, you don't have any robots.txt file. So what I'll do is I'll try my luck with Durbuster as well. Okay. So I'll go to Durbuster. I'll write HTTP 10.10. Just let me check the IP 10.10.97.84. And we have discussed the working of this tool, right? So what do I need to feed it right now? So I gave an IP here and I told the tool that it's on HTTP. What else do I need to tell here?
You need to select the word list.
Okay, right, awesome. So I will take a word list which is present inside user share, and I'll go to W for word lists. I'll go to Durbuster. Okay, we have talked about all these word lists. Now, which one will I proceed with?
The largest one.
The largest one here
2-3.
is 2.3-medium.txt. Okay, so I'll go with this one. Now the word lists that you see in user share word lists are the generic ones present in each pen testing distribution. Okay, whether you're working with Kali Linux or you're working with ParrotOS or you're working with Arch Linux, okay, all of them have these word lists. If you think that whenever you're pen testing or whenever you're bug bounty hunting and these word lists are not enough for you, then you can just Google sec lists. Okay, so there's a guy named Daniel Meisler. He's like he's really popular in the infosec community. What he does is he creates word lists every now and then. Okay, so you can get his word list whenever you want. Okay, the easiest way to do this is via just one command. Okay, or you can, if you know how Git and GitHub work, then you can obviously clone the whole directory or the whole repository to your system. Okay, so try looking at what this person offers. Okay, So you get some passwords here, default credentials, okay, permutations, 200 most used passwords, 2020's 200 most used passwords, default passwords, okay. Now he's got some passwords or names from the dark web as well, okay. So you should check his repository on GitHub. Okay, and like I said before, or if I haven't, even for professional level certifications like OSCP, they don't really want you to create an exploit or create a word list by yourself. You are free to use exploits, payloads, and word lists from GitHub repos. Okay, what you are not allowed to do is use automated pen testing frameworks more than once. Okay, so if you have to hack into a Windows machine and you don't know how to create your exploit, because that's acceptable. Uh, so what you can do is you can go to somebody's GitHub repo, get the tool or get the exploit, and then modify it according to your need. Okay. Only if you're appearing for a certification which requires you to create your own exploits, which I believe is Offensive Security Exploit Developer, which is a certification, which is a successor to OSCP. For that, you would have to, be very proficient in your programming skills or exploit development skills. Right now, you're good to go. Okay. I mean, basic knowledge of programming is more than enough. Okay. Now, if you know how to code in Python, then creating a network scanner won't take a lot of time. It's just 8 or 10 lines of code because you've got different modules, you've got different libraries in Python which you can use. Okay. So coming back to Durbuster results, till now we haven't found anything. Okay. Uh, we have a directory called images. Let's check this one out. So if I open it in browser, it just tells me about the image that we have already downloaded. Okay. If I go back here, then I have a directory here called icons, but I can't really open it because number one, I'm not logged in. Okay. This website hasn't told me anything about authentication. Okay. So I haven't logged in. And as a regular user who's just browsing this website, I'm forbidden to do so. Why? Because it gives me an error 403. So HTTP 403 means forbidden. Okay. So like when we were trying to look for these directories and they were not found. So that is why here we got 404 not found. Now it tells us that this directory exists, but I'm not able to access it. Okay. That is why I have this 403 error. Okay. So if you want, you can increase the number of threads because right now the time which is being taken to finish the scan is around 10 hours and 20 minutes. I don't know if it will increase or decrease. So I'll try to change the number of threads to 50. So if you try to increase the number of threads, then it will speed up your scan. Okay. But it will wreak havoc on your processor cores. That's how it is. So if you are using a laptop which has 8 gigs of RAM and 4-core processor, then you're good to go. You don't have to worry. Now if you want, you can increase the number of threads. I'm going to do it to 60. Let's do this to 70. So as you can see here, earlier when we were running Durbuster on just 10 threads, the time taken to complete the whole scan was around 10 hours. So as soon as I increase it to 70, now this time has come down to 1 hour and 26 minutes. Okay. So you can increase it to 80 as well if you want. but that doesn't make any difference. So after one point, no matter how many threads you increase, it's going to stay as it is. Okay, and as you can see, there is no change in the results. So it's completely up to you whether you want to keep it running in the background. You can do that. Okay, what I'll do is I'll just stop it because so far we haven't found anything at all. Okay, so I'll stop it and leave it as it is. I'll minimize it, and then I'll come back to my terminal. Well, I'll come back here actually, where I created a small word list. I will now save it inside this folder that I've created, and I'll name it anything. I'll just write bounty user list. Okay, I'll save it. So right now we have analyzed two services, FTP completely, and then we have also analyzed uh, HTTP as much as we could. Okay, now we can say that it's safe to go ahead with SSH. Why? Because we have now two word lists. One for usernames, other which we believe is for passwords. Okay, so no harm in brute forcing the credentials. Okay, so brute forcing does not mean that you are going to get the credentials sure shot. Okay, brute forcing is all about hit and trial. Okay, so brute forcing is like an automated hit and trial technique. So that's what we are going to do here. Okay, so for that, I'll tell you about some of the most popular brute forcing tools that we have pre-installed on pen testing distributions of Linux. Okay, just let me grab my writing pad here and I'll talk about that. Okay, so I'll just write it here. So now what you're trying to do, you're trying to brute force. So you've got online brute forcing tools.
So what is brute force?
Brute force is trying to break into something. Okay, so brute force is basically a technical name for hit and trial, where you're trying to get somebody's credentials. Okay, so you have different lists. You're trying your luck to get those credentials. Okay, so let's suppose if you take a very simple example, you're trying to hack into somebody's account on maybe a website. Okay, you don't have their exact credentials. Okay, what you have is a possibility of credentials. Okay, you'll take a word list which is used for passwords, you'll take a word list which is used for usernames, and that one particular pair which will help you authenticate is going to successfully validate you. So how do you do that? Via a method called brute forcing. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Okay, so brute forcing here, what we're trying to do is basically we are trying to crack the password. Okay, so password cracking is done via a method called brute forcing. Okay, so you have online brute forcing tools, you have offline brute forcing tools. Okay, online means that you're trying to crack the credentials for a service running on an IP. Okay, and it could be any service. It could be set of credentials for HTTP. It could be set of credentials for FTP if it doesn't allow anonymous login. It could be for SSH. If you have IMAP and it wants you to authenticate yourself, you could do it for that as well. So any service that is out there and requires you to sign in, for that service, you can easily crack the passwords using online brute forcing tools. Okay, so this applies to the services that are there on the IP. Okay, or services identified by the open ports. Got it, guys? So one of the tools used for online brute forcing is Hydra. Okay, so that is what we use for online brute forcing. But as you can, if you want to check, you can go ahead and see that there are many modifications of Hydra as well. So a lot of developers do that and post it up on their either on their GitHub repositories or on their company product list. Okay. Now, if you don't even want to use Hydra, and if you want to get each and everything done using maybe an automated pen testing framework, then you can even go with Metasploit framework and it will have its own brute forcing tools present there. But the working is very similar to Hydra. Okay, and I'll tell you how Hydra works. Then you have offline brute forcing tools. It's usually for files which are there on your local system. Okay, for example, if you get a password protected PDF, or if you get a password protected zip file, or you get a password protected PCAP file, okay, which is a trace file from Wireshark, and you want to open it up, how do you do it? You do it via offline brute forcing tools. Okay, so offline brute forcing tools are John the Ripper and Hashcat, and then there are others as well, Able and Kane, and many more. Okay, but the two major tools which work in almost every scenario are John and Hashcat. Okay, John is a tool which can work on most of the computers. I mean, I would say all the computers. Hashcat is really powerful because as you have seen that it makes use of your processor cores to brute force, because you can have the option of multi-threading as well. So in this case, if you have a good GPU, then instead of making the CPU work, you can make the GPU work and help you in finding out the credentials for a file that is there on your system. Okay, because if you talk about strong hashes like SHA-512, SHA-256, okay, then you would observe that they are impossible to crack. Okay, don't worry if you don't know anything about hashes right now. We'll talk about that as well. I'm just giving you an example that if you are working with really strong hashes, which which are beyond the capability of your CPU to crack, then you can use a tool like Hashcat, which uses your GPU for cracking. Okay, right now what we are trying to do is we are trying to use Hydra. Why? Because we are trying to brute force a service which is SSH. Okay, and let me show you how it works. Okay, so wait a second. Write it here. Okay, so let me tell you how Hydra works. So in order to work with Hydra, you write Hydra. Okay, so this is the command which will invoke the tool. Then for brute forcing credentials, what do you require? You require username and a password. Okay, here, how does this command work? You either feed minus small l or minus capital L. Now, what does this mean? Minus small l means that you are providing a certain username. Okay, where you know that this is the username, but you don't know where the password is. So this means that it's a certain username. It's the username is not going to change. If you don't know what the username is, then you can go ahead and choose minus L, which means that it's a username word list. Okay, where you believe that the username that you're trying to hack into is present somewhere inside this word list. But again, you're not certain about it. Okay, so you can choose any of these options here depending on what you want to do. Okay, whatever you write, if you write minus small l, then you just have to write the username. Okay, let's say if I want to hack into, or if I want to brute force Sahil's account, then I'll just write Sahil. If I don't know that this is the right username being used by Sahil, then I'll just provide the txt file. Okay, and txt file will go with minus capital L. Then same goes for minus P and minus capital P. Okay, so minus small p means that you know what the password is, and minus capital P means that you are providing a password word list. Okay, again, so if you're providing a password, you just write it as it is. If you're providing a password word, if you're providing a password word list, then you give the complete txt file along with its path where it is present. Then you are going to write the name of this service. Okay, so I'll write this down again. So you write Hydra minus L minus capital L. So see that I have included a slash, which means you have to choose either one of them. You can't choose both of them at the same time. Then minus small p and minus capital P. Again, either of them, followed by the service name. Okay, this is how you write a website or how you enter a URL on your browser. So service followed by colon forward slash followed by the IP. Okay. Got it. So this is how you do it. Because what do you need here? You need the IP and you have to mention the service which you are trying to brute force. So in our case, we are brute forcing SSH. So let's write this down and you guys have to help me. What should I use? Should I use minus L, capital L, or minus small l? What should I use here?
Capital L.
Capital L. Why? Because I have created a
Word list.
username list. Okay. What about the passwords? What should I use?
Capital P.
Capital P. Okay. So I'm going to use capital P for passwords. Okay. So let's do this practically and we'll be able to see how it works out for us. Okay. And just to be sure, let me add, we don't really have to add a lot of time because now it's just a small lab. So I'm going to hit Control C here. I'm going to write, sorry, clear. Now what I'm going to do is write this. Okay, I'll write Hydra minus capital L and my username list is in home Cali bounty hacker and user list. Okay, so this is the one, bounty user list. Going with my password file, it's in home Cali, and then its name is locks.txt. Okay, then which service am I trying to brute force? I'm trying to brute force SSH, and I'll write the IP here, 10.10.97.84.
So can we give the backward slash here?
Which one?
Yeah, beside the bounty, in the username list.
Yeah, I did not give it. It automatically took it.
Yeah.
Okay, so what I did is I made use of that autocomplete. Okay, if I didn't use autocomplete, then what I would have to do here is I would enclose bounty and hacker between within single quotes. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Okay. Now I'll hit enter. And as you can see here, it automatically figured out that this is running on port 22. Okay. Now there are times, guys, where this service that you're trying to brute force is not running on the standard port number, right? So it could be possible that SSH is running on port 295. It's if it's open, or SSH is running on 2064. Then you would also have to mention the port number. Okay, so you can do that as well. Okay, and as you can see here, the brute forcing has been completed. And what have we found out? We found out that the login or the username is Lin and the password is Red Dragon Syndicate. The password is Red Dragon Syndicate. Okay, now how we are doing this is through the approach of black box pen testing, where I'm not looking at hints or questions. Okay, my main goal is to get root access of this machine. That is why it's going to take some time, but don't worry. Through this approach, you'll learn a lot of attack vectors, you'll learn a lot of techniques. Otherwise, if you're doing this by looking at the questions and trying to answer them as they come, then it's just going to take 15 minutes to solve this lab. Okay, but if you are in an exam environment or if you are in a real pen test environment, then uh, be assured that there won't be any hints. The client is not going to tell you that, hey, you can get inside via this service, okay, or this service is vulnerable. Everything is up to you, whatever you want to do. Okay, so now I'm going to write SSH because I have finally brute forced the credentials of a user called Lin. So I write SSH Lin @ 10.10.97.84. Okay, so I write yes, I want to go ahead and connect. So I write yes, and now I will be asked for a password. Let's see if I can copy this here. It doesn't happen properly. Okay, so I'll just copy it. I will paste it. Wait a second. I actually did this wrong. Why? Because whatever I write here is not going to be shown here, not even in dotted format. So copy it. I'm going to hit as many backspaces as I can because I messed it up. Paste it on the clipboard and let's see if yeah. So now we are logged in. Okay. So the first thing, whenever you land on somebody's SSH, is to do this. Okay. It's obvious that you can see here that you're on desktop, but still do this pwd. So you are in the desktop directory of a user named Lin. Okay. And obviously, since we logged in as a user named Lin, we know who we are. We are Lin. Okay. Let me check what is inside this directory. This is a file called user.txt. Okay. Since the initial labs are gamified, that is why it's like a CTF, capture the flag. So whenever you are playing capture the flag type of labs for pen testing, then there are basically two flags that you're trying to get. The first one is the user flag, okay, and then ultimately the root flag. So to get this user flag, all I need to do is this cat user.txt, and this is what you get. Okay, but whatever you are doing right now is when you are playing a CTF. If you are on a real pen test, if you're conducting a real pen test, then go ahead and analyze other directories as well. So like I'll do cd space dot dot. I have other directories. You are free to go to other directories like cd documents, check what is there. If there's nothing, then you can go ahead and proceed with the others. But since this is a CTF, then our next goal is to get the root flag. Okay, so our next goal is to get the root flag. Who are we right now? We are Lin. What is our main goal? Our main goal is to become a user called, or the super user named root. Okay, again, this is a case of privilege escalation. Okay. Now, yesterday I told you about a very simple technique through which we can escalate our privileges, and that was through a command called.
We need to check the existing user privileges which we got.
Right. So that's the easiest method basically. Now, using sudo space -l doesn't mean that you can escalate your privileges. What it helps you in finding out is which commands you can access with root users permission. Okay, or which special commands can you access. Now, once I do this, I'll get the results and I'll show you what's so interesting about those results. Okay, so I'm going to write sudo space -l. I will have to enter the password. Okay, so this is what I get. User Lin may run the following commands on bounty hacker, and this command is /bin/tar. Okay, so if you remember the first and the second class, I told you I taught you the significance of the bin directory in pen testing. Can anyone tell me about it? What did I?
Contains the binary form of all the programs that is executed.
Okay. And go ahead.
And it also stores the username and password. It doesn't store.
More. Keep on going. More information. How does it relate to pen testing?
Because it contains all the programs in the shell of the shell in the binary format, where we can encrypt, decrypt them, and we can use it as bugs to exploit.
Okay, cool. So I'll talk about it once more. So what happens is all these commands that you enter, okay, okay, whether it's ls, pwd, tar, OpenVPN, anything that you are using on your terminal, okay, is basically a command. But in reality, you just don't refer to it. You just don't call it a command. It's a complete executable. Okay, it's a tool in itself. Every command is a tool in itself. It has some source code. It could be written either in bash or it could be written via some other tool. Okay, and eventually what do? You just use that tool as a command to get your job done on Linux. Okay, so like I said, since it is an executable, it will be present inside a directory called bin. Okay, now bin is short for binary. Okay, do not confuse yourself by thinking that binary here means zeros and ones. Okay, now eventually when it runs, obviously it's going to run on the system and the code is going to translate into zeros and ones, but do not confuse yourself a lot. Okay, so what are some binaries? A binary could be an exe file, a binary could be a bin file, a binary could be a DMG file. Okay, so all of these are binaries. So the binaries that are required for us to get our job done on the terminal are present inside bin directory. Okay, now whenever you are trying to find out which commands you have access to after getting permissions from the root user, you are going to find out that they are going to be present inside bin. Okay, but how does that help us out in escalating our privileges? Okay, now basically whenever we talk about privilege escalation, in most of the cases it's due to misconfiguration. either the misconfiguration in setting up those access or permissions, or some misconfiguration in these binaries. Okay. Now, what is supposed to happen whenever an exploit comes out, or whenever, let's say, some security researcher found a vulnerability in LS. Okay. Now, in the InfoSec community, whenever a security researcher finds out any vulnerability related to any tool or any command, okay, what they do is that they publish it. The goal of publishing it is does not mean that they'll get fame. The goal of publishing that vulnerability is so that the developers of that tool or the developers of that command or the developers of that binary can fix it, or they can patch it, so that this vulnerability does not stay there for a longer period of time. Okay, because if it stays as it is, then all the attackers need to do is just go to that website where this vulnerability is, copy it out, and exploit it, right? So similarly, what happens is that since these are programs, okay, since these are executables, they also might be vulnerable to something. Okay. Now, as a pen tester, in order to escalate our privileges, what we need to do is we have to exploit the vulnerabilities in these binaries. And that is possible via two ways. That is possible via two ways. Either we manually exploit it, or we use automated exploits. Now, whenever I talk about manual exploitation, that is possible. That is 100% possible, but not right now because we are in the beginning phase. Okay, we are in the first stage of learning. Okay, so what we can do is we can take up an automatic or automated exploit, okay, present somewhere, maybe hosted somewhere. Okay, so we just need to be good with our Google search. Okay, now if I go back here and let me do, then I need to find an exploit, or I need to find a vulnerability in tar. Okay, but I want to check here the parent directory of tar. So the parent directory of tar is bin. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to introduce you to a website called GTFO bins. Okay, I'm going to write GTFO bins. So it tells you that it's a curated list of binaries that can be used to bypass local security restrictions. Right now you're restricted. Okay, right now you're restricted because the only command that you can run is tar. And for a regular user, it's impossible to use tar to access roots directory. It's impossible. What you really need is a permission from the root user to access his home directory. And the easiest way to do that is by writing cd space / root. But we don't have that privilege. Okay. So what do we need to do here? We need to enter that command here, which we have been, given permission to write. Okay. And using that, we will be able to escalate our privileges. Okay. And you will see here that all the commands or all the binaries that it talks about are basically from bin directory. Okay. So what am I going to write here? I'm going to write tar. And as you can see here, tar is present here. Now there are a lot of exploits here. Okay. So the first one comes under a topic called shell, and it can be used to break out from restricted environments by spawning an interactive system shell. So our goal is to use any of these exploits present here. Okay. Our goal is to use any of these exploits present here. Okay. I can't go with file upload or file download. Why not right now? Because I don't have a file which I have to upload or download. Okay. So what I'm going to do here is I am going to choose any one of these. Now, whenever you ask me which one should I choose, you should obviously go with the one which is, easiest to write. Now, easiest to write here means that whenever you scroll through these commands, you're going to find one-liners and you're going to find commands which have around 3 to 4 lines of code. Okay. Or 3 to 4 lines of bash commands. Choose the one which is, smallest among them. Why? Because there you have, lesser chances of getting it wrong. Again, why is that a problem? Why getting wrong is a problem here? Because if you are, imagine yourself conducting a real pen test, or imagine yourself being a real black hat hacker. So one mistake is going to get you logged on the system. Okay. And then when you have to exit out of the victim's system, it's going to become hard for you to get out and you will eventually get caught. Okay. So what I'll do here is I'll take this one. Okay, why this one? Because it tells me that if the binary is allowed to run as super user by sudo, okay, then it does not drop the elevated privileges and may be used to access the file system, escalate or maintain privileged access. So I'll just try my luck with this one. Okay, like I said, I will try my luck with this one. I'm not 100% sure that this will work or not. Okay, because in pen testing, in cybersecurity, you are never really 100% sure. It's always 99, 98, 99.999, because this is something that you do practically. It's not something that you memorize. Okay, so I'll try my luck with this. I'll come back here. I write sudo. That's done. I wrote my command. And as soon as it executed, you can see that the shell that I was using has changed. So from dollar, now you see a shell with a hash in it. Okay. So obviously I find a difference in the environment, but I'm not really sure if I am the root right now. So for that, I will write who am I. Sorry. Who am I? What did I write wrong here? Wait.
Who I am, sir?
I guess who I am or who am I?
Who I am.
No, it's who am I? Yeah. What did I get wrong in the first go? Did I enter a space? It's who am I? Okay. So who am I? I am root. Okay. I am root. Finally, I'm root. Okay. And now all I need to do is go to my home directory. So I'll write cd space/root. And since you see that I didn't get any error, I will now write ls and I'll get this file called root.txt, and I have finally gained access into this system as a root user. Okay, guys. So take this website, keep it as a bookmark, because throughout your complete journey, like even if you are going for OSCP or EJPT or any other certification, it will help you out a lot. Okay. So any doubts in this lab? So Ravi, now is each and everything clear, like how to go about it? Or do you have a doubt? Now you know how to escalate your privileges. Everyone, is it clear?
Sir, I have a doubt.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
In the Hydra, while you are using this username list,
Yeah.
there we don't know the username. But what if we know the username? We can type the username there itself, or?
Yeah. So I'll show you that as well. So like if I go back to the other terminal where I ran, okay, let's do this once more. So I write Hydra. Now this time we know that the username is Lin, right? So I'll use minus small l Lin. Okay, minus p and password list is present in home slash Kali slash logs.txt. Okay, what am I trying to brute force? I'm trying to brute force SSH. So I write SSH colon // 10.10. Let me get the IP 10.10.97.84. So I'll go here. No, that's a different terminal. Yeah, that's the one. 10.10.97.84, I believe. Okay. So as you do this, you'll get to see that you have found the password. Okay, so when you are sure that this is the username, then you write minus small l. Okay.
Sir, now okay. Now if you think my in my case, I don't know my router password, like Wi-Fi password.
Okay.
What is the service should I use there? Should I use SSH or TP?
For Wi-Fi password.
Yes, sir. Now I forgot my Wi-Fi password.
So if you forgot your Wi-Fi password, Hydra won't help you in that case. Okay, because Wi-Fi is a completely different technology, and for Wi-Fi you would have to go ahead and work with a tool called well, basically a suite of tools called AirCrackNG. Okay, so what will it do? It will capture all the beacons, it will capture the handshakes, and then accordingly, whichever type of Wi-Fi protection you are using, whether it's WPA, whether it's WEP, whether it's WPA2, and even if it's WPA2, if it's PSK or enterprise, on basis of that, it will capture the handshake, and accordingly, it will run its own cracking mechanism to find out what the password is. Okay,
Yes, sir.
but for this you require an external Wi-Fi adapter. Okay, you require an external Wi-Fi adapter because like I know like anyone who sets out on their cybersecurity learning journey first goes through Wi-Fi cracking or Wi-Fi password hacking. But if you are on Windows, okay, or if you are using Kali Linux as a virtual machine, okay, on your system, then it's not possible to do that. For that, in order to make it run, you need an external Wi-Fi adapter. Okay, on Mac, it is possible, but even if it is possible, it takes a lot of time to crack the passwords. Okay, so what happens here is that I can make my Wi-Fi adapter run in a promiscuous mode, and when it runs in a promiscuous mode, then I won't be connecting to any of these services or any of these Wi-Fi networks. What I'll do is I'll rather capture beacons from other Wi-Fi networks. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Or if you want to get your router's password, then there is one more thing that you can do here. You can dump the router firmware. Okay, you can dump the router firmware and analyze it. So basically, it's a case of reverse engineering, which we haven't worked with right now. That is something reserved for our later classes, like towards the very end, when we are confident enough to work with different exploits and see how we can open them up, we can modify them. So that's in reverse engineering. But if you are really keen to do that, or if you're really keen to learn that, then I'll point you out to a resource. It's on Try Hack Me. Okay. Now, why am I so I'm not why am I a big fan of Try Hack Me is because you can learn anything that you want here. Okay, but then most of the stuff here is for beginners. Okay, if you are really practicing advanced concepts, then there are other labs as well. Okay, but then those are paid. And you don't have to worry about that actually, because I created a list of resources which everyone can use. If it's free or if it's paid, you can go through that. Okay, so what you need to do right now is you write just a router. Okay, let me check. Yeah, dumping router firmware. Okay, so this is a lab that you can take up maybe today or maybe during the weekdays and just try to see how it works. Okay, and this way you will also be able to find out the password for your router.
If we are connected, or if we connected only, we can see the password, sir. Or if we are not connected, also we can see.
Even if you're not connected,
Yeah,
what you need to
okay.
do is the router is with you, right? So the
Yes, sir.
best bet is to dump the router firmware. Now here in the preparation phase, it will tell you how to dump the router firmware. Okay, it will tell you how to dump the router firmware. Okay.
Yes,
Now,
sir.
one more thing, guys. I'll actually post this out as homework today or tomorrow. There is another website called AttackDefense.com. Okay, so there are around 1800 plus labs here, but most of them are paid. But there is a small set of labs which are completely free to use. There are around 10 or 20 of them, but then that's more than enough for you to learn new stuff. Okay, so there is a section here called Community Labs. Okay, and because everyone likes Wi-Fi hacking, okay, there is no doubt in that. So this lab called Wi-Fi Security CTF, for running this lab, you don't actually need a connection. Okay, you don't actually need a Wi-Fi adapter. It will run on your browser. Okay, so you can test out the necessary commands. You can test out the aircrack ng suite. And then if you think that you really want to make a career in just Wi-Fi pen testing or wireless security, then you can buy a Wi-Fi router or a Wi-Fi adapter for yourself. Okay. So this one is really good. It's simple. It's super simple to run. You choose a server here. Okay. And you click on run. The best thing about this lab is that you don't actually need a very powerful system. You just hit run and a lab will open up on your browser.
And Akirat, so do we need to register for this lab, Attack Defense?
You just need to create an account. That's it. You just need to create an account, because the only option through which you can sign up is via your Google account. So it's an OAuth login. Okay.
And it's not the paid one, right?
No, it's not paid. So if you go to community labs, then it's completely free to use. Okay. Otherwise, if you community labs has different topics clubbed into one set of labs. Okay, but if you want to learn anything by yourself, if you want to learn anything in in a structured manner, then you would have to go through Windows security. Then it's for that it's paid. Okay, but then the amount that they are charging is not that much, considering that they give you each and everything on your browser. You don't even require a expensive system or a good amount of resources to run them. Okay, and for every uh, you know lab, they've got a set of videos. So like if you want to learn web app pen testing, they have this section called boot camp. So they have recorded all the live sessions from their boot camp and you can look at them. Okay, so this is the first one. This is session 2. They have included that. This is session 3, session 4. But this website is usually recommended when you have a good foothold in cybersecurity. So like if you have intermediate experience in cybersecurity, that is when I'll recommend you to go with this set of labs. Why? Because the challenges here are not easy to solve at all. Okay, so last year I purchased a subscription for this series of labs. My main goal was to get all the verifiable badges here. Okay, so there are around 10 to 11 series of badges here. I was only able to get 5 or 6. Okay, So to get one badge, it took me around 3 to 4 days. Okay. I went through their courses. I did each and everything. I, massively searched for stuff on Google. Okay. How to do this, how to do that. And then I was able to get it. So it's fun, but I would recommend it after, you have, maybe taken up a beginner level certification or an intermediate level certification. Okay. So this is also one of the resources that you can take up. Okay, guys. So coming back to your homework. Okay. So again, you go to TryHackMe. We are only going to work with TryHackMe for, a couple of days. After that, we are going to work on different series of labs where we'll, deploy a virtual machine in the same network where the attacker machine is. Okay. So that is when we'll proceed with complete black box pen testing. Okay. We will not be, taking up simple labs. The only reason for doing this is to make you comfortable. Okay. So you go to learn, you go to all rooms, and then there is a room called Brooklyn 99. Okay. It's as simple as the one that we dealt with right now. Okay. It's completely similar to that. But then it tells you that there are two main intended ways to root the box. Okay, there are two main intended ways to root the box. Okay, so even here, I'm going to give you some hints. Even here, you're going to get HTTP, SSH, and FTP. Again, so your first instinct would be to check FTP. Okay, I'm not really sure whether it's open, which is anonymous, or it is authenticated. So you would have to check it by yourself. If it is authenticated, then you don't have to worry about it. You go with HTTP. Okay, you go with HTTP, and you'll find a lot of stuff here: text, hidden directories, hidden files, images. Okay, and then if there is nothing left for you to do, then you would have to go with steganography. Okay, but like I said, there are multiple ways to go about it. So if you're really interested in steganography, I will be talking about that in the next class through a different lab. But if you want to do this via steganography, just bring your doubt to me, right at the rate Adhirath on your student portal, and I'll deal with that doubt. Okay. So if you really want to, experiment this week with steganography, then I'll tell you some tools that you should work with. Okay, I'll write them down here. So take a screenshot if the video is not available today. Okay. Number one is binwalk. Okay. Number two is steg hide. Number three is steg seek. Number four is steg cracker. Okay. Some of the tools that I've listed here, some are some are relatively new, so you might not find a lot of tutorials related to them. Okay, but how do you deal with your problems, or how do you deal with issues related to these tools? Very simple. Okay, because all of you are professionals. Okay, and you should know one thing, that every day a new tool comes out, and you can't expect anyone to create a tutorial out of it. So all you do is this: like, I have to check how binwalk works. So I write binwalk, man binwalk. Okay, and you'll be able to see how it runs. Okay, I'll give you a small example. So I'll go to cd space bounty hacker. What I'll do is I'll write binwalk followed by the image that I downloaded. I guess it was crew.jpg. So here I'm able to see that this image contains this. Okay, this image is basically JPEG. Okay, and inside it there is some exif data. Exif data means metadata. So every image has some metadata associated with it. Okay, why is that metadata there? So that you get to see at what time it was clicked, what was the latitude, what was the longitude, what was the image analysis technique for creating that image. Okay, and then some other image related data which is a part of this one. Okay, now if you want to check and see what is there inside this image and you want to look at metadata, then you would have to write, or you would have to go with a tool called exif tool. Okay, as you can see here, when I write this, it's all red, which means that this tool is not here on my machine. So I'll write Y, and then this tool will be automatically downloaded. Okay, and then I'll open up a new tab. You can then see if this tool is here, and you see that this tool is not present here. Try to download it from apt or a repository that I just talked about yesterday, which is Snap. If it's not even there, then you can go to Google, you write StegSeek. Okay. And just check here how to download it. What is the installation process? Okay, so there is no, I'm not telling you to do this, that you must do this. I'm just saying that you experiment during the week. Okay, unless and until you experiment with different types of stuff, you won't be able to learn. Okay, that's how you go about in cybersecurity. You need to experiment with as many tools as you can. Okay, so since it is not there, I'll then use another tool, which is StegHide. Even StegHide is not here, but StegHide is present in the apt repository. So I write Y and go ahead with it. Okay, makes sense? Yes or no, guys? Will you be able to try this out during the weekdays?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I'm not saying that you get it right. There is no hard and fast rule about it. You just try it out, and if you face any issues or if you face any problems, you just write it down to me. Okay, in the student portal. So that's all I want from you. I'm not expecting the root access to this machine. If you can get it by yourself without going through any walkthroughs or without looking at YouTube tutorials covering the walkthrough of complete room, okay, you can do it yourself. Okay, so Praveen, the next topic that we are going to take up is steganography. Okay, so just for 2 or 3 more days, we are going to take up try hack me. After that, we are going to make a transition to a different platform. Okay, and something that I wanted to ask before we end the session, what about iLabs? What about iLabs? Has everyone got access to that?
No, I don't think I have an access to iLabs, sir.
So you went with just Cyber DIY or CEH as well?
CEH as well, both.
Okay, CH as well. So you just send out a message to the support team. Okay, and so basically, since everyone hasn't got access to iLabs, so I'll still post the homework related to iLabs, but you just send out a message. It's very easy to use. Okay, and just let me know if you face any issues. Otherwise, if you're unable to get it registered or get it working for you, you just reach out to me and I'll talk to the support team myself. Okay.
Sure, Adirath. And Adirath, so where do I find the lab access?
Which one?
For the practical lab for CH.
You since you opted for CH, then the support team would have sent out an email, okay, containing the key for CEH labs. Okay, If you haven't got it yet, just let them know or let me know. You can either reach out to me on student portal, or you can reach out to me on LinkedIn. Okay.
Okay. Sure,
Okay. So
Adira.
okay.
Sir, I have a
So
doubt.
yeah, sure, Ravi, go ahead.
Sir, actually, while brute forcing a website, actually website contains like after successive 20 failure logins or 15 failure logins, that
It will
session will be
stop you.
terminated, or else the user
It,
will be blocked, or else anything will happen. So
yeah. So
in the
that's a
testing
case of,
also same thing will happen.
in websites you have rate limiting. On these services like SSH or HTTP, you also have this feature, but in most of the services it is not being used. Okay, so it all depends on the administrator who is configuring them. Okay,
Okay,
since they suffer from misconfiguration, that is why with tools like Hydra we are able to brute force into them. In websites there is a mechanism called the rate limiting mechanism. So you said 20. On most of the websites they don't let you try after 5 unsuccessful logins.
yes, sir.
Okay, so
Okay,
if for FTP and SSH also, these are present, but these are not enforced by the administrator.
okay, sir.
Okay, so rate limiting is also something that is a part of our bug bounty classes in this course itself. Okay, like I said, this is no matter which course you have opted for, if you have opted for CEH or if you have opted for DIY, we'll cover both no matter what. Okay,
Okay,
so
sir.
all of you are stuck with me till November or December, so don't expect me to finish everything within a month. That is just not possible, not for me, not for you. Okay, so it's a long journey, bear with me. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Okay,
Sure,
so yeah,
Adira.
Thank you, sir.
thank you. Okay,
Thank you,
so
sir.
thank you. Yeah, sure, if you have a doubt, let me know.
Yes, Adira. So actually, I'm new to this learning. So
Okay.
currently, I'm working as a
Okay.
network engineer,
Okay.
and I'm planning to get into the cybersecurity job.
Okay.
So that's why I have opted for CH.
Okay,
So
so yeah, go ahead.
yes, please go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Okay. So like after completing the CH and like it will be the exam will be like in practical, right? So it won't be in theory for CH.
See, yesterday I also got a question from Rahil, like, why are we not studying theory right now? See, theory is okay. I'll talk about stuff when when we deal with a particular lab. But if I start with theory first and then I go with lab, so the initial 30 days or 40 days are going to be very, very boring. Okay,
Yes.
so since we only meet during the weekends, so for 1 month you're going to dislike what I'm teaching. Okay, it's not about what I'm going to teach. It's just that it's going to be very simple, plain old boring theory. I'll just read through the slides. I already have my notes. Okay, I already have my notes, what that I created. Okay, so I usually share them with the students. After we have covered 50 or 60% of the course, so that you can go through that basic stuff yourself. Okay, so what we are looking at is the practical application, which will help you out in job scenarios, or will help you out with interviews. Okay, because if I go with malware, what is malware, everyone knows. Okay, and if I tell you what are the different types of malware, I would rather like to do this practically, show you like how ransomware is different from a spyware or an adware. Okay,
Yes.
rather than just going through theory. That's the thing. Now you can also take CEH theory, but
No,
then
actually, I'm bored of theory, so that's why I'm asking. So whether the exam would be a practical one or the theory one?
exam would be completely practical.
Okay.
Exam would be completely practical. Okay, so after that you don't stop. You should go with a certification called EJPT. If your company pays for it, you go with it. Okay, if your
Okay.
company pays for it, you go with it. Then you take a certification which is as good as OSCP. Its name is PNPT, Practical Networking Penetration Tester. Okay, so here you get 5 days. You get 5 days of pen test. Okay, they'll be monitoring you in between, and then for the last 2 days you would have to work on your report, where you would have to document each and every finding of yours. Okay, and during the last day you'll have a 15-minute presentation with the certification creator himself, where you will debrief him on each and everything what you have done during these 5 days. And you know how much this certification costs? It only costs you $299, which is nothing. It's even cheaper than CCNA.
Yes. So better going with the OSCP, so I can go with the PNPT, right?
Yeah, see, the only thing is, I'll tell you. So even in the certification industry, uh, you will see that, you know, some companies have a strong foothold. Why? Because they have been there, because of their marketing tactics. Okay, they have been there. No matter, you know, there are other companies as well which teach you 100% practical stuff, but they are not, you know, as prominent as others. So the only prominent certification vendors in the market are CH is by EC Council. So EC Council is one of them, and then the second one is Offensive Security. Now, pro here is that they are widely accepted. Con is that they are highly expensive. Okay, so that's the con. So that is why they have now rivals that offer you, you know, such a great content at such a less price. Okay, so if you go with OSCP, then it's going to cost you around $1,300. So it says that it's $900 or $1,000, but eventually you will have to buy the lab access as well. So it comes out to be $1,300. Okay, but then they, I mean, they are there on their name. Okay, they are there on their name. So like if you in India, if you have to buy a car, you've got if you have to buy a 4x4, then you've got Thar and you've got Jeep Wrangler, right? But Jeep Wrangler is there because of its name, and it's expensive. I know that it is going to offer you, you know, a lot of features as compared to that 15 lakh car, but then it is there because of its name. And then its rival is also good. Its rival is not bad. Okay, so in the certification industry, it's just that offensive security is there because of its name. Okay, and if you are, you know, if you follow the infosec community on Twitter and on LinkedIn, these companies are facing a lot of backlash right now. Why? Because their rivals are offering such great content at, you know, $200, $300. In India, that's expensive, but if you are in the US or if you are in any Western country, then it's just peanuts for you, right? $200 or $300. That's the thing. Okay, so if you have taken CH is widely accepted. It has been mapped to the DoD framework, Department of Defense framework by the United States government. Okay, but then you don't stop here. You take EJPT and then you take PNPT, and you know, you would spend somewhat around $500-$600, and that's more than enough. Okay, you don't really have to take OSCP, because soon it's going to, you know, lose its appeal, because PNPT is, it has just come out a few months ago and it's doing really good. In the United States, around 20 to 25 recruiters have accepted or recognized this certification.
Oh, that's good. And so how about the certification? So does it have any validity, like in 3 years or 5 years?
No, CH does not have a validity right now. Okay, but then even if you have, see, it's they just have this validity, because they want you to recertify. Okay, they want you to pay money again. Okay, but even if you have CH that you took in 2018 or 2019 and it was CH practical, nobody's going to stop you maybe a year after that, or maybe in 2023. They know that yes, you gained this certification practically. Okay, so other certifications also do not have any uh, validity or anything related to them,
Okay.
associated with them. Okay, they are good for life.
Okay. That's good.
Okay.
Sir,
Yeah, Shashidhar.
I'm a fresher. I'm applying for many jobs,
Okay.
but I'm not getting the response. If I'm selected for the interview, will they ask me about the theory or should I do the practicals?
See, they'll ask you basic theory, and I'll give you the notes as well. So the first thing that you do today itself is you go to LinkedIn.
Yes, sir.
Okay, there is a new. Let me find it out. Let me check. Okay, so you go to Virtually Testing Foundation today. They have come up with a new internship with this company called Hacktify Cybersecurity. They don't pay you anything. Okay, that's the bad part, but uh, you'll get to learn a lot, and you can add this to your experience. Okay, so as a fresher, having an internship, having a good internship is going to help you out a lot. Okay, so this internship is regarding web app pen testing. Okay, and they'll provide you each and everything, the labs and everything else. Okay, so what you do after the class today, you apply it here. There is no problem at all. Bye bye. Take care, everyone.
Hi, you are watching the recording from one of our live session. Hit like, share, and subscribe for more future updates.
Okay, let me tell you this. Now, whenever you are, checking the permissions by writing sudo space -l, right? Whenever you do this, after that, it will give you two options. One will be no password. Okay, this just means that you would still have to add sudo before the command. Let's suppose you are given access to this command called tar. Okay, so in order to access it, because you have been given special permissions by the root user, so you would have to attach sudo before it. Okay, now there is one condition called no password. Even in this condition, you would have to attach sudo, but you wouldn't be asked regarding your password. Okay, because there are some conditions like in whenever we are trying to launch OpenVPN, right? When we launch OpenVPN, what happens in that case is that uh, when we write sudo, it asks us for our password. Okay, there are some permissions given to you where you wouldn't be required to enter your password. So I'm talking about that case. Got it? Like in almost all the conditions, you would have to go with sudo. Okay, you can't escape it at all. Clear? So I guess you were doing it right. You copied the exploit as
Yes, sir.
it was. You just had to add sudo before it, and then it would work.
Yes.
Okay. So because it's for privilege escalation, and whenever you are checking your permissions via this command sudo space -l, the permissions given to you as a regular user, any command that you get, okay, or any exploit that you get, in some of the exploits, the authors have added sudo before them, but if they haven't, you just add sudo, that's it. Okay, and
Okay.
it will definitely work.
Okay, sir.
Okay, what about others? Were you guys able to get this done?
Sir, I think here there are more ways, many approaches to do the pen tests on this website.
Yeah. So there was
Three users are
there
there,
was
and
steganography is also involved there.
yes, sir.
So did anyone try out steganography? Did you try steganography, Ravi?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so with which tool were you
I
able
get
to get
hold
that done?
Stack Cracker, sir.
Okay, great. So there is Stack Cracker. Stack Cracker is a great tool. Then you also have Stag Hide, right?
Yes,
And
sir.
then you have Stag Seek. I believe the fastest one was this one, right? Stack Cracker, because it is able
Yes,
to crack it within 1 or 2 seconds. It's the fastest one out there. So if you get it, you will get maybe a password, and then using that password, you will be able to open that image, right? It was like
yes,
that.
sir.
And
I
you
get
want
holds password as it works with as a FTP also, sir. FTP anonymous
okay,
password also. And
okay.
FTP password as a admin also working, sir.
Okay, is there admin? Well, could you tell me about the credentials that you found? So for FTP.
For FTP, steganography password is admin, sir. And
Okay,
inside that, after getting that file, I get a holds password. It is
okay. Yeah, it is.
fluffy dog 12@99.
Okay. Got it.
So
So
it is working for SSH holds user password as well as FTP anonymous user password. And
okay,
FTP uh, user anonymous password also working as admin.
okay. So like for anonymous login, you are able to you are able to log in with password as admin and password as whatever you found, like fluffy dog. So I'll just write FD,
Yes, sir.
right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So one thing that I want to ask, when you logged in with this password, were the contents that you got same as when you logged in with fluffy dog, or were they different? The
No,
contents
sir.
that you found.
Nothing is different. Both are same.
Okay, cool. So I guess like for anonymous login, they're accepting certain credentials. So that is why you were able to do that. But so you explored around 2 to 3 ways to do this, right?
Yes, sir.
Any doubts in any of the portion?
No, sir.
Okay. What about others? Bharat, Praveen, Sahil, Shashidhar, Zenith. What about you guys? Was anyone able to get
Here
this?
I found 3 users, sir. Actually, Amy, Jake, and
Amy,
Holt.
Jake, and Holt. Right. Cool. So you were able to get this done completely. Anyone else who tried this out and was able to get this done completely? See, most of the concepts that you needed to solve this machine was from the one that we solved last week, Bounty Hacker. Okay. Now I know some of you were not able to try out steganography by yourself. So today we have a lab related to steganography, so it will help you out. Okay. But then since Ravi has already done it, Ravi, what you can do is you can start your Kali or Parrot, and you can start doing it with me. Okay.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Okay. Awesome. Great. And now I'm hoping everyone got access to their CEH labs, iLabs, so that we can discuss that as well tomorrow. So if you have been granted access to that, do let me know. But that's something that we are going to discuss tomorrow. Okay, so if you haven't been given access, do talk to the support team today itself after the class so that we can deal with that lab as well. Because for passing CEH, you should have at least solved those labs twice, and then you are good to go. Okay, so I will launch Kali Linux. Don't upgrade. And I was told by the support team that maybe one of you wanted a session with me on, I guess, Wednesday or Friday. So I wasn't available on Friday, so I told the support team that I can be contacted on Friday. But then I don't know who wanted a session with me. So if you still want a session, you can let me know. All right. Okay. So, all right. Then we'll go here.
Hello,
Yep.
sir.
Yeah.
Hello,
Tell me. Yeah,
sir.
yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, Shashidhar.
Yeah, I'm Shashida, sir. Actually, I had requested for the session. You told me to request for a session, sir, before
Yeah,
Sunday.
yes. So I wasn't available on
Yeah, no
Wednesday.
problem.
I was,
Yes.
I was available yesterday, but then the team did not contact me. I was available
Yeah, okay,
yesterday.
sir.
Talked to the team as
Yes.
well. If you wanted today as well, like between 2 to 3, I'll be able to do that. Don't worry.
Yes, sir. Sir,
Okay. So
actually, you are using VMware, right?
yeah.
I'm using VirtualBox, sir. Which is better? Because some.
See, I'll tell you. Now I'm on Mac, so I tried using all of them. I tried using Workstation. I tried using VMware Fusion. I tried using VirtualBox. Okay, for me, VMware Fusion worked out to be the best one out of all of them. Okay, now if you are using Windows, for you, VirtualBox is more than good. Okay,
So, yes, sir.
and
Actually, what is happening is I had two systems, Kali, Parrot, and three systems, Kali, Parrot, and Windows. I'm not able to ping each other, sir.
okay, yeah. I'll tell you what you need to do there. You have to put them in the same network. Okay. And I
Okay.
added a video as well. Did you take a look at that video? So
No, sir.
you have to put
In
them
the
in the
portal.
same network.
It is in the
That's it.
portal, sir. Video.
Yeah, in the portals I've added a video.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, sir. I'll go through it.
Okay, if it doesn't work, let me know. Watch it after the class. If it doesn't work out for you, do let me know. We can talk about that. Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes. Thank you, sir.
So one thing we can do as well, we can even if they are in different networks, we can add the routing so that your system will act as a gateway for
Yes,
reaching
yes,
out.
yes, 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 yes. That can be done as well. Like
I
I'm just finding out the easiest way out. So that is why we just put them in the same network. That's it.
right. Actually, I have got VMware Workstation Pro, so I have multiple labs working which have got firewalls as well, and also the load balancers as well. So that's why I have kept all the networks isolated, and there are routes being propagated between them. So that's how it works on my appliance.
See, the only thing is that when you are, black box pen testing, initially it's going to be very difficult because you would have to go with an exploit called the auto route exploit. Now, since all of them are in the same network, right? So it becomes very easy to figure them out. Right now, it's just which class it's right, sixth or seventh class. So we are dealing with machines in the same network where we have their IPs. Now, when we proceed with black box pen test, we don't even have their IPs. So we would have to run, uh, a lot of scans just to find their IP. Okay, so it is not a difficult task, when your victim machine is in the different network, but you would have to uh, create an exploit which is known as auto route. Okay, because if you talk about pen test, you won't be first allowed to keep them or create a route for your attacker machine to contact your victim machine. Do you get my point?
I
So at
get it.
that, yeah, so at that time you would have to figure out a way to get through the gateway, and then you should be able to exploit that machine. So that's how black box pen tests are. Right now it's easy. We have this IP, we know what to do with this IP, we are just going to nmap it. But if you are performing an external pen test, okay, then your client won't give you much access. Okay, you
Right.
will have to figure out, like, there might be a Wi-Fi network that first you need to pen test into, and then you will be able to get inside the network, and then you would have to exploit the gateway, and then after exploiting the gateway you would be able to access the other machines that are in that network. Okay,
Okay.
that is included in our lab, but I won't talk about it right now because it's going to become very, very difficult. So first we are going to deal with all the trivial concepts. Okay, once we are done with them, then we can proceed further. Okay.
Noted on that, sir. Thank you.
Okay, no worries. All right, so we have this IP, guys. Now I am hoping that all of you are, you have performed those labs on Nmap. So come on, help me out with the switches this time. help me out with the switches. You could write that down in the chat box if you don't want to unmute yourself.
So currently the agenda for us is to identify the open ports, or you would like to find any vulnerability on that victim's machine?
Yeah, I could do both. I'm open to anything, like, because I like to spend more time on reconnaissance so that I I know that I can easily exploit my target. So whenever you guys land a pen test assignment, make sure that you spend as much time as possible on recon. So Bharat, I'm open to all the options.
Okay. Initially, you can run a script with -script vulnerability to see that what kind of host it is and what kind of operating system it is running and what are the vulnerabilities which you can try exploiting.
Okay, and then I will use -o. Then what else? I can use a version scan as well. Seems good. Anyone else? Would you guys like to add something here?
You maybe need to run this command by sudo since you are running
Sudo,
an
yeah,
operating system scan.
operating system. Yeah. So it fingerprinting scans require root permissions, right? Thanks. Anyone else? Shashidhar, Praveen, Ravi, Zenith, Sahil. Anything that you would like to add here? No, that's cool. We
No,
can
sir.
run this much. That's okay. So 10.10.222.58. Okay. So I'm going to come here 220. It's 220.58, and we'll run it. Let's see what we get in this case. Okay. And I hope my audio is coming out all good. I hope
Yes.
it's not that. I hope it's not too low. Okay, cool. Thanks. So now this particular lab is, it has two concepts that we have to talk about. Obviously, sudo. So when it comes to sudo, might have to do something with privilege escalation, but here you've got agent. Okay. And something that I want to point out here, as since it is running the nmap scan, what do you guys, think of this term called user agent? What is user agent?
User agent is basically, you can consider your browser as a user agent.
Right.
It's how you access the appliances.
Right. Awesome. So anything that you are trying to access, the tool or the software or whatever you are using to access that service is going to be your user agent. Okay. Now let's see what kind of user agent is it talking about. Is it talking about a user agent used for accessing HTTP or HTTPS, or is it talking about anything else? Okay. Plus it talks about sudo. So here we are not, we will actually try to find out the permissions that have been given to us, but something we are more interested in this lab is to find out how sudo works, what is the version, because I told you guys that sudo is a program, sudo is a huge tool in itself. It also helps you to log your activities. So there must be updates to this tool as well. So this time we are going to figure out which version of sudo is vulnerable to what kind of attacks. Okay, so this is what we are going to do in this lab. Okay. So let's see what we got this time. Okay, we got a lot of stuff here. Well, a lot of vulnerabilities actually. Just give me 1 second. Yep. So let's see what we got this time. Actually, I did not expect this website to be this vulnerable or this particular service to be this vulnerable. Okay. So now what do you have? You have FTP open here. Okay. And it is, I guess, vulnerable to a downgrade attack. Seems like a downgrade attack. So that's what I think. So SSL is vulnerable to a particular threat or an exploit. And as far as I know, I might be wrong here. Drown means that you are using an outdated version of maybe SSL or maybe a component within SSL. Could be something like that. Let's check that out. Okay. Then you've got SSH, since it requires authentication. It wasn't able to, figure out any specific vulnerability for SSH. Okay. But since we know about the version, we can obviously go to various websites and check the vulnerabilities that apply to 7.6 P1. Okay. Then you have HTTP talks about something called client side request forgery. Don't worry, we are going to talk about this in detail. So right now it hasn't been able to find out any CSRF vulnerabilities. Maybe those vulnerabilities are not there, or maybe this scan wasn't too verbose in nature. That is why it wasn't able to find that out. Okay. Then there is a JavaScript based attack, XSS. It couldn't find it either. It tells you about the server version. So it's using Apache 2.4.29. Okay. And then there are a lot of vulnerabilities that apply to this website. So HTTP server, let's check them out. Okay. And most of them, see, most of them have one common term attached to the vulnerabilities, and that is Metasploit. Metasploit, 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 which means that these vulnerabilities can be easily exploited by an automated framework called Metasploit. Okay, which means that if you're stuck somewhere, you don't have to do much. It's going to do each and everything for you. You just have to fill up certain options and you'll be good to go. Okay. Now, if we were presented with, 2 or 3 exploits, I wouldn't mind exploring all of them and teaching you all of them. But since there are these many exploits, so first check out that particular, uh, website or a web page, and then figure out what we need to use. Sounds good? Because we've got around 20 to 30 exploits, and if we start discussing them one by one, it's going to take us around 4 classes. Do you agree with me? So should we first check what is on that particular web page? What is so special about that web page that so many vulnerabilities apply there? Okay. And then for OS fingerprinting, it is able to tell us that it's either Unix or Linux. Okay, but it's not really sure. So no need to worry, we'll find that out. And sometimes Nmap does that. Okay, so don't worry. Why? Because the command line for Unix and Linux are, very similar to each other. So that is why sometimes if it's confused, then it won't give you a wrong answer, like maybe a false positive or a false negative. It would rather tell you that it did not find the exact matches. So here are the options between which it is confused. Okay, so you've got Unix and Linux. Okay, so good amount of information presented or given to us in this nmap scan. If we want, we can also save this, okay, with minus small o. Okay, like I said, in real world pen tests, to document everything, to create your pen test reports, you might have to save these results. Okay, now What I'll do is I'll first check FTP. Okay. Just check if it accepts anonymous logins. If not, then I'm going to go with HTTP. Cool. So I will open up a new terminal here. Okay. It says anonymous and it presents you with a status code 331. Now 331 means username okay, but I need to specify a password, which I don't have. Right? We don't have that password right now. So we might have to.
Can we do hit and try? Because since we are trying to access this, there could be a possibility that there is no password. It's just to
Sure. I'll
hit
hit
and
enter.
trial.
Yeah, when I hit enter, it tells me 530 login incorrect.
Right. Okay.
Okay.
It's just to make the attacker get confused. There could be a possibilities can be kept over the servers, right?
Yeah. Right. They could do that. Now, no need to worry. We've got two options now. Either we can brute force this, or we can, first go ahead with the HTTP and then figure out more information. Okay. Because there are some scenarios where passwords are, customized according to that lab. So if we proceed with a generic word just like rockyou.txt, then we might not get our answer. But if we get certain hints about how this password should look like or how this password should be, so we can use a tool called Crunch and we can create our own word lists. Make sense? Okay. So first, I think we should go with HTTP and then see what happens in that case. Okay. I'm going to go here. Okay, so this is what we get. Dear agents, use your own code name as user agent to access the site. From agent R. Okay. Seems like very tricky text to read, but let's make sense out of it. Okay. There are different agents here. And then what we need to do is we need to use our own code name as user agent to access the site. Now, what does that tell you guys? And before you start thinking and before you start giving me any answers, I'll also look at the page source. So there are no, hints given to us here. If you want to look at robots.txt as well, I could take you. No assets either. Okay. So what does this tell you guys? Come on, give me your opinion so that we can get through this.
It's asking us to use the Mozilla will be having a user agent ID, right? For every website which we access.
Okay.
So is it asking us to use that user agent ID and then browse it?
Okay, but how can we do that? Any idea any idea how we can do it? Because here it says use your own code name as user agent. So does it tell us like if somebody has code name C, then he should be using Chrome, or so if somebody has a code name like I, then they should be using Internet Explorer, or if somebody has a code name E, then they should be using Microsoft Edge. Do you think it's working like that? Okay, but are the modern websites browser specific? Because
No.
these days, when websites are built, they are made to be
independent of the
Yeah,
browser.
you're not
Yes.
just browser independent, they are even platform independent, and then they will automatically adjust themselves according to the platform they are on. So like if they are on a mobile device, then they would automatically adjust the settings or the content settings based on that platform. If they are if you want to open them on an iPad or an Android tablet, then they would automatically, adjust the settings and how they should look like and their appearance, right? Now, because you can't create one website and then create different versions for that website to be accessed on the different platforms. Earlier, it used to be like this. Like, I'm not kidding. Earlier, because when they did not know like how to create a website that fits that gives you one for all kind of a solution, they used to build those websites like that. Okay, they would have a mobile version of a specific website which would present you with s- you know information which would be a little less than the actual browser version.
Yeah, agree on this, sir. We had a Facebook in era of around 10 years ago, wherein the mobile version of Facebook looks very weird.
Yeah, it was very, very different. So at that time they were still figuring out, and it was Facebook who created a technology. Well, it's not a technology, it's a framework, actually, React Native. Now using React Native, what you can do is you can build cross platform web applications which will work on your web browser, which will work on your Android, which will work on iOS. So like you don't have to worry about coding in Android Studio or Swift so as to create an app. So these days it's very, very easy. So in this case, what should be done? Like, guys, come on, help me out here. Okay, what I'll do is let's check if I have some other browser here. Now let me check if I have any other browser. Let me check if I have Chromium. Well, I don't. Okay. So if anyone is using Parrot OS here, they might have, well, they should have two browsers. One would be Firefox, the other one would be Chromium. So if you want to check, you can check that out, just to make sure. But let me tell you, whatever website or sorry, whatever web browser you use, you're going to get the same results. Now, obviously, there should be a fix to this problem, right? So now, if we are dealing with problems related to HTTP or HTTPS, then maybe we can use a proxy to fix it. Okay. So since you are already on Kali Linux, then there is basically a tool which is pre-installed on Kali, and its name is Burp Suite. Okay. So Burp Suite, I'm assuming that most of you have heard of this tool called Burp Suite. It's used by uh, uh, web application security analysts. It's used by bug bounty hunters worldwide. And on the basis of this tool alone, they are making a lot of money. Okay, but mm, don't think too much when you hear the money part. Why? Because some of them are just fake influencers. Why? Posting someone else's bounty and trying to get fame out of it. Now, people who are really doing extremely good in the domain of bug bounty, they have years of experience. So, right now, if you are at a beginner stage, don't assume that, you'll make $8,000 in a month if you start bug bounty hunting right away. You will, but it will take time, at least 6 to 7 months. Okay. So this is a disclaimer. Why? Because on LinkedIn, you're going to find a lot of people claiming to teach you bug bounty hunting, and if you buy their course, which comes around somewhat for $200 or 10,000 rupees, then you'll make a lot of money. And let me tell you, if you do that, you're wasting your money. Okay, never do that. Save yourselves from such scammers. Okay. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to launch this tool called Burp Suite. Now Burp Suite comes in a variety of versions. Okay, so if you in your organization you have a domain for pen testing, then your company must have a license for Burp Suite. Okay, and the license given to the organizations for this tool is an enterprise license. Okay, uh, now there are obviously some differences between the community edition, the professional edition, and the enterprise edition. So what we have here is the community edition. So let me just accept it and I'll show you what this tool looks like. Okay, so it's basically a proxy tool. Okay, it's a proxy tool, and I'll show you how it works. So whenever communication is happening between a user agent and the server, okay, or the website, we just call it the website. So this is me on my user agent, and this is what? This is the website or the web server. Okay. Now I request something, I get something back from the the website. Okay. Now I have an option here. I have an option here to understand how the requests and responses work at the HTTP level. If you want to understand how communication happens at the network level, then you need to go with a tool called Wireshark. Okay. If you want to understand what happens at the application layer, what HTTP version is being used, what kind of languages are being used, then you are going to go with this tool called Burp Suite. Okay, so Burp Suite is a really great web proxy tool. Is it the only one out there? No, there are others as well. One of them is OWASP Zap. Okay, so that is a tool which is completely free to use, but the usability is not as great as Burp Suite. Okay, so what does Burp Suite do? If you want to modify a request and send it to the website, you can do that with Burp Suite. Now why would you want to modify that request? So that you can see under different conditions how will that website react. So basically you are trying to test the security parameters of that website. Okay, now when you get a response from the website, you are also able to modify the response. Okay, and work with it in as many ways as you can so that you get to know how the server reacts. Okay, or how the web server functions. Do you get my point, guys? Is this, are you getting what I'm saying about Burp Suite? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, everyone, Krishna, Praveen, Ravi,
Yes, sir.
Zenith.
Yes, Adirat.
Okay, so okay, everyone. Okay, awesome. Okay,
And
cool.
Adirat,
Yeah, 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 yeah.
so actually I have joined while you're saying about the burp suit. So before that, uh, have you said anything about on this today's session?
Yeah, yeah. So we actually started at 9:30, we actually started at 9:40. So we were
Okay.
just talking about the lab that we are going to work on. So right now we ran an nmap scan, and here we are trying to examine different services. So we are on HTTP. Okay, and on
Okay.
HTTP, we are facing a small issue that on the web page it tells us that we have to use a specific browser or a specific user agent to access that website completely. Okay, so we're just trying to find problems to the a solution to that particular problem. So that is why I'm talking about Burp Suite right now.
Okay.
Okay.
Sure.
All right. So now what you can do here, guys, is you can modify the requests as well as the responses, but that's not all that Burp Suite does. Okay, there is a lot of other, stuff done by Burp Suite. Now, Burp Suite has some inbuilt tools within it. Okay, so its name is Burp Suite. So suite means that it is basically a set of tools. Okay, now what other tools do you have? You have a tool called a repeater where you can modify the requests. Okay, where you can modify the requests being sent by your user agent and see how that website reacts or how the web server reacts. Okay, so it's useful for finding out a lot of vulnerabilities. Okay, so when we proceed with the bug bounty section of our course, we'll see which vulnerabilities can be, analyzed through the repeater section of Burp Suite. Then uh, obviously you would have to launch an attack maybe someday, and just like you use Hydra for launching different attacks on services, you might also want to uh, launch a brute forcing attack on maybe a login page of a website. You can obviously do that via Hydra as well, but the command or the syntax used for uh, brute forcing the credentials on a web page via Hydra, it's very difficult. Okay, because you have to be very very specific. Which web page are you on? What kind of request are you intercepting? What would be the error message? So in that case, if you're proficient with Burp Suite, you can just go ahead with the intruder tab. So with this intruder sub tool, you can launch brute forcing attacks. Okay, and let's take a very simple example. Like if you want to automate the process of brute forcing somebody's Facebook login credentials. Okay, now if you do this manually, after 5 tries you're going to get locked out, right? You're going to get locked out, LOCK, locked out. If you do this via intruder, then you can test the rate limiting capabilities of a particular website or a particular web application automatically. Okay, so this is what intruder does for you. Then there are different formats. Okay, there are different formats. So if you have heard of them, like you have got a format called base 64. Okay, it comes as an encoding and decoding format. Okay, so it's completely reversible. It's completely reversible. I'll take you to a website through which you can understand what base 64 is, what base 32 is, what base 58 is. So these are basically encoding formats that are used by different websites, even in their URLs. So if you want to understand how these formats work, or if you are unsure of what this particular term is, then you can use a sub tool called decoder for Burp Suite. Okay, and then there are others as well. We'll look at them as we proceed with our labs. Okay, so this is Burp Suite. Now what I would advise you is to learn its rival as well. Its rival is OWASP Zap Proxy. Okay, it's a free tool, it's an open source tool. Now if at some point of time you want to master your programming languages as well, so you can go ahead with that tool and maybe contribute to that project. Okay, one more thing, Burp Suite is written in Java. Burp Suite is written in Java. So Java is also a platform independent language, so which means that you can take this tool called Burp Suite and install it on Windows. You can install it on Mac. You can install it on Linux. Now people have also installed it on Android. Okay, so it works everywhere. So you don't need to worry. Now, uh, let me tell you what I do. So if I have to find out some bugs, now I used to find bugs, but then I'm not. I wouldn't call myself a bug bounty hunter. Okay, I just do it for fun. All right. Now I use Mac OS to hunt bugs. I don't use any other OS. I have basically the cracked version of this tool. Okay, so I'll share this tool. I'll share the cracked version of this tool with all of you, because here you don't need to worry about uh, you know the platform, because like I told you, it's platform independent. So I might have that version here. I'll show you later. Okay, now what you have on Kali is the community edition. Okay, so it's the free edition of Burp Suite. You can still do a lot with the free edition, but if you want to be a really great bug bounty hunter, then you should go with the professional version. Now, professional version goes for around $250 per year. But then, like I said, you don't actually need to buy that. Okay, I can give you the cracked version. Okay. So right now it asks you about the project. So temporary project, new project, open existing project. Now, since we are doing this for the first time, we are going to go with temporary project. But if you use Burp Suite in your organization, what happens is that, if a lot of people are working on the same project and they are trying to pen test into that application, now they could divide the work and save it. Okay. So let's say if Praveen was using Burp Suite on a particular application and he found some vulnerabilities, and then he tells me to go ahead with that same project and find out more. So I will save the project, and then he'll provide me with that project name and I'll open it. Okay. Right now we're just going to use the temporary project option. Okay. Now, if you are going with certain configurations, which means if you have customized Burp Suite according to your needs, then there will be a configuration file. Now, I don't really need a configuration file because this is the first time that I'm launching Burp Suite on this Kali Linux. Okay, because I installed it a few days ago. So use Burp defaults. I'm going to use the default configurations here. Okay, so let it start up. So here it tells you that it will also be able to figure out different issues. Now, what are these issues? Let me show you. Now, these issues, guys, are the major vulnerabilities that you will find on almost all the websites. So who identified that these websites or these vulnerabilities will be there on different websites? Now, there is an organization called OWASP, Open Web Application Security Project. So after every after a period of 4 years, they release the latest and the most severe vulnerabilities. Okay, so the vulnerabilities that we see here are from 2017 OWASP. Okay, so just a few days ago, OWASP 2021 was also released. Okay, and within a few days, we'll get the official security testing guide for 2021. Now, since we are in 2021, and now if you really want to start your career in bug bounty hunting, then I would advise you to go with the 2021 version rather than 2017. Okay, so that you can completely start afresh. And let me tell you, there are some vulnerabilities here that are not even there in 2021 version. Okay, so I'll talk about that as well. Okay, so these are the vulnerabilities that you see here, and you see that if you want to find out more about these issues, then you would have to use pro version. Okay, you would have to use pro version. And obviously a marketing strategy, time to level up, catch more bugs with Burp Suite Pro. Okay, now here you have the target section, and it will be selected for you. If you want to inspect the elements like you do in your on your browser, you can do that as well. If you want to see, and also if you go with bug bounty programs, then if you are testing a web application or if you're testing a particular program, then some subdomains or some portions of that website are out of the scope. Out of the scope means that you shouldn't be testing those parts of that website. So what you can do is you can define the scope here as well. Okay, you can exclude from the scope and you can include in the scope. Now, how do you do it? When I'll take you to different programs on Bugcrowd and HackerOne, everything will be mentioned there. So which parts of that web application are excluded from testing, which parts are included in testing. Now, this is not a necessity, but if you do this, it makes the job easier for you. Okay, that's what I want to tell you. Now this is where all the magic happens. This is proxy tab. Okay, so in order to understand how the communication occurs between different websites, or I mean between a website and the user, they're all captured here. Okay, right now it tells me that intercept is on, which means that anything that I do via my browser will be intercepted here or will be shown here. But in order to do this, I would have to set up a proxy. Okay, and like I said, here you have different subtools: intruder, repeater, sequencer, decoder, comparer, extender. And then if you want to go ahead and install more uh, subtools or extensions, you can also do that. So you've got user options, project options, where you can install more extensions. Since you're doing this for the first time, do not get overwhelmed by all this information. Simply proceed with the proxy tab. But then what do I intercept? I don't have anything here. So for this, I need to perform some certain, or I need to go through some certain steps. Now, the first thing that I'm going to do here is I'm going to go, yeah, you would have to set up in your browser as well. Okay, so you would have to go to preferences. Okay, now in the preferences tab, you have your network settings. You go to settings, you have use system proxy settings, no proxy, auto detect proxy. So you would have to manually configure this proxy. Now, if you select this option for HTTP and HTTPS, then it will work perfectly for you, because most of the websites that you are going to test for, bugs, they will obviously be on HTTPS. Okay. Now, since this application is running on my own machine, okay, I'm not getting it from somewhere else. So it's running on local host. So for adding local host here, you just have to give your loopback IP, which means that it is working on your own machine. Right now, I know a lot of experienced people out here, like we have Sahil, we have Bharat, who are working as network security engineers. You know that there is not a lot of use for your loopback IP. Sometimes it gets used for maybe does it get used for OSPF? It does, right? For the router ID.
Yes, a couple of times.
A
Not
couple of times, right?
always. Ideally, router ID picks up automatically. If we are not configuring, the highest IP address gets picked up automatically for the router ID.
Right. And like there is not a lot of use there for this particular loopback IP.
This loopback can be also picked up as a device login information.
Yes.
I mean, basically out of band management.
Right. So this time we are going to make use of this loopback IP, because this is one particular interface on our device that most of the time sits idle, right? If we haven't configured it to do something else. So since it's going to sit there, idle on our computer, let's make it work. Okay, let's give it some assignments, or let's give it some tasks. So HTTP proxy 127.0.0.1, which means that this tool is running on our own machine. Now, obviously, if you're running a service, Burp Suite is a service here. So what do you need to mention here? You need to give the port number. Okay, so the default port number taken by Burp Suite, guys, is 80. Sorry, I gave it 1990, 80. Okay. Where did I find this out? Now, if you go to Burp Suite, you go to user options. In user options, you have, wait, let me check, display miscellaneous. Where did it go? TLS options, upstream proxy servers, settings, wait, project options. Wait, in the new version, where do you find it out that it's 8080? Because it is given to you that it's 8080. Okay, no need to worry, because it's still going to be 8080. If you want to change it, you can, but since this
Is
has
that in project option or proxy option?
uh
Like the
yeah. Thanks. Like earlier it used to be in user options, like in the previous versions, but I think it used to be in the user options, but yeah, but thanks for notifying me. So in the I believe in the latest version, or I might be wrong, it always used to be there. Maybe I never paid a lot of attention to it because I never changed the port. So this is here on 8080. Now if you want, you can change it as well to 8081, 8090. But if you do it, or if you assign it the commonly used port numbers, which means 1 to 1024, then it might give you some issues because those port numbers are reserved for the commonly used services. Okay, so don't do that. Now it's here. So that is why we went with 8080. Now I'll go back here. I've given 127.0.0.1 8080. I'll go with OK. Okay. And then I will write 127.0.0.1 colon 8080. It will tell us that we have successfully connected to Burp Suite. But now, in order to access websites through Burp Suite, because what will happen is the websites will automatically identify that we are using a proxy, so they will tell us that whatever you are doing is not safe. So in order for us to bypass that problem, we will install the CA certificate, which makes everything legit now. Okay, so I'm going to install its certificate so that I'm not presented with any errors or any issues while accessing a particular website. So I'll save this file. Okay, it will be saved in the downloads folder automatically. Now what I'll do is I'll go to preferences. After going to preferences, I'm going to write cert. Okay, certificates. I'm going to go here, view certificates. I will import the certificate that I just downloaded, and then I want this CA to identify websites as well as email users in case we are finding bugs related to email based protocols. Okay, so I'm going to click OK here, click OK here. So which means that we have now successfully configured Burp Suite. Got it, guys? Is that clear to all of you?
Yes.
Okay, anyone who has any problem here? Bharat, Praveen, Rahil, Ravi, Sahil, Shashidhar, Zenith, all good?
Yep.
Okay, awesome. So now what we are going to do is we are going to just test this out. Now what I'll do here is I have this website. So let's see if it gets intercepted by Burp. Okay, so for that I'll go to proxy, I'll go to intercept, and as you can see here, intercept is on. So you get something on the screen. Okay, and I'll show you what it is. Let me first forward it. Let it be empty. Let it not have anything here at all. You're going to see a lot of stuff in form of JSON, in form of the regular request sent by a website. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to reload the page, and as you can see here, it's not proceeding further. Is there a problem in my internet connection? No. The problem is that it has now been intercepted by Burp Suite. So unless and until I click forward on the intercept tab in Burp Suite, it won't go further. Okay, so let me forward this. Let me forward this. Let me forward this. Forward this. Forward this. This. I'll have to find out which tab I am on. Okay, so while I was configuring Burp Suite, I actually kept this option as on, so anything that I was doing was intercepted here. Okay, let me check one more time. Forward. Okay, let's see. Yeah, there you go. Okay, there you go. Why did I go with this one? Because here, as you can see, the host is 10.10.220.58. That's the same thing that we are trying to understand. This is the request, which means this is the method. Okay, so HTTP as a protocol has different methods. Okay, head, get, post. Okay, so talking about the most common methods in HTTP if you're trying to fetch something from the browser, which means you are just trying to get contents from a website. The get method works. If you, for an example, are posting your details on a website, or if you're filling a login form, or if you're filling any form of any sort, then the post method gets invoked. Okay. Followed by HTTP, you have the version as well, which is 1.1. Okay. Then you have the host. Okay. User agent. User agent is the browser, because here you can see that sorry, uh, user agent is Mozilla 5.0. It is also able to fingerprint the browser by telling you which operating system it is running on. It's not too complex. It is only able to figure this out by understanding the configuration of Mozilla. Okay, because Mozilla will have different configuration for different operating systems. Okay, like right now it's a bin file. For Mac OS it's going to be a DMG file. For Windows it's going to be an exe file. Okay, so using basic fingerprinting capabilities, it is able to find out which operating system it is. But we are not really concerned about the operating system right now, except what is accepted here. So you can see XHTML, HTML, XML. So these are the basic structuring and markup languages that this website is using. Okay, then accept language. It says US, English US encoding. Do not worry about this. Connection is closed. Okay, don't worry about this. And there is something related to cache control. I'll talk about this when we deal with the advanced concepts. Right now you're good to go. As much information as you required for the beginning phases, you're okay with that. Okay, now it tells me that dear agents, use your own code name as user agent to access this site. So when I told you that we don't really require different web browsers to do this, we only need burp. Okay, we'll be good to go. I'm not really sure which code name should I use. So because we are presented with this code name agent R, I will go ahead with this. I will write R. Okay, and let's see what happens. If I forward it, something happens here. Something happens on my web page, which means that the proxy is working perfectly. What are you doing? Are you one of the 25 employees? If not, I'm going to report this incident. Dear agents, use your own code name as user agent to access the site from agent R. What does that tell you guys?
R is not the code name which is supposed to be used.
Okay, so then the remaining are 25, right?
So probably we have got an idea that there are 25 employees. So each employee might have their own code name, and agent R is the 26th one.
Okay, so is there anything in the world that has 26 values? If R is not one of them, then we have 25. Anything? Try thinking, guys.
Sorry, can you repeat the last question, sir?
Okay, yeah, sure.
The alphabets.
Yeah, right. So alphabets, right? So we've got 26 of them. If R is not one of them, then you've got 25. 26 minus R is 25.
25.
So we can use A or B or anything except R.
A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, except R, right? Till Z, except R.
Yes.
Okay. Now, again, since you're on burp and it's a tool, so the fun part of using tools is that you can automate stuff. Okay, but if you don't want to do that, you can do this manually as well. Okay, so I'll forward this request. I will do what? Okay, I will remove this and I will add maybe, obviously we don't have more than 18 minutes today, so but I'll still make sure that I will add some more time. Now the only reason why I'm unable to add time, because I'm using a proxy. Okay, so that's the reason. Now you might also get this, you might also face this issue. Okay, but no need to panic here. Okay, now let me come back here. Let me try to reload the page. By reloading the page, I'm actually trying to register this request in the intercept portion of the proxy. So let me go ahead. I am back here. Okay, now what I can do is this. Okay, see this, guys. What I can do is this: user agent Mozilla. Okay, user agent Mozilla. And this is what I have. Okay, if I want to automate this, then I'm going to send this to a particular subtool called intruder. Okay, I go to positions. Now, which position do I want to attack? I want to attack this particular position where I will be entering the name of my user agent. Okay, why am I doing this? To automate this. Otherwise, if I want to do this manually, I can do that. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, everything. That's possible. Okay, do not worry about that. That is also possible. But if I want to do this automatically, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to add a position here. So when this tool works, when this subtool works, it knows where to attack. It won't just, shoot blind arrows. It will focus it will focus on the user agent. The portion that I've highlighted, it will attack here. Now, if I go to payloads, I can either do this. Okay, I can manually write A, B, C, D. Now that's possible. Okay, but imagine how much time is it going to take. So now let me show you how can you create your own word lists. Okay, how can you create your own word lists? Now, what do you do here? You have a tool here called Crunch. Now, Crunch does what for you? Crunch creates word lists on the basis of your needs. Now, I need a very simple word list, A to Z. I could also write a small Python program for this one, or a small Python script. But then again, I don't want to do that. I have tools, so I want to get this done through a tool. Now, let's see how Crunch works. Okay, so it tells me Crunch works with this min and max, minimum and maximum. Now, when I want to work with Crunch, I know that the minimum word here, or the minimum length of that particular word in that word, this should be 1, because I want individual alphabets. Right or wrong? I want individual alphabets. I don't want anything else. So I'm going to keep my minimum length as 1 and my maximum length as 1. But what after this? So what I'm going to do is, first I'm going to refer to the man page of Crunch. Okay, so it has a lot of options here, but the options that I'm really interested in are these. Why? Because if I want to do this through an automated manner, I should be knowing about the different patterns. So if I write @, what will it do? It will insert lowercase characters, A to Z for me, all in lowercase. If I want to write uppercase characters, then I write comma. If I want to insert numbers 0 to 9, then I will use this. And if I want to use symbols, special symbols, then I will use this. Okay. Now, what is the switch for adding these different patterns? It's -T. Okay, that's the only thing I need to know. Okay, I'll write H. I'll quit it. Okay, now I'll write Crunch. Minimum length as 1, maximum length as 1, -T, and it's @ right? @ for alphabets. And now I will direct this output somewhere. I will keep
One
it.
second. So probably I think we should be using uppercase letters because agent R was in capitals.
Yeah, right. So that was comma. That was comma, right? So let's see if we are doing this right. Agent sudo. So as you can see here, Crunch will now generate the following number of lines, 26. Okay, now if I want to check what this looks like, I will write cat agent sudo. We're good. Now I know R is here. I couldn't remove that manually, but let it be there. I'm only going to get that error on my web page, so I'm cool with that. Okay, but good, right? So it seems like a good tool. You don't have to write unnecessary scripts with the for loop so that you can generate letters from A to Z. You just have to do this, which I believe is, a good approach. Now I can go back here. I will clear each and everything. I'll now load my playlist. And where is my playlist? Payload. So this is my payload simple list, which is A till Z. Okay. Now let me see if I'm doing each and everything properly. I selected the user agent, which means that whatever it will add A to Z, it will add in this shaded portion. Okay. I have payloads. Payload set one simple list. Yes. That's all I wanted to do. Now I will start my attack. Now it gives me a disclaimer here that I'm using a demo version of Burp Intruder. So attacks are time throttled, which means these attacks are going to take some time. These attacks are going to repeat themselves, like, because here if I have 26 alphabets, then there are going to be 26 attacks. So the time that you will have to wait, for the next attack to occur is going to be, maybe 1 or 2 seconds. Okay, if you just have 26 payloads in your list, but if you are testing out more than 100 or 200 payloads, then you need the pro version. And like I said, I already have that on my end, so I'll share it with you. So I'll click on OK. Now this is going to work. Now let's run it completely and see what we get on our end. $25 and 26. Okay, awesome. So we ran the attacks from A to Z. Now, how do we figure out which one is the result here? Okay, so let me pop my pen here. Let me get screen brush, show screen brush, and I'll show you which one is the right one.
C could be the right one because it is prompting us with redirect.
Yes, right. Awesome. So you either look at the status or you look at the length. Okay, and figure out or pick the one which is unusual among all the results. Okay, so the unusual results that you get from all the results or that particular entry is going to be your answer. Now, how can we be so sure about what I just said? Now, if I go back here, let me see what I get with A. So in order to see what you get with A, you go with the response. Now the response that you get here is, dear agents, use your own code name from agent R. If you go with B, you get the same thing. Okay. If you check the one that you used for R, you got this. What are you doing? Are you one of the 25 employees? Okay. Now, even though it gives you a status code of 200, but what it does is that it gives you a length of 501, which is obviously very different from all the other lengths. Now, the other length, which is different from the complete pack of results here, is the one given by C. And you can also see here that the status code is different. Now 302, a really nice find, Bharat. You were able to figure this out, that 302 means redirect. So since it's redirect, obviously it's going to take you away from this page and maybe land you somewhere else. Now, just to make sure if we are applying the right approach, we are going to see what happens here. Okay. And see, one thing that I want to tell you here is that it gives you a redirect, and here you are able to see the same stuff as you are on the other results. But if you look carefully, it will take you to a different location, which is agent c attention.php. Okay. It does not give you the results of redirection. It just tells you that you will be redirected here. So now what we'll do is I'll right click this. I will try to see this response in the browser. I'll copy this out and I will check it here. Show response. And now even this part of the, request is being intercepted. So now I'll have to go back. I'll go to proxy. I'll forward this. I'll forward this. Forward this. See, what do you get here? Attention, Chris. Do you still remember our deal? Please tell Agent J about this stuff ASAP. Also change your goddamn password. It's weak from Agent R. Cool or no? What do you think?
The password could be weak here. That means the username is Chris,
Username is
and
Chris.
the password.
Yeah,
Password
so,
is weak.
yeah, could be.
WEAK.
Maybe it could be weak, or maybe it's just referring to this password security in a literal sense, like it could be weak, right? So if it's weak, then we can obviously find that password through a generic word list, right? If
But
it's not, yeah, I'm open to all the options, like I'm open to all the opinions, like you said. Could be weak, WEAK. We'll try that out. But if it's not that, then we could use weak as a hint to find out what is the password through a generic word list by using a simple tool like Hydra.
Got it.
Right? Make sense, everyone? Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. So what we are going to do here is, before I end the class, because I have a class at 11. So what I'm going to do here is, I believe whatever I had to do on HTTP, that is done. Now today, after the class, try to look at, other tools as well. Try to use Dirbuster to find out if there are any hidden directories here. But now what do I have here? I have Chris. I have Chris's username. Chris is the username. What I'm going to do is I have FTP as well as SSH. So I'll proceed sequentially and I'll try to see what is there on what is there on FTP. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go here. I'm going to write FTP 10.10.220.58. I'll write Chris. Okay. Takes in Chris without any problems. I'm going to write week. Login incorrect. Okay. I entered week, but I get this result as I get the result as login incorrect. But don't worry, we've got Hydra to help us out in this case. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to write Control C. If Control C doesn't work here, I'm going to exit, and then I'm going to write Hydra -L. Why am I using small l? Because lowercase l, because I have the username. Okay. Wait. So Hydra -L Chris minus P. For P, I'm going to use rockyou. Do I have rockyou? Nope. Wait, let me see where I kept my rockyou.txt. /home /carry. Where is rockyou? I don't have rockyou here right now. Okay. So what would I have to do is I would have to get that folder. So I'll go here, open folder, computer, file system, user, share. And yeah, Rahul, you will get the video, but that will be the backup video. So you will be able to view it, but on your computer. Okay. Get the video for today's class. No need to worry.
So the rockyou.txt probably we need to extract it, right?
Yeah. That's what I'm doing. Extract and home, and let's keep it here. Yeah, so we need to extract it because originally it's present in zipped format. Operation successfully completed. I'll go back and yeah. So rockyou.txt, and what am I trying to brute force? FTP : // it's going to be, yeah. So Shashidhar, you don't have this rockyou.txt file with you?
No, sir, I don't have.
It's going to be in that folder, right? User share word lists /
Yeah,
users.
I'll check one. I'll check it, sir.
Okay. Otherwise, there is a list of carry word lists. Okay. There is a repository on GitHub, which is known as carry word list. So you can download that as well. Okay. If you don't
Yes, sir.
have it already, that's probably because if you're using a virtual appliance, maybe a Kali Linux OVA created by someone else, customized for you. So in order to get this, don't worry, I'll tell you. Plus, like I said, I'm open to that 2 to 3. I'm open to that 2 to 3 slot today. So you can let me know.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So guys, I'm going to run this. Let's see if my room is still active. Now what I can do is I can come out of the proxy. I don't really need it right now. Okay. So the only thing that you might not like is that you would have to go to the settings and do this again and again. So what you can do is for Firefox, there comes a small extension called Foxy Proxy. Okay. So if you have that extension installed here where my mouse pointer is, like near the downloads tab, what you have to do is you just have to click on that extension and it will automatically turn on or off that proxy for you. So we'll save you the hassle, from, that you get from going to preferences and going to network settings and clicking that on or off. So you can save yourself from that issue. Okay. So let's see if it's working. And there you go, guys. So you found the login credentials, Chris and Crystal. Okay, so you found the credentials, Chris and Crystal. So what we are going to do tomorrow is we are going to analyze the FTP service here. Okay. And because after that, we only have one more service, which is SSH. So I guess we will be able to complete this particular lab tomorrow. Okay. And also, if you guys haven't been able to check if your iLabs are working, do that today itself. Make a call to the support team for sure. Okay, do not forget that. And we'll meet tomorrow. Okay. Awesome.
Sure, Adira.
Okay.
So I'm still waiting for my iLab credentials. So still they haven't shared it any.
Sir, I just now got the key for iLabs.
Okay. Okay, if you have got the key, then what you need to do, like Krishna, you just talk to them once more.
Sure.
Okay. Okay, you just talk to them around 11:30 or 12 because everyone will be there at 11:30 in the office.
Sure,
Okay,
Abhiraj.
so if you Bharat, if you got the key in the email, did it tell you, did it give you a specific URL where you need to go and enter that key?
No, sir. It just said, please speak to your trainer.
Okay, please speak to your trainer. Okay, no worries. So I guess what you need to do is you go to eccouncil.onlearndemand.net. Okay, you just go here. So I'll send you the credentials here. Everyone who has this key, please go to this particular IP, I mean URL, and check if you're able to do this. Okay, and once you are able to add your username and password, you will also get an option where you have to add the key. Okay, so once you do that, let me know. Or if all of you are interested in coming for the 2 to 3 session, you can do that. So I just want maybe one of you, like maybe Bharat, you can call the support team. You speak to the customer success manager. Her name is Sunena, and tell her that all of you would be interested in, going for this 2 to 3 session today. And yeah, we can get that done for sure.
Okay, sir.
Okay.
Okay.
And Adhiraj, so do we need to create an account in Easy Council? Because in the in the second class, I think so. You have said we need to create an account on the Easy Council.
Yeah, so when you get the key, I've sent this URL here. You just go here, you create an account, and after that you will be able to uh, get your access. Okay.
Okay, that is after getting the key, then I need to
Yes,
create an
yes,
account.
yes,
Okay.
yes, 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 yes.
Sir, one thing, apologize. I have one more commitment around 2 to 3. I wasn't aware, or else I would have moved that commitment to a next
No worries, no worries,
the
guys, no
time.
worries.
So,
I just want to show you like how iLabs work. So even if I can do this with maybe 2 or 3 of you, I will be, the video will be recorded and you'll get that. So like if you are busy, during that time period in the evening, you'll get the backup of that video and you can create your account. Sounds good?
sure, sir. Sure. Sir, when this 2 to 3 schedule was finalized, I really
It
wasn't
wasn't,
aware
it
on that.
wasn't, it wasn't, it hasn't been like I'm free in that time slot. So that is why, because Shashidhar had
So
it.
then we can do it tomorrow.
Okay, yeah, we can do that tomorrow. We can do that tomorrow.
Because,
Yeah, because most of you are busy.
yes, sir.
So till
2
then,
to 3 hours.
sure. Till then, you guys do one thing: get your keys.
Yes, sir.
Okay, get your access keys, because we also have to deal with that portion, the CH portion. Okay,
Sure.
cool then,
Sure, sir.
guys. But again, I've told you, if anyone has a doubt, if anyone has any issue, you talk to the team today from 2 to 3. I am free. I can take doubts. I can, solve your problems. So do let me know. Okay.
Hi, you are watching the recording from one of our live session. Hit like, share, and subscribe for more future updates.
So the first thing that we did yesterday was to obviously perform a recon. But after that, what was the most important part of this lab? We learned the basics of Burp Suite, the very basics of Burp Suite, like how do we work with it? How do we set up a proxy? How do we, intercept a particular tab on Firefox? And just to let you know, one more thing, that Burp Suite will only work with Firefox, or it also could work with Tor, because Tor is just a modification of Firefox. Okay, so Burp Suite will work with Firefox only. You could try setting it up on Chrome as well, but it will not work properly. Okay, I've tried it out. So the only user agent or the only browser compatible with Burp Suite is Firefox. Okay, then we looked at how we can, intercept the requests, and how can we modify that. Why? Because Burp Suite is a proxy. Okay, after that we looked at how can we create a word list using a simple tool called Crunch. Okay, now obviously you can make use of a script that you have written before. Okay, and you just need to modify that script. But Crunch is a very simple tool. Crunch is going to automate the whole process out for you. Like yesterday, we just had to generate the alphabets, and it was very easy. So now, in cases where there are some password requirements where the first character or the first letter needs to be an alphabet, the next one should be a symbol, the third one should be a number, we can still work with Crunch in that case. Okay, because in our upcoming labs we might have to create some customized word lists according to the requirements of our labs. So Crunch will help us out in that case. Okay, and then when we were able to get to that page, and how did we get to that page? We worked with a sub tool called Intruder. Okay, Intruder is usually used for brute forcing. Okay, so when we used Intruder was well, we could provide the different words manually. Okay, by loading them. So by pressing A, B, C, and so on. The other way was to get this file from Crunch and feed it there. Okay. And since we are working with Burp Suite Community Edition, so obviously the attacks are going to be time throttled. What is time throttling? Now, time throttling means that the time difference between two attacks is going to be around 1 or 2 seconds. But if you are completely into web app pen testing, and if you're bug bounty hunting, and if you're testing different vulnerabilities, so obviously time throttling is not desirable in that case, because you're going to spend a lot of time just waiting for the results. So that is why all the capabilities are there in Bob Suite Pro. Or you can also work with a tool called OWASP Zap. Okay, so I believe yesterday we talked a little bit about OWASP, what is OWASP, and they have come up with their latest vulnerabilities. So if you use their tool, which is open source, then you will not face any problems. Okay. So if you do not have Burp Suite Pro, then you can work with OWASP Zap. So after this, we used Hydra, and after providing a rockyou to that username that we got, I guess it was Chris, we found the password for FTP. So let's check FTP out today. So this is where we were yesterday. Okay, now let me just go back and see if this machine is working. It is expired. No need to worry. I'm just going to restart it. And the reason why it is not doing it instantly is because the proxy is still on. Okay, so I'm going to remove this proxy. I'm going to go back here, and like I told you guys yesterday, doing this manually, obviously it's not a very exhausting process, but it's sometimes it gets irritating, right? So in this case, what you can do is you can just install an extension here called Foxy Proxy. Okay, and that will get the job done for you. All right, so let's just wait for a minute to get this IP. So I'm going to write FTP space, and we can exit Burp Suite Like I said, we are not working on a project right now, so no need to save whatever you have done. Okay, so I'm going to exit it. Let's look at the IP now that we get. All right, so I'm going to FTP into the server. And let me see. Yeah, so this is also working. Connection timed out. Why? 206.59. Hit Control C. Launch it back again. And now let's test it again. So the credentials are Chris and Crystal. Okay. Chris, Crystal. Okay, so let's check what we have here. Now we've got a TXT file, a JPG file, a PNG file. Okay, so let's first try to download them using the get command. And after downloading them, what we are going to do is we are going to analyze them for any sensitive information. So file number 1 has been downloaded. Get .jpg and get qt.png. Okay, let me do another again. Let me see which directory I am in. Can I move around can I traverse to different directories? No. OMI is not going to work here. Anything else that I can try? Not really. I guess that's all we can do because it's not going to let us move around in the different directories. Okay. All right, no need to worry. Let's first check out the files that we have got here. So I'm going to go to my folder where I was able to download these files. So I got a file called 2agent.txt. Okay. So there was an agent R, then we found an agent C. Now there's someone else called the agent J. Okay. Dear agent J, all these agent like photos are fake. Agent R stored the real picture inside your directory. Your login password is somehow stored in the fake picture. Okay. It shouldn't be a problem for you. So this is what does this tell you guys? Like it is written here that the login password is stored somewhere in the picture. So what does that mean?
You need to steganograph the picture.
Yeah. So we need to analyze for any steganographic contents. Okay. So steganography is when you hide data inside images. Okay, any kind of data. You could even embed an image inside an image. You could embed credentials inside an image. You could even embed your malicious scripts inside an image. So that process is steganography. Okay, but the reverse process is steg analysis. Okay, like you have cryptography and crypt analysis. You have steganography and steg analysis. Okay, so what we are going to perform now, we're going to perform steg analysis. And we are going to start steganizing these images from the very basic steps. Okay, so first we are going to find out if there is any obvious metadata here inside these images. Okay, so if I talk about an image and if I have to, uh, you know, tell people that it has metadata, then metadata is just the basic information like how this image was created, what were the different image algorithms that were used for making this image, if it was taken from a camera and not just downloaded from the internet, then what would be the camera model, what would be the device model, what would be the camera type, like it's the front facing camera or the back camera of a phone, tells you everything. Okay, so for this we are going to use a very simple tool called exif tool. Okay, exif tool, because it tells us about exif data or metadata of an image. So I'm going to exit, and now what I'm going to do is I'm going to use exif tool. Okay, so if you're using Kali 2021, it might not be there already, but the good thing about the latest version of Kali is that if you write exif tool and if you don't find anything and you hit enter, it will automatically tell you that it is present inside the apt repository. So do you want to get it? Okay, now there are some tools which are present in the official repository, which is apt. If they're not present in apt, then they might be in another repository called snap. Okay, so you can also download your tools or your software from snap. Okay, so this is exif tool and I'm going to feed it the png file first. I can work with anything, no need to worry here. So I have exif tool dot space qt dot png. Okay, now what does it tell us? This is the file name, this is the file modification date name. Okay, now it the date mentioned here is 9/12. Okay, so the date parameters are related to the presence of this file on our own system. Okay, so it doesn't denote anything significant. It just tells us that this is the time when it was downloaded on our system. Okay, when it was downloaded and when we started playing with it. Okay, so it tells us that it's at 0:19:35. Okay, this is what is it. This is what it is talking about. Now, what are the permissions associated with this file? Read, write. Okay. Now, obviously, since it's an image, you can't attach execute permissions with it. But if this image has already execute permissions associated with it, then uh, gives us a hint that there might be a script inside it or something else. Okay, or a piece of code which gets executed. Now it's a PNG, image width, image height, bit depth, color type, compression, filter, palette. Now, when I try to look at this parameter, it tells me that there is some binary data inside it. There is some binary data inside it, and in order to extract it, I can use -b. Okay. Transparency, again, binary data, 42 bytes, use -b to extract. After that, you don't have anything special. Okay, just the basic image metadata, like how megapixels here is 0.279. Okay, gives us a hint that there might be some binary data inside it. Okay, and in order to extract that binary data, we need to use -b option. Now, based on my experience with exif tool, I can tell you that you can look at metadata for an image, but if you're trying to retrieve something or extract binary data, then the results that you're going to get are not something that you can work with easily. Okay, So now that I got a hint that there might be binary data here, I'll use a different tool, which will give me more information about this binary data. And the name of that tool is binwalk. Okay. So binwalk is a tool that works with images, that works with scripts, but most importantly, it is used for firmware analysis. Okay, so let's say if you are trying to perform security testing of an IoT device, so you can't do that in just one go. Okay, because if you're trying to analyze maybe an IoT device forensically, let's say, there are three stages to that. Okay, and you can use binwalk to perform firmware analysis. Like let's say if you have an Amazon Echo. Okay, so Amazon Echo has a small firmware embedded in its hardware. Okay, then it also talks to your device, your mobile phone, through a companion app, which is the Amazon Echo app or the Amazon companion app. And then when it communicates with our device, there must be some network based data as well, but in most of the cases it's encrypted. Okay, so basically when you're trying to analyze an IoT device, there are three stages of analysis. So binwalk is used for firmware analysis. Okay, so you dump the firmware and you try to analyze it. Same goes out for a router. So if you're trying to pen test a router, if you're trying to analyze a router, so there are some open source firmware, that you can download on your router. So one of them is DDWRT. I'm assuming some of you must have heard of DDWRT. So like for those DIY tutorials where you can convert your Wi-Fi router to act like a switch at your home, you can use DDWRT firmware. Okay. So usually the firmware present inside the Wi-Fi routers that we have in our home are vendor specific. Okay. But if you want an open source firmware and if you want to play around with your router so that you can prepare it for Wi-Fi pen testing, then you would need to install a different firmware for that. Okay. So you can even analyze that firmware using this tool called binwalk. Okay, so right now we're trying to analyze the image using binwalk. Why am I going with binwalk? Because I got a hint that there is some binary data inside it. So in order to look at that binary data in a more detailed manner, I'm going to use this tool. So I will write qt.png and let's see what we get here. Okay, see that is why I was telling you that we should go with binwalk, because since we are only focusing on binary data, this is what it tells us. Okay, it tells us the location and the whole space occupied by that image is broken down into different subspaces, and it tells us that at each subspace or at each location what is present. So it starts with the PNG image, and then there is some ZZip compressed data, and there is some zip archive data as well. It is encrypted, compressed, and what is inside this zip, there is a small file called to_agent_r. And at this location, the zip archive ends, and the complete file name is to_agent_r.txt. To.txt. So how are we going to extract this binary data? Let me use binwalk -e. So -e is a switch that we use for extraction. qt.png. Okay, I'm going to hit ls and let's see what we got here. So qt.png, and beneath it we have a directory called qt.png.extracted. So let us go here and check what did we get. Let me hit ls space -la. Okay, so we got 365.zzib to agent r.txt, and a zipped file. Okay, let me see if I can open this agent R file, cat to agent r.txt. No, I can't open it. Okay, so it's maybe empty. Could be the case because here you see 0, but let's find it out. So then I have this zip file. So in case you are wondering how to unzip a file from the terminal itself, so you just write unzip space the file name. So I guess Rahil had a question yesterday regarding unzipping of this tool or unzipping of a file. Archive 8702 zip skipping to agent R need PK compatible v5.1 can do 4.6. Let's see if we got something. So I'm going to write ls again. No, nothing happened here because the reason we didn't get anything is because while we were analyzing this image using binwalk, it told us that this zip archive is encrypted. Okay, so just to showcase this once more, I am going to go here where this zip file is. So it's in qt.png.extracted. I'm going to open it with a GUI based archiver and I'm going to extract it. So let's select the location here. Okay, so it tells me that a password is required. No need to worry though, because what we can do now is perform brute forcing, right? But I just want to ask, should I use Hydra here? Can I use Hydra here? A file is encrypted. I need the credentials. I need a password. So should I use Hydra, guys?
No, it will take long time to decrypt it.
Okay. But do you think we can work with Hydra in this case?
Yes, we can.
Any reason why?
Like Hydra will do all possible combinations.
Okay. So if you think it's going to take time, so do you have an alternative in mind?
Uh, no, sir.
Okay, no worries. So Hydra is basically an online brute forcing tool. Okay. It is usually, I mean, it is used to brute force the credentials of services running on an IP. Okay. Now I can give a username, a password, but then what is the most significant part that Hydra works with? It's the service. So we mentioned the services as well: SSH, FTP, HTTP, IMAP, POP. Okay, so those services are up and running. Those services are online services, right? The file that we have with us right now is on our system. Okay, we don't even need internet access to, open it up. Do you get my point? So it's right there on my device. So I'm going to go ahead with an offline brute forcing tool. Okay, consider the case of encrypted PDFs. If you've got encrypted PDFs, then what do? You would have to decrypt the password. So suppose Krishna, you work at a company where uh, I have this job of reimbursing the internet expenditure.
Yes.
Okay, so yeah, right. So you would have to provide me the PDF for
Affected file.
right, and like I know about Airtel. So if I have to provide my Airtel bill when I download it from my mobile, it's encrypted. Okay, But if I give it to the reimbursement team, then they would have to go through that hassle of providing the password and then opening it and then verifying the internet bill. Okay. So what I can do is I can remove that password as well. I can remove that password, or I can brute force that password. But here the brute forcing is working in a different manner because the file is present on my system. Okay. I'm not running any service here. So for brute forcing files that are on our system, what do? We use tools like John the Ripper. Okay, we use tools like Hashcat. We use tools like Able and Cain. Okay, but the most popular tool out there for offline brute forcing is John the Ripper. And there's a peculiar fact about John. John can only work with hashes. Okay, John can only work with hashes because it only understands hashes, and then it converts hashes to passwords. The password that we require, it will convert that hash into a password. Cool. But now the thing is that you might have a lot of password protected offline files. Could be a database, could be an image, could be a zip file, could be an SSH key. So why John works with hashes? Because hash is going to be uniform format in that case. Now you can't tell John to, decrypt an SSH key right away. No, it works with a specific format that is a hash. But since it works with a hash and right now I have a zip file, so I need to find a mechanism to first convert that zip file into a hash so that John can work on it and give us the password for that zip file. Now, how am I going to do that? Okay, so again, you don't have to worry. There are predefined scripts, there are predefined subtools which come with John. Okay, when you download John, well, on Kali you don't need to download John because it's already there. But when you download John, it does not come as an executable. It also uh, offers you some binaries or some scripts that help you convert any sort of file into a hash. So let's take a look at those scripts. Okay. So for this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go here, look at the folders from GUI. So computer, file system, user, share, and here we are going to find the folder for, or the directory for John. John. Okay. So like I said, John works with hashes, but it has the capability to convert or get the password for any file that is present out there. Okay. Android to John, Android backup to John, Bitcoin to John, Apple Notes to John, Ansible, the protocol used for network automation. So if you have that config file with you and if it's password protected, it will also convert that into John. Okay. Blockchain to John. See, DMG to John. So if you're working with Mac OS executable, which is encrypted, it will even convert that into a hash. Okay. Deep sound to John. You have a variety of, scripts that help you convert a file format into a hash so that John can work on it. Now, Ethereum to John, FileZilla to John, IBM iScanner to John, HT Digest. You've got each and everything. It's like for Apple, we've got software called Keychain. So Keychain consists of all my passwords. Okay, all my credentials that I use for different services. So you can even decrypt that keychain. But the first thing that needs to be done is to be is that keychain needs to be converted into a hash. So hash can be understood by John. Okay, Mozilla to John, McAfee to John. So if you have a McAfee config or a McAfee log, you can even convert that into John. Office to John. What else? Now you even have PCAPs to John. So sometimes there are password protected PCAPs, right? PCAPs are the files that are generated from Wireshark, a network monitoring tool. So you can even convert that. SSH to John. So if you get somebody's SSH key and it's password protected or passphrase protected, then you can decrypt that passphrase. Okay, and then you have different tools here. Now what we are looking for here is zip to John, which is not explicitly present here. See, it's not explicitly present here. So let's see what we can do in this case. Now I believe that there should be a file called zip to John, but I'm not sure where its location is. So I can use a simple command called
find.
Yeah, I can use find, but easier than find is locate. Okay, so I'm going to use zip to John, and there you go. It tells me the exact location of this file. User sbin zip to John. I was looking inside user share John directory, but it is present in user sbin zip to John. Okay, maybe it was added later to the list of scripts or binary, so that is why it couldn't work with or it wasn't accommodated inside that directory. But with a simple command called locate. Now find is a really good command, guys. Find is going to help you if you master the find command. You're going to be too good in Linux administration. But like I said, there are a few commands on Linux that I don't like at all, and one of them is find, because it has a very irritating or annoying syntax. Okay, now if you know what kind of file you're looking for, if you know about the format or the pattern, see, why was I able to locate this file? Because I observed the pattern of the files here. So we've got Office to John, Mac to John, Lux to John. So I thought of why not, going ahead with zip to John, and we found something. Okay, so if you know about the patterns of different files, then locate is the best command. Okay, so that is why I went with locate. Now, why am I going to use locate? Why am I going to use zip to John here? Because I have this zip file, and I just told you that if I give this zip file to John, it won't work properly. It won't be able to find out the password. So now what am I going to do here is I'm going to first use zip to John and feed it this file, and I'll get a hash. Then I will use that hash and provide it to John so that I can crack the password. Okay, I'm going to go to cd qt. Let me hit ls. Now I'll write zip to John. Now there are some tools which can be invoked from their parent directory, but then there are some tools which can be invoked universally. Okay, so even though zip to John resides in sbin directory, which resides in user directory, but if I write zip to John, it will work. Okay, there is no problem here. But then there are some scripts or there are some tools which can only work if you use them within their parent directory. Okay, now we will look at those tools as well. So you don't have to worry about how you use those tools. You just have to provide the complete path. Okay, so like if zip to John wouldn't work in our case, then I would have to provide user sbin zip to John. Okay, so that it could be invoked from its parent directory. So now what am I going to do here? I'm going to write zip to John, And after writing zip to John, I'm going to feed 8702 zip. And is there anything else that I can do? What I'm going to do here is I'm going to give the direct parameter or redirect parameter. So whatever the results are of zip to John on 8702.zip, it should be saved somewhere in maybe a file called hash. Now you can keep it anything that you like. You can give your own name as well. I'm just testing this out. Okay, so no errors here. It's just a log. It tells me that inside this zip archive, there is a file called 2agentr.txt, which is not encrypted. Okay, good for us. So now I have this file called hash. And now what will I do? I will give John. Okay. And the easiest way to check or to find out if a command can be invoked universally is by writing JOH. So when I wrote JOH, it's in all red, but as soon as I gave N, it turned into green, which means that I can use it here. So John space hash. So like every other brute forcing tool, John also requires a word list. But if you don't give a word list, then John will use its own word list, which is user John word list, something like that. We'll see when I run this command. Okay, so if I run John space hash, because I haven't provided any word list here specifically, I haven't provided any word list here specifically. So it uses its own password list, which is /user/share/john/password.lst. So this is the password list, or this is the word list which gets used if you do not provide any word list explicitly. Got it? If you want to use rockyou, or if you want to use a word list that you generate by yourself, you just have to write --, word list equals to, and you give the complete path, like home Cali rockyou.txt. Got it? Is that clear to all of you? Awesome. So what is the password here? The password is alien. Okay, so for this zip file which contains 2agentr.txt, the password is alien. Password is alien. So we can go back here to our GUI. We'll come here. I'm going to extract it here, and I'm going to provide the password. So show files. Okay. So now if I open to agentr.txt, will it work? Yep, there you go. Agent C, we need to send the picture to a weird phrase as soon as possible. By agent R. By agent R. What do you think this is, guys? Is it a password? Is it maybe somebody's SSH password? What do you think it is?
Could be a username.
Could be a username.
Generic username.
Okay. Okay. No need to worry here. Okay, so you guys, so Bharat thinks that it's a username. Praveen thinks it's a password. If you're not sure in such cases, if you're not sure in such cases, then try to make sense out of it. How can you make sense out of it? There is an extremely great tool that is there on hosted on GitHub. It's known as CyberChef. Okay, so if you are, facing a hard time figuring out what kind of a phrase it is, okay, then in that case, a tool, an online tool called Cyberchef will help you out. Okay. Okay, before I make it very easy for all of you to understand, and I just need you to think like, if it's a username or if it's a password, where does this need to be used? Where does this need to be used? For SSH? So till now, we have credentials of a person named Chris, right? But then some other agent is involved, which is R, who's giving all the orders or directing other people to do this or do that. But then when we were analyzing the files, we also came across this file called toAgentJ. So there is some other agent as well, which is J. Okay, so we have three people right now: C, R, and J. C stands for Chris. J could be anything: John, James, Jackson, could be anyone. So what does this refer to? Like, who does it talk about? Or do you want me to use this phrase for brute forcing SSH credentials?
That
I
could be a
can.
password for agent
This
J.
is a
As
password.
per
Yes.
Okay, so could be for agent J. Okay.
password of agent J. Now we need to find what's the username of agent J. What exactly?
Yes. Okay, so if you think that that's the password for agent J, then what I can do is I can use Hydra in that case, and after using Hydra, I would have to give a word list for usernames, and I will give this password because I'm certain. Maybe I'm certain about this password, right? That's what you're thinking. That's what's on your mind.
Hydra, we can't use it, right? It's
Why?
an online tool.
So yeah, so there is one more service that is running on this IP, which is SSH.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, so we
can go ahead with that.
We can try our luck with that. But then just to let all of you know, we got two images, right? We got two images. So we just analyzed one image right now. We've got one more image. So let's just use Hydra in this case, and let's see if we get something. Otherwise, we are going to go ahead and analyze the second image. So I've got CD. Okay, so I'm back in the home directory. Okay, and now what I'm going to do is I'm going to launch Hydra minus capital L. Why am I going to use capital L? Because I'm not sure about the username of John or James or whoever it is. Okay, so Hydra space minus L space rockyou.txt minus small p. Why lowercase p? Because I'm trying to use this value as a password. And then SSH 10.10. Sorry, SSH 10.10. What is the IP here? 10.10.206.5.59. Okay. Let's see if we get something here. It's going to take some time. Why? Because a lot of usernames are going to get tested here for this particular password. So let it run in the background. Till then, we can proceed with the second image as well. Okay, so I'll open up a new tab, CD. Let me hit ls minus la. Where is this? Okay, CD. Okay, no, not here. I'm going to hit cd dot dot, come back, and I'm going to take a look at this file, cutealien.jpg. So exif tool qtasian.jpg. Again, basic info about modification access, change, file type, JPEG, MIME type, resolution unit, encoding process, baseline DCT, Huffman coding. So that's something that we shouldn't be concerned with because that's used for data sampling and that's how images are created. So no sensitive info that we can find using EXIF tools. Okay, then let me use binwalk on this one. Binwalk space cute alien.jpg. Just the JPEG data. Okay. Wait, what else can I do with this tool or any other tool? Yeah, so we're still looking for steganographic tools, right? I mean steganographic data. So now we can use what Praveen has mentioned here. Let's use tag hide. Okay, so I'm going to use tag hide. I guess. Wait, if I'm not sure about how to work with it. Tag hide. I'm going to use ---- extract. Use this switch so that I can extract if there is anything here in this image. And what do I need to use in the embedding options? Cover files, tego file. Okay, so we are assuming right now that it contains some steganographic data. So I'm going to use -sf. I'm going to use -sf because I'm assuming that this image has some data. Okay, so I'm going to use tag hide ---- extract -sf qtasian.jpg. So what is it going to do? It is going to take this steganographic file called qtasian.jpg and it is going to help me extract whatever is present inside this steganographic file. Okay, now steg hide has two purposes associated with it. You can extract steganographic data from an image, which means it helps you in performing steg analysis, but you can also use steg hide for hiding data within an image. Okay, so it also helps you in creation of steganographic images. So steganography as well as steg analysis, creating as well as breaking. So let's see what happens here. Now, if I try to extract, if I try to extract the data from this image, I need to enter a passphrase here. I don't have any passphrase yet. So if I hit enter, tells me that steg hide could not extract any data with that passphrase. Now there are plenty of ways through which we can get this data, but I just need to show you what we can use in such type of cases. Okay, because for the certification called EJPT, well, you might have maybe 1 or 2 questions related to steganography, basic steganography. Okay, so right now we are working with a tool called steg hide. With steg hide, we can create steganographic images and we can extract data from steganographic images. But if you're trying to extract something and that file is password protected or passphrase protected, then if you don't have that passphrase, you will exit out of that tool. Why? Because it does not have any options of cracking that passphrase. Do you get my point? So you have an image, if you have to extract steganographic data from that image, and if it is password protected and you don't know the passphrase, then you will exit out of this tool because it does not offer any capabilities through which you can crack that passphrase. So to crack that passphrase, you have 2 different applications which are used for brute forcing the credentials or brute forcing the passphrase for a passphrase protected steganographic image. So one of them is Steg Cracker. The other one is Steg Seek. Okay. So Steg Cracker was used for a good amount of time, but then it has been replaced by the world's fastest Steg analysis tool, which is Steg Seek, because it can crack the passphrases from rockyou.txt. So even if you give a word list as big as rockyou.txt, it can crack the passphrase within 2 seconds. Within 2 seconds, you just blink your eyes and you get the password. That's how fast it is. So what we are going to do here is we are going to install those tools as well. So I'm going to use Steg Cracker. I don't have this tool, so I would have to install it. Yes, let's install it first. Okay, there you go. Now when I write Steg, Cracker, and when I run it, tells me that Steg Cracker has been retired following the release of Steg Seek. It does not mean that this tool won't work, but you won't get any updates. Okay, you won't get any updates. So this tool won't be update. So the open source code for this tool won't be updated, which means it will be as good as the last version. So no new versions coming out for Steg Cracker. But then it tells you that, hey, you can go ahead and download StegSeek. So what we're going to do is we are going to open this link on our browser. We get the GitHub repository for this. If you're trying to modify the source code, maybe at some point of time, then you can clone this directory and add your code here. Okay. But since you're only trying to download here, so it gives you the link for downloading. So the first step for using this is to download it from the official repo. Now we are trying to download it for Linux or Debian based Linux. So Parrot OS and Kali Linux are Debian based Linux distributions. So I'm going to save this. Okay. After saving this, I'm going to go back and then I'm going to run this. Okay. I'll go to my terminal. I'll paste it. Now it won't work automatically because I need to provide the complete path. Now, when a file gets downloaded, it gets downloaded in the downloads directory. So I would have to give the complete path /home Kali downloads StegSeek unsupported file deb given on command line. Why is it that so?
You need to remove the dot.
No, dot still needs to be used. Dot is the
Instead of downloading and doing this, can we directly clone it?
Now when we clone it, we get the source code. Okay. In order to use it properly, you need a file called the makefile, which will automate the process of compiling the source code and give us the executable. Okay, so that's the reason why it's not working. Download the Steg release. Okay, maybe if I'm doing this wrong, I just need to take this file that I've downloaded. I have kept it in the downloads directory. Okay, and after what I'll do is I'll cut it and paste it here. Now it should work. If it doesn't, then I'll just open the deb file. Go back to my terminal. Let's try it now. See, there you go. Okay, so now it has been downloaded. So if I write Steg Seek, let's check how it works. So Steg Seek I have minus SF. SF is qt, sorry, cute alien.jpg. And what do I need to do? I need to extract it data, select the stego file, select the word list file, then I'm going to provide the word list. So word list, and the word list I will give rockyou.txt. Let's see if it does something. There you go. See, it found the password, which is area 51, gave us the resulting file format, which is hidden inside this image, which is message.txt, and it has extracted the results to a file called cutealien.jpg.out. Now, if I go back and do this with steg hide, then I need to give that passphrase, and this is the passphrase that we found. So it is area 51, and there you go. Does the same thing for you, but it does not have brute forcing capabilities. So in case you are trying to use steg hide, skip that forever. Skip steg cracker. Just go ahead and work with steg seek, because all the options that are available uh, in steg cracker and steg hide both, you've got them in steg seek. Plus you also get performance and speed here. Okay, so now move ahead with StegSeek if you ever have to work with image formats. Yeah, Rahil.
Sir, but in StackSeek, the embedded option is not here. If you
Which
want to
one?
embed it. If you want to
embed, I guess you can do that. Continue accessible. If they are not present here, then I believe you can use an extension as well. Okay, there must be some extension here as well that you can use. Extract hidden data as files, 1,000 times of other crackers. Yeah, my bad. Actually, yeah, you're right, right. So you can only extract data. I thought you could also see, it is built as a fork for the original steg hide project. Okay, so you can expect that capability to be included in steg seek as well, maybe in a month or a few months. It will be able to do that as well. StegSeek can use to detect and extract. This exploits a seed. Okay, so with seed, you can check if there is any steganographic data here. Available arguments, crack, steal, crack, seed, StegSeek. Yeah, there you go. StegSeek embed. You can also embed.
Okay.
Okay, you can also embed this. Okay, awesome. So now we found this area 51. But then what the heck is this? Because we have analyzed both the images. This is something interesting now. We need to send the picture to this particular location. Let's check the results for Hydra. Till now, we have nothing at all. Okay, I'll let it run in the background till the time we are done analyzing the contents that we found from cutealien.jpg. Okay, so I'll go back to GUI. I'll go back to GUI was GUI. Okay, cutealien.jpg.out. So it's telling me that. Okay, there you go. Hi James, glad you find this message. Your login password is hacker rules. Don't ask me why the password looks so cheesy. Ask Agent R who set this password for you. Your buddy Chris. Okay. Now we've got one more service that we need to analyze, which is SSH. Maybe that's the password for James for this. But now, if the password is hacker rules, then what is this? Does this come out to be hacker rules? Like, is it encoded or is it a specific data format that eventually turns out to be this phrase? Let's check. That is why I have, just give me 1 second. Okay, just give me 1 second. I'm going to mute myself. Okay, just one. Okay, so the reason I opened this online tool for you here is that you have different data formats here. Okay. So at any point of time, if you are confused like what this value comes out to be, you can use this tool, because here you've got hex to binary conversions, binary to decimal conversions, different encryption formats, RC4, Wigner, Morse code, Caesar cipher, Railfen cipher, RSA. If you are working to, or if you know about how authentication works on different websites, then there is a format called JSON Web Token, JWT. You even have JWT here. So you can use all these formats to find out. Okay. But you might be thinking that you should be proficient with all these formats so that you can, you know, easily be able to understand what that phrase is. But then why I like this tool, that is because this tool is, suited for beginners, complete beginners. So if I paste this value, the value that I had, let me get that value once more. So this is the phrase that I got. Okay. I'm going to copy it. I'm going to paste it here. Okay. And I want to look at the output value for this. Now, as a beginner, you wouldn't be knowing what format it is. So there is a magic wand appearing here, and it tells you that if you choose a data format called base64, you will get this result. Okay, you will get this result. Now, what is base64? What is base? So basically, whenever you work on the so it's mostly used for websites. It's mostly used for websites. So what it does is, if in case, I'm just giving you an example where it is used. Okay, base64 in itself is a huge, topic to understand, but we'll understand it some other day. I'll give you a small example so that at least you know what base64 is. Let's take an example. If you are working on something and maybe let's suppose your credentials, you enter your credentials. Okay, in most of the websites what happens is that your credentials are reflected in the URL, right? Do you think that as well? Okay, test that out today after the class. If you look for something on the internet, okay, or if you try to search for something on the website, then whatever you have searched gets reflected here in the URL. Okay, it gets reflected here in the URL. Now, if somebody or if some attacker is shoulder surfing means that they're just sitting beside you, or maybe beneath you, or behind you, or maybe they're just passing by. And if they take a look at the URL, then they will be able to find out what you have searched for. Okay. Also, if this data is being captured through Wireshark, so in Wireshark, you have a subtool with which you can follow the HTTP stream. So when you follow the HTTP stream for any HTTP based data on Wireshark, what can you do in that case? you can look at what was entered in the URL. Okay. So in order to make that format ununderstandable for the attacker, what do? You use a very simple and a very basic process called encoding. Okay. Now I have said encoding, not encryption, because encryption has some overhead associated with it. Because in encryption, you require the algorithm, you require the key as well. In encoding, it's a simple process, and at both the user agent level and the server level, you don't need, a really heavy machinery to decode that. Okay. So this process is completely reversible. What it does is that it takes the ASCII string, it takes the string that you have entered and converts it into a specific format called radix. Okay. Just like you have UTF, you have ASCII, you have binary, you have decimal, you have another format called radix. Okay. So what we are using right now is we are using base 64. So any string that we enter gets converted into radix 64. Okay. You also have base 58. So you have radix 58. Now what does radix 64 or radix 58 mean? It is written here. It is written here. So this is how you can convert these formats. Or you can also take a look at base 64 official documentation. What is base 64? Base 64 is a binary to text encoding schemes that represent binary data in an ASCII string format into a radix 64 representation. So how does this representation work? What is the table associated with it? There you go. Okay. So for char A, you have all zeros. For B, you have all ones. If you're using Q, then you have 0, 1, 0, 0, 0, 0. So that's the table for base 64. Okay. So in our case as well, what was happened, that particular passphrase called area 51 was encoded as base 64. Now, obviously, you guys must be wondering, if it is too easy to crack, why do you use it? Now, whenever encoding is used, it is nested. Okay. And how it is nested, that depends on the developer. So they could use base 64 over base 64 over base 32 over base 58 in order to hide it from the attacker. Okay. Like here, our input was QXJLYTUX. And what did it come out as in the URL? It came out as UVHBKFLUVXG. Understood? Yes or no? Yes or no, guys? Everyone, Bharat, Krishna, Praveen, Rahil, Ravi, Sahil, Shashidhar, Zenith. Any problem here?
No, Adhirat.
Okay. So basically, where do you use it? Like here, we are just taking a very simple example of how base 64 encoding works. Let me give you a specific example. If you are an attacker or if you're a bug bounty hunter and you're trying to test for different vulnerabilities. Now, what do most of the developers or security engineers do? They just use blacklisting. Okay, they just use blacklisting. So as soon as those websites encounter a script tag or an HTML tag, what will happen? They will blacklist that. Okay, so suppose if I have to launch an attack called XSS. XSS is an attack where your primary goal is to pop something on the screen. Okay, as a proof of concept for bug bounty hunting. Okay, when I deal with bug bounty hunting, I'll explain it. Don't worry. I'm just letting you know that this is that's all you need to do. Okay, you just need to bring a pop-up on your screen which tells you that your website is vulnerable to cross-site scripting. Cross-site scripting is just a vulnerability which further leads to dangerous attacks. Okay, so what am I trying to do here right now is I'm trying to generate a simple script which will alert the value 1 on my screen. Most of the developers, most of the security engineers think that this is all an attacker is capable of. Okay, but let's show those dumb people what we are capable of as pen testers. Okay, this is my input. What am I going to do? To base 64. Okay, so you would have to drag it here and you see what happens here. So when it gets passed through the browser, through the user agent, where you do not enforce a lot of security mechanisms, it will go as it is. But when it gets stored at the server, it is going to get executed and it is going to get automatically decoded from base 64 into ASCII. And that's where the magic happens and a pop-up eventually appears. Got it? So this is just an example, like how it works. Why is base 64 so necessary? Okay, so in order to be a good web app pen tester, you must be proficient, or you must have basic experience in these formats. Like how do these formats work? What if I choose base 58? Would that work? Well, obviously, when it comes to security testing, everything is based on hit and trial. You can't be sure that your payload will work or not. You would have to try it out. Okay, so there is no hacker, there is no web app pen tester, there is no pen tester in the world who knows that yes, if I've created a payload, this will work in the first go. It might work, it might take 7 retries, it might not work at all. Okay, because everything that you do here is impromptu. Okay, you do not, obviously you come prepared by understanding the different methodologies, by understanding the different stuff, but you can't be sure that hey, I wrote this script last night, I am 100% certain that this will work on the computer or on the victim's computer. It completely depends on what kind of security mechanisms are put in place on that computer or on that network. Okay, so this is just an example that how you can bypass black listing filters or how you can look at white listing filters. Okay, so this is just an example. So like I said, we got that particular value called area 51 via 2 ways. One was to decode that using CyberChef. The other one was to run steg seek, and we were able to find the password for the image. Now all we need to do is just log in into SSH for that person. Okay, and I leave it to you now. Okay, because it's already 10:54. I got my class at 11. What I want you guys to do is this. Okay, now you've got the credentials. Okay, so for SSH, for a person named James, for a person named James. Now fetching the user flag is going to be very easy, so do not worry about that. But then there is going to be an image as well, but you can't open that image because you're on SSH, and SSH is a terminal based remote access protocol. So what you would have to do is use SCP, okay, or any other tool which is used to take this image from the SSH server and download it on your local system. Okay, now I'm hoping that guys out here who are network security professionals, you must know about SCP, secure shell copy. So help the others out And because all of you are on that WhatsApp group, so I want you guys to do this together. Okay, after the session, if you have time, pick out a specific time slot and help each other out in a group session. That's how you are going to learn in a better manner. Okay, you make use of a protocol called SCP, find out what needs to be done to download that image on your local system. And then in order to find out the root flag, we just have studied one basic method of privilege escalation, and that is why sudo space -l. Okay, sudo space -l. Now, guys, if that exploit does not work out for you, like I said, it's all about hit and trial. If that exploit does not work out for you, what you do is look for that same binary or the same command that you are supposed to access or write with root user permissions on a website called exploitdb, and then see if you are able to escalate your privileges. Why? Because see, you use GTFO bins to find out the exploits, right? You use GTFO bins. Now, the only problem with GTFO bins is that it is updated from time to time, but not that much. Okay. And I believe it's okay because one person created this repository and it's impossible for that person to update that repository again and again. Okay. So if you do not find the answer from GTFO bins, if you are unable to use the exploit from GTFO bins to escalate your privileges, no need to panic. You have got Google. Okay. Google that exploit once more, and you're going to get directed to a website called exploitdb. We've talked about exploitdb in a very simple manner. So I'll give you guys a homework related to exploitdb today. I did not give any homework for last week. I just told you to solve one particular lab. That's it. This week you're going to get some more homework. Okay, so that's it. Okay, and you will be able to solve this lab. And probably this would be the last day where we work with TryHackMe. Now we are going to move ahead with, you know, labs of higher difficulty. Okay, we are going to learn a lot from those labs, but those labs require you to come prepared. So I'll tell you the topics that you should study a little bit, and then we can solve those labs. Okay.
Sir, can we get the notes?
Yeah, I am going to send those books that I use. Okay, Rahul, don't worry. I'm going to. I already sent the cookbook as well, and map cookbook that I told you that I would send. I guess the support team will send it today to you. Okay.
Okay, sir.
The nmap cookbook, the steganographic tools as well, everything will be there. Okay. And like I said, today in the evening time, I am free to take different any doubts at all. And if not, if you still haven't got the access to iLabs, talk to the team again. Okay, so that in the evening we can set up a session if possible for all of you, or if you want it tomorrow, we can set it up tomorrow as well. So once we set that up, we can all, look at how iLab works, and we'll take one lab next week. Okay, sounds good.
Okay, sir.
Okay. Now, the only difference between iLabs and the labs that we are working with is that iLabs are structured in a way. Now, they first teach you recon. Okay, so 1 hour of recon, 1 hour of this, 1 hour of that. Now, if I see why I am not doing that is because if I just talk about recon, we are just going to get stuck for like a month on recon itself. We will not be able to learn other stuff as well. So those labs are going to help us out. They're going to supplement what we are doing. Okay, makes sense. So once you have that access, everyone, let's start working on one of those labs. We've got around 12 labs. We can finish them up within 2 or 3 weeks, not more than that. We don't require any more time for those labs. Okay, because I want to teach you forensics as well. I want to teach you Android pen testing as well. I want to teach you smart vehicles pen testing as well. So that is why we need to, manage our time in that manner. Okay.
Hi, you are watching the recording from one of our live session. Hit like, share, and subscribe for more future updates.
What about the last lab that we were working on? So it was agent sudo. Were you guys able to get root access on that?
No, actually, I'm still in the process because
Okay.
I was like completing from the starting videos and like yesterday only I can like reach the last part.
Okay. Anyone else who
So
was able to get it?
Sir, I was also working on the previous videos wherein I missed. I actually started with two classes late, so I was working on the homeworks as well. I'm
Okay.
lagging more 3 classes behind. I'll
Okay.
be completing by those videos by today or tomorrow. Will come in line with the current ongoing things which we are on track. I'll get on track by upcoming week.
Okay, okay, no worries.
So
Anyone else like who was able to finally get the root access? Because I believe that on that day we were able to get the user flag, right? So the only thing that was remaining was the root flag.
sir, prior you move forward, I have a doubt related to the previous video which we have gone through. That is related to the basic theory which you taught us on 22nd August, which is related to file systems.
Yeah.
You said right, we'll be having only root user will have access to shadow, and all the other users will have access to PSWD, right? Inside
No.
that,
So Shadow is the regular users can also access Shadow, but with root permissions.
okay,
So sudo is just going to be a tool which will help you give those permissions and will log that so that the administrators, the Linux administrators know that, okay, this was the person who logged in at this particular time and he was trying to access the shadow file. Okay, makes sense.
okay,
So
makes sense. Yes.
yeah, other people can also use that, but they need special permissions.
Okay, I
Okay,
have
because
got
yeah.
doubt in etc/pswd. Can you once open your system and just navigate to etc/pswd? I'm sorry, sir, I'm
Sure.
lagging behind, but I'll catch up very soon.
No worries, no worries. I can do that.
I was performing all the homeworks. I completed Linux fundamentals course. I have also completed Nmap lab inside the TryHackMe. Now I'm at the last lab of our first week homework, which is Rust scan.
Yeah, Ruscan is basically a modification of Nmap because Nmap is way too old. Okay, uh,
Right.
it was released in I guess 1994 or 1995. So at that time, the language that was being used was Lua. So Lua is basically it's a scripting language, and I recently found out that it's used for making games like Roblox. Okay, I was not aware of that it is used
Oh.
to design basic games. So the thing is
Sir,
that yeah, tell me.
please go ahead. Sorry.
Okay, so the thing is that now it's getting outdated because of lack of a lot of libraries. Whatever enumeration scripts that we have, they are from previous years.
Okay.
So now we've got Ruscan, so I guess it uses Python. So that's how it works because a lot of support for Python based libraries. That is why it is being used.
Okay, sir, I have performed via Nmap. I have tried experimenting, and via Nmap, I was able to run an automated script to log in via FTP using anonymous. Instead of me entering the username and password, I used
Right,
Nmap script equal to an FTP script which was there in that format inside the Nmap library, and
right.
without even entering anything SSH at the rate or anything, or
Okay.
FTP at the rate or something, I was able to access. I was trying to perform some experiments using those scripts, and it was successful. I was able to access servers via
Just the Nmap
anonymous
stuff.
login.
Okay. So like yeah, so yesterday I was trying out a script called NSE DNS enumeration script, or NSC DNS brute forcing script, so that we were able to look at all the A records, the MX records, the pointer records for a particular DNS server. I mean, you've got so many scripts on the NSE, the Nmap scripting engine, that if you are using multiple scripts just in Nmap, then you can bypass the usage of other tools. So it's really great. I spent some time learning all those, but yeah, we can't really remember them. Like the first or the second time when we go through that looks cool, but I have been working with Nmap since a very long time, but still I only remember the scripts which are really cool, and I can remember them. I tried writing them on a notebook as well, but couldn't do that. I have that on some of the Udemy courses that I bought. There is a really great Udemy course on Nmap. It's up to you if you want that, but there is a cookbook as well. And obviously, if you want to learn more about Nmap, the official web page, the nmap.org, is more than enough, because it tells you each and everything about the types of scans, gives you ample theory to understand how Nmap works, and it will also provide you some cool examples that you can go through. Okay.
Okay, got it, sir. Sir, in this PSWD, I have one doubt.
Yeah, sure.
Sir, you said us right, the root is the root user. This is the user, and the second one, X, is the password.
X means that it has a password.
It's an encrypted password.
It has
the user root has an encrypted password.
Yes,
now, this zero include this zero and the other zero, both are group ID.
No, the first zero is user ID. The second zero is the group ID. So which group inside, which is the ID of the group where root belongs. Okay, and what is the ID of this root user?
Okay, that means why the sorry for one more question we have. The second zero is the group ID, as you said. First, what's the difference between the first zero and the root? Both are user IDs only, right?
No, that's the name. That's the name for the user. That's the ID for the user.
So you mean that I can also create my name Bharat as a user and tag that to zero as a user ID?
Yeah, you can't do that. I don't think so, because that is that is actually taken up by root. So like here, I have a user called Kali, right? I have a user called Kali. That's the username that you get when you download Kali 2021 virtual appliance. Okay, unless and until you are configuring your whole operating system, you'll get a virtual appliance with everything pre-packaged, right? The RAM, the processor cores, everything will be pre-assigned to you, right? You only need to plug and play that virtual appliance, whether you're using VMware or you're using Oracle VirtualBox. So here you've got a user. Okay, then X means that his password it's encrypted. This is the user ID. This is the group ID. Okay. Then you can see here that it's written Kali, which means that's basically the comment section, which you can easily modify. That's their home directory. Okay, that's their home directory, and that's the location of the shell which gets invoked when you log in as Kali, a user. Correct. Okay, yeah. So that's the difference.
Now, the point over here is, can't I create another user with same user ID?
I think that will give you a problem. That might give you,
because I'll get the same permissions as the user ID is tagged to, because I can see each and every user ID is different, 0, 1, 2.
Yeah,
there is no similar user ID which we have. Then what is the significance of the user ID here is the question.
I guess these are, see, user ID is always going to be different. You can't change that. Okay, user ID is always going to be different, and it's going to be unique.
User ID in the sense I'm talking about the 0, 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
So, the group ID.
This is going to be different for everyone. This can be similar. You can put people inside a group. Now here, well, it's actually supposed to be a multi-user operating system, but I haven't really kept them inside, I haven't created a group here. But if you can see this example, that you have this process called strong swan, you have this process called R RWHOD, you have got this iodine, you have got this Miredo. All of these processes belong to the same group. Can you see this?
Yes.
65534,
Yes.
65534. So user ID is definitely going to be different for all of the users, but they can exist. So this is the SSH service, right?
Right.
When it gets invoked, it gets called from the same group inside which the others are.
Correct. Correct. Okay.
So yeah, you can keep people, or you can, well, obviously because you are going to create users, these are daemon processes, which are background processes. You as a user do not have to intervene to run these processes or daemons. So, but if you create more people, like you create a new user, uh, you just create a user with my name, Adhirath. So it is possible for you to put that user in the same group ID as you are. So group IDs can be same, user ID won't be. Okay.
Okay, sir. Noted on that. Thank you, sir.
No worries, no worries. Okay, guys. So also one more thing that I need to tell you, that I'm hoping now all of you got your ILAB access, or still
Yes.
no? Everyone? Ajit,
Yes.
Krishna,
Yes, sir.
Ravi.
We got it.
Okay, okay, awesome.
Yeah, it's still low.
You still don't have it, Ajit? Or
Yes, I don't know.
okay, you didn't get it. Just talk to the team once more, support team, and they'll provide you the key. Okay, they'll provide you the
Okay.
key.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So all you guys need to do here is go to, you write EC Council iLabs. Okay, go to EC Council's iLabs. You go to login to iLabs. You need to click here on ethical hacking exercises, and these are going to be the this is going to be the iLab section that you have. Okay, the next thing that you need to do is you log in here so that you are able to access it, and you haven't registered right now, so you're going to sign up here. So yeah, for the previous lab called agent sudo, Ravi, were you able to get that done? Finding out the root flag or getting root access on that machine?
No, sir. Actually, I down with dengue, so that's why I'm unable to complete that.
Okay, man. Take care for now. Don't worry. Okay. So, anyone else? Shashidhar, what about you? Sahil?
No, sir, I'm lagging on class.
Okay, okay. No problem. No problem. All right. So let's pick up, okay, you did agent sudo, right? So you were able to get the root access, Sahil, and you had to provide, you had to look in the vulnerabilities of sudo, the program itself, right? You were able to get that done via exploit DB. So I give others time as well. I told you guys to create a group. Sahil, you can join that WhatsApp group. You can help them out as well. Okay. So now let's take up something which is, you know, related or simulating a real world pen test. Okay. Now, again, for Try Hack Me, they have considered that lab to be an easy one, but it's going to teach you a lot of concepts. Okay. The name is Basic Pen Testing. So this is basically a series of labs called Basic Pen Testing 1 and Basic Pen Testing 2. And it is out there on two different platforms. One is on Try Hack Me. Okay. And the other one is on a platform called World Hub that we are going to take up after we are done with a few labs from Try Hack Me. Okay. Now, so World Hub is completely free. Okay, WineHub is completely free to use, but over there you're not going to get IPs. You would have to download that virtual machine. Okay, and if you are using VMware Workstation, the regular version, not the pro version, then you won't be able to run those, two machines on VMware Workstation. For that, you need VMware Workstation Pro, but VirtualBox works as well. Okay, so the same version of this machine on WineHub is way too difficult to, perform. The one here is easy, but from a, beginner's perspective, I still think that, it's hard. So it actually teaches you a real world pen testing. Okay, so imagine you land your first, you know, pen testing engagement. You're doing this for your client. Obviously, it's going to be time bound. So how are you going to get that done? Because you will not get a lot of information here. Okay, you can refer to these questions so as to make it easy for you, but like I said, approach every pen test as a black box pen test. That is where you're going to learn the most. Okay, because this kind of a pen test is basically a white box pen test, because you have been given a lot of information here. What is the name of the hidden directory? What is the username? Once you do that, it becomes very easy for you. So we are not going to follow that approach. Okay, I just want this IP so that we can get started. Okay, now I'm going to add one more R. I will clear this up. I will write sudo openvpn acap 25 ovpn. Okay, and there you go. You go to the next tab and you start using that. So again, a simple nmap scan would suffice. So I have my IP here 10.10.31.252. Okay, this time we got something else, right? This time we got something else. Now, in addition to 20 and 80, we've got other servers as well. Okay, this one is just one more HTTP server, and the service provided here is the HTTP proxy, similar to Burp Suite. Okay, now we can't really say that this is Burp Suite because although it runs on 8080, because we are not really sure whether it's Burp Suite. It could be any other HTTP proxy service as well. Okay, this is the AGP server. We are going to talk about this, but the core of this lab, or the crust of this lab, is basically on these two ports. Can anyone tell me what these two ports do?
One 445 is used for file transfers.
Okay, but is that FTP?
It's an SMB port.
SMB, right. So that's what I wanted to hear. Others, what do you think about this 139 and 445? Yes, Ajit, Krishna.
No idea.
Okay, Ravi, Sahil, Shashidhar, Zenith. What do you guys think?
But it mentioned as in NetBIOS assistant.
Okay.
Sir, both 139 and 445 are SMB.
So they both work in collaboration with each other. So wherever there's going to be SMB, there's going to be NetBIOS SSN, because that's the service on top of which SMB resides. Okay, so that's basically the NetBIOS network architecture on top of which SMB will be there, and together they'll work as the SMB protocol, right? Okay, so I'll explain this to you and why it is very, very important for us in cybersecurity. Okay, so basically SMB stands for server message block. Okay, it's similar to FTP, but it's not only going to share files. Files is just one thing that you can share here. You can also share hardware. So you can provide common access to hardware inside a network. Okay. Now, you're going to find SMB a lot in Active Directory. And you're going to find this a lot on Windows-based networks. Okay. So doesn't mean that SMB can't run on Linux or Unix-based machines, but mostly it's there for Windows-based devices, okay, and networks containing Windows-based devices. Now, what is the significance of SMB in cybersecurity? The only significance is that it's way too vulnerable. Okay, I guess now we have SMB3 and it adds some components of encryption as well, but SMB v1 and SMB v2 are way too insecure. Okay, and using simple tools that come pre-packaged as a part of Kali Linux or Parrot OS, you can enumerate the complete, okay, you can enumerate the complete SMB. You can find out how many users are there, what are the password policies being used, what is the, how is the share working out. Okay, so if people are sharing stuff, okay, uh, you can find out different user IDs, you can find out different share IDs. We are going to take a look at that. Okay, and in 2017, a ransomware attack spread, and most of the credit actually went to the vulnerabilities in SMB. Okay, so SMB is still so insecure. Now in 2017, the NSA, United States NSA, National Security Agency, they actually found this vulnerability. Okay, they found this vulnerability in SMB and they uploaded it on, or they published it on exploit.db as well. But uh, nobody cared at that time. They started caring when a lot of computers, a lot of devices in the United Kingdom were affected. Okay, so NHS is basically the medical body in UK, National Health Services. So the computers for NHS were running on, a network that was making use of SMB to share files and provide common access to hardware. Okay, so they found this problem in SMB, and then they were able to find out some problems in Windows 7 based devices as well. They found an exploit. They created an exploit called double pulsar. We are going to take a look at that soon. So that is how they were able to infect the, around 2000 to 3000 computers in 2017. And that's how they made millions of dollars. Okay, via this ransomware, WannaCry. Okay, so NSA already issued a warning for that, but nobody paid a heed. Okay, so that is why this attack occurred. So in this case, we are first not sure that what kind of machine we are using. Okay, we can actually ping it to test what kind of machine it is, or we can just use a fingerprinting scan for Nmap to find out what kind of operating system is running on uh, the victim's end. Okay, and then using simple, you know client side services, like for whenever we have to access FTP, like Bharat said that it's used for file sharing. Okay, so when we have to access somebody's FTP server, we just write FTP, right? We just write FTP. Okay, here if we have to access the SMB server, I'm going to use SMB client. Okay, that's how simple it is. Okay, now if this SMB server is open, then we can get a lot of stuff here. Okay, so let's find out each and everything here. Let's find out some more details about the operating system, so then we can proceed in one particular order. Okay, so I'm going to do what? I'm going to modify my nmap scan, and all I require is the operating system scan here, the fingerprinting, sudo nmap, and I don't require a lot of vulnerabilities here. I just want to find out which operating system it is. Because if it is Windows, then I'll try to teach you new methodologies. Okay, let's wait for the results to come up. Till then, we have 80. Okay, yeah, we got it. OS scan, no exact matches. Okay, no need to worry. Even if you're able to tell us what kind of operating system it is, they tell us that it's a 64-bit architecture of Linux. Okay, so that's Linux. That's cool. No need to worry then. So let's go about it the traditional way. Let's first look at HTTP. Then if we get some information, then we'll try to get some information related to SSH. Otherwise, we'll start with SMB today. Okay. So cool. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to launch this IP on HTTP port 80. Okay, undergoing maintenance, please check back later. Is that a problem? Why am I unable to access it, or is the page made in this manner? What do you guys think?
Page is made in this manner.
Page is made in that manner.
Yeah, so why? Because obviously you're not getting an error straight away, right? So if you got a 404, then we would be able to figure out that yes, it's a 404 or it's some other HTTP error. Okay, just to make sure we can view the page source here. Okay, HTML, a very basic HTML page with just 2 tags inside the HTML tag. Okay, H1 undergoing maintenance, H4 please check that later. Okay, now check our dev note section if you need to know what to work on. Okay, let's find that out. Let's first look at the robots.txt files, if there is any. No, but gives us some information about Apache. Ideally, it should never be there. Okay, so if you are a blue teamer and if you're trying to save your website from getting hacked or getting defaced, try to remove these strings. Apache is okay. 2.4.18 is not okay at all, because you are just enticing the attacker to look for vulnerabilities in 2.4.18 and then maybe use a framework as simple as, I mean, it's not simple, but as easy well to use like Metasploit, and then they can hack into you. Okay, what else? Assets, no assets. Okay, and one more thing, I'm just going to deviate from the topic a little bit. Why do you guys think these slashes that we have, why do they follow the Linux style and not the Windows style? Anyone? Can anyone tell me? Because slashes in Windows are backslashes. These are forward slashes, right? Any idea? Okay, no worries. I'll just tell you. So basically, when the internet was introduced, maybe in the actual internet, the actual uh, by Tim Berners-Lee, the guy who invented the internet, the guy who invented actually the www. So Tim Berners-Lee worked for an organization called CERN. Okay, so when they released it, the you guys know that there is something known as RFC, request for comments, right? So that is basically the documentation in which you add information about every protocol that you create. Okay, so the RFC for www was just 1 page long. 1 page long. That's it. Can you imagine? Like for protocols, we have RFCs worth 100 pages, 70 pages, at least 50 pages. Okay, this RFC was just 1 page long. Okay, and at that time they didn't think that the internet would be scalable. Okay, they never thought that it would be scalable, so they went ahead with it, or they never thought that the internet would be so popular, so they went ahead with it. And at that time, you did not have the concept of virtualization as well. So what used to happen is that if you had to run a website, you would have to purchase a web server. Okay, you would have to purchase first a physical server, and on that physical server used to run only one operating system. Okay, which used to be either a Linux or Unix. So since Unix file system follows the forward slash, that is why the websites were forced to follow this forward slash. Doesn't mean that a website can't be created on a Windows system, or you can't host a website on a Windows device. You can, but since then this has been created and you don't follow this methodology here. Okay. Coming back. No assets. Why did I launch this? What we are going to do is we are going to launch Dirbuster. Now I allow you to use any tool here. Okay, not just Dirbuster. You can use other tools as well. Okay, if you want to use Derby, if you want to use GoBuster, the terminal-based tools, go ahead, experiment with them. Okay. So we are going to use the target URL as http://10.10.31.252. Okay. And this is going to be a dictionary based brute forcing attack. I'll also tell you the difference between the two brute forcing attacks. Okay. So we are going to go with /user share word lists Dirbuster and the directory list. And while this attack runs, I'll tell you the difference between the two types of brute forcing attacks. Okay. Well, the actual meaning of brute forcing in dictionaries is to try out the every possible way, right? However, when we as InfoSec professionals brute force, we use dictionaries. Okay, we use dictionaries. This does not, fit in with the original definition of brute forcing. So there is another technique called true brute forcing. Okay, and it is going to, wreak a havoc on your processor cores. It's going to exhaust your RAM as well. Because when we carry out an attack which is true brute force, it's going to be like this. First of all, you're going to find out that in the password policies, what kind of password or how long this password is. So right now, this is around 7 characters long. So whenever you are performing true brute forcing, you're going to check every character. Okay, A to Z here, and then what else? A to Z, and then 0 to 9, and then all the symbols. So you try each and everything, you try all the permutations and combinations, not just a dictionary that is pre-created for you. Okay. You use all alphabets, you use all numbers, you use all symbols, you use all permutations and combinations. So this is for those who, who have ample resources on their devices, who can actually, who have that much patience to run a true brute force attack. Okay. So you won't be asked about this in your CEH, but thought of telling you about it because I'm thinking of performing a true DNS brute forcing attack when we have to find out the hidden subdomains. Okay, so I'll teach this when we start the bug bounty portion of our course. Okay, so that's there in DNS brute forcing or true brute force as you call it. Now let's see what we got here. Now we found a directory called development, and inside the development directory you have two files, dev.txt and j.txt. Okay, so I'm going to open it in the browser. First going to open this dev.txt. I have been messing with the strut stuff and it's pretty cool. I think that it might be neat to host that on this server too. Haven't made any real web apps yet, but I've tried that example. You get to show off how it works. Oh, and right now I'm using version 2.5.12 because other versions give me trouble. Now, what is it referring to? Let's check that out. SMB has been configured. Okay. I got Apache set up. We'll put in our content later. Okay. Which means this right here is Apache, which gives us, which is just set up. No content has been added yet. What else is there? I've been messing with the strut stuff. Maybe it is talking about the port 8080. Let's check that out as well. Okay, yeah, that is what it is. So on 8080, Apache Tomcat server is running. Okay, and again, it has just been set up. I don't think they've added any sort of content here. It's the default page that you get when you install Tomcat server or when you deploy Tomcat server. Okay, if you are seeing this, you have successfully installed Tomcat. Congratulations. Server status, manager app. Let's look at server status. Is there anything here? The server status is requesting my username. Authentication required. I don't have a username yet. So let's wait for that. 401 unauthorized. Okay, no need to worry. For example, role Tomcat with the password of secret, add the following to the config. Okay, we're going to look at this soon. First, let me look at the page source. What do I have in the page source as, and is there anything hidden here? Class separator. So don't worry about this class. Let me just give you an example what this class is. Yes, Shashidhar, tell me.
Nothing.
Okay. So whenever you see something like this, guys, okay, in the HTML code, do not panic. Why? Because most of the times it's not related to pen testing. Why? Because when you're designing a page, okay, so the first thing that you need is HTML, okay, and then to make it look beautiful, because HTML only gives a structure, okay. So giving it different types of colors, giving it different types of shapes to the buttons, to the screens. That is done via CSS. So what happens is, like, for this code that we have, in order to use it properly and give it the proper design, what has happened, you first give divisions, okay, and then you divide that division into classes. Okay, so whenever you find a tag like this which is class, it is actually referring to CSS. Okay, so class button, and class button. Okay, so do not worry about this. Okay, and here a class container shadow, it's used for styling. Okay, not related to what we are doing right now. So this is just a bogus comment that we need not worry about. What else is there? No other comments. It's just the default page, but we get some information which is Apache 9.0. Tomcat 9.0.7. Okay, so let's check some other stuff as well. This is one of the files called dev.txt. There is some conversation going on between two people, K and J. Again, these are just hints. A username is not going to be as small as just one letter. That's the problem. Could be, but most of the cases, it's not just one single letter. Okay, so now let's go to development / just give me 1 minute. I guess we had one more file. Let's look at the results. So it's development j.txt. I've been auditing the contents of etc shadow to make sure we don't have any weak credentials, and I was able to crack your hash really easily. You know our password policy, so please follow it, change that password ASAP. Okay, and it's from K to a person named J. What do you think it is? Like, we've got a server running here. We've got a web server, we've got a proxy server, and then we have SMB running here. What is it actually talking about? Is it talking about is the user K telling J about changing his password for the operating system or something else? What do you think, guys?
It's for the operating system login, SSH into the operating system. Why? Because the auditing is being done for the contents of ECT/shadow, which corresponds to the operating system username and the password policies which will be stored.
Right. And just let me tell you one more thing here. What I can do is I can exit this browser for now. Okay. So what do we have here? So K has been auditing the contents of etc shadow. etc shadow contains password in a hashed format. Okay, and that hash is very weak. That is why it tells us, that is why Kate is telling Jay that I was able to crack your hash really easily. When it says really easily, I'm hoping that hash to be the weakest one of them all, which is MD5 hash. Okay, could be that, because easily is something else, really easily is something else. Really easily is when you are using the weakest hash algorithm, which is MD5. Why MD5 because it was one of the first algorithms for hashing ever created. Plus, you don't even require a tool to crack an MD5 hash. You can do this through a website as well. It's that easy. Okay. So this hint is going to help us out when we are trying to crack SSH for that particular user. Okay. So now I could crack that, but the names that we have here are J and K. So do you want me to run Hydra brute forcing or a Hydra scan to brute force these guys' passwords for the SSH service just using J and K, or do you want me to enumerate further?
Enumeration further, because J and K cannot be the single digit usernames.
Yes, because of the policies put in by the administrators, right?
Right.
Okay, so what needs to be done now? Let's find that out. What else do we have? This scan is still running. Have we found anything else? Not yet. So we need to adjust our methodology in such a way so that we can do something.
We have got one more /J text which gives us 200. Okay.
Okay, so that's dev.txt, that's j.txt. So this was the j.txt. Okay.
Okay.
So now it tells us that SMB is being used as well. Okay. So we can use different tools to find that out, like how to use that, how to go ahead with SMB. But let's try to find out more and more about SMB, like which version is being used, what is happening here. So let's try to do something here. Let's go ahead with a tool called MSF console. Now, MSF console is the Metasploit framework, which is completely automated here. Okay. So let's try to find more information about SMB and then let's do something with that. So Metasploit is basically a suite of tools created by a company called Rapid7. Okay, so they create their own pen testing tools and frameworks. The tool that we have here on our Kali is basically a free version. Organizations work with this tool a lot. As a part of your certifications, you won't be allowed to use Metasploit more than once. Why? Because of how easy it is. Okay. And if you're trying to take a certification exam like OSCP, you can only use that once. If you're taking ECPPT or EJPT or CEH, you can use Metasploit as many times as you want. No need to worry there. Okay. So this right here is a complete console. Okay, this right here is a complete console or a framework, which gives you a variety of options. Okay, what do you have here? Let me tell you. So basically, Metasploit is a framework, and all you need to do is you need to fill in the blanks. That's it. It will give you sentences. You just need to fill in the blanks. How does it happen? I'll talk about that. Okay. And on this Metasploit framework, with this Metasploit framework, you can attack, almost all the services that are out there in the world. Okay. Or all the operating systems that are out there in the world. You want to attack Linux, you can do that. You want to attack Mac OS, you can do that. You want to attack Windows, definitely. You want to attack Android, you want to attack iOS, everything is possible through Metasploit. Okay. So Metasploit framework contains something which is known as modules. Okay. What happens here is the module is a complete package. Okay, module is going to be a complete package for what you are going to hack. So let's suppose if you want to hack into somebody's FTP, there will be certain modules for that. You want to hack into SMB, there will be certain modules for that. How do you work with modules? If you know which module you are going to work with, then you are going to write use followed by the name of that module. The next thing that you need to do is you need to set up that module or configure that module according to your target or according to your needs. So you have a command there called options with which you can configure that. Okay. And in the end, in order to attack a machine, you fire it up. Okay. So fire it up means you write command run or you write a command called exploit and it will do each and everything. So in the upcoming classes, when we look at advanced concepts like reverse shell, which I actually try to create by myself and modify it, maybe using a payload given on GitHub. With Metasploit, you don't even have to set that up. With Metasploit, you have access to this framework and you do each and every, you let Metasploit do each and everything. That's why it's too easy. Okay. But in real world pen tests, you don't have to worry about it. Like you can use it as many times. Yes, for certification exams, there are some problems. Okay. So now here, this is the version Metasploit 6.0.45.dev. Okay. So if you guys are running Parrot security, the version of Metasploit for Parrot security has some problem with the modules. Why am I saying that? Because I've experienced it firsthand. Okay. So the same module that is present on Kali Linux will work perfectly, and the same module that is present on Parrot security might not run. Okay. I don't really know about that, maybe due to compatibility issues, but a lot of time when I've been teaching or when I've been practicing myself, um, I found the Metasploit on Kali Linux to be better. Okay. So like we have 5 phases of hacking. One is recon, the other one is enumeration, the third one is gaining access, the next one is maintaining access, and the last one is clearing tracks, right? The last one is clearing your tracks. So for all the 5 phases of hacking, you have what? You have some modules. Okay, here. So for recon, you have for recon and enumeration, you have these auxiliary modules. Okay. Now there are times when you don't even have to use nmap to start your hacking. You can start from MSF, you will end with MSF. Okay, that is also possible. There is a inbuilt port scanner present in MSF. Okay, guys. Then for gaining access into something, you're going to use these exploit modules, 2134 exploit modules. After that, after gaining access, you need to traverse around, you need to find out more stuff. Suppose you gain access into a machine and then you find out that it is connected to another private network. So you can perform pivoting from one private network to another private network, and that is done via the fourth phase, maintaining access. And that is done on Metasploit via these post modules. So 364 post modules, 2134 exploits, 1139 auxiliary or scanning modules. Okay. Then if you have to create your own shells, then there are some supplementary modules as well, which are pre-written. So you've got these payloads, encoders, and NOPs. So NOP is actually used when you have to evade an antivirus scan, or if you have to evade a firewall which knows that you are using a particular payload. We'll come to this later because this is more advanced in these modules. Okay. And then in the end, because I told you whatever you do is logged. Okay. So doesn't make sense that if you hack into a machine, you gain sensitive information, you extract that sensitive information from that machine, and in the end you don't even wipe your footprints. Okay. Then what is going to happen? Eventually you are going to get caught after a day or two or month or a year. You are going to get caught because you did not clear out the logs. So for clearing the tracks, you have got evasion modules as well. Okay, you've got evasion modules as well. So that is how Metasploit works. Now, in our case, we are trying to find something related to SMB. And I'm going to tell you guys to not remember this stuff. You just need to understand this stuff. Okay. If you ask me that if I remember all the SMB modules, no, there might be hundreds of SMB modules. What am I going to do? I'm just going to test them out one by one. So you don't have to memorize anything. You just have to understand stuff. Okay. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to search. That's how you search for different modules. Now, what kind of module am I looking for? I'm looking for SMB. And how many do I get? I get 124 modules. Okay. I get 124 modules and I'm not really sure which one to use. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to start from the very beginning. I'm going to see if I have an easy module here, because the first thing that I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to gain some information or enumerate the SMB server here. Okay. Now this one tells me struts code exec class loader. I don't even know what the heck that is. Okay, I don't. I'm going to be honest with you. Okay, so I'm going to find the one that I can relate to, and I'm going to find an easy one here. Okay, this one is for Safari. This one is for Mac OS. So how you can exploit Mac OS. But when this module came out in 2011. So for all of you who are using a Mac, including me, I don't have to worry about this exploit because it's not going to affect my Safari here. Why? Because mine is fully patched. I'm using Mac OS Catalina. I don't have to worry about this one, at least, because it was disclosed in 2011. We are in 2021. So obviously it has been 10 years and it has been patched. Okay. And then there is a ranking mechanism here as well. So if you get a lot of modules here and you don't know what to do, because it's obvious that you can't remember each and every module. There are 124 modules. That's impossible for, you know, for us to remember that. So you can basically check out the ranking system here and go by the ranking system. Manual, which means that you have to do a lot of manual stuff here. Normal, which means this module is okay. Yes, you can do with this one. Then the other one is excellent, which you should definitely use. Okay, so that's how you can use different modules. Okay, so SMB, MS, these apply to Microsoft modules, Microsoft. Let's look for a module which has auxiliary in the beginning of its name. Because what will auxiliary do for me? Auxiliary will give out basic information related to that SMB server. The others are just related to exploitation. So for exploitation as well, I need to know about the basic things. Basic things like which server is it? What is it running on? Right? What version is it? Is it vulnerable to something? Yes. Then I can proceed with an exploit module. That's what I want to tell you. So is this clear to everyone? Like, what do you do if you're stuck in such a situation when you don't know what to do? Are you able to get this point? Guys, yes or no?
Sir, how the thing over here is how the terminology, because there are many auxiliary codes here. How you are able to identify that which is the right one for you to find out the relevant information.
Yeah, and you gave me the answer here. See, what I was trying to look for a basic module here through which I could at least find out which users are using this SMB server, what is there on this SMB server. So my first instinct is to find out, does it require a login? Right. So since you said that it is similar to FTP, right? It's used for sharing. So for FTP, for FTP, for exploiting FTP, what is the first instinct that you are going to follow? You will first try to find out, does it accept a username or not? Right.
Agreed.
Right. So when I was looking through these modules, I found something here, and I found it all of a sudden. This wasn't planned. This wasn't rigged. This is all impromptu. Auxiliary scanner, SMB enum users domain. What will it help me in doing? It will help me, in finding out which users are there. Okay, it will help me in finding out which users are there. And I was just scrolling through. I was just scrolling down because this was the first thing that I could relate to. Like if I have to hack into something, if I have to hack into a service, which essentially requires login credentials, then I just first need to know if it's an open server or does it take in any username and a password. And if it does take any credentials, can I find out at least some basic information about those people, the users, right? So this is what I got.
Okay.
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 Okay, I was actually trying to come to this point, like let's try to find out some information about users. So I was going to change my scan to this. I was actually trying to change my scan to this. Search SMB enum. Okay, SMB enum. And now how many do I have? Last time I had 124. Right now, when I modified my scan or modified my search, I now only have 11. And out of those 11, I have a good amount of auxiliary scans. Okay, I have a good amount of auxiliary scans. Now, how do I find out which one to use? First of all, I have no idea whether it's maybe a Samba server or a Microsoft server. Okay, so this is out of the question. This is when you know that on the other hand, you have a particular type of server running. Here it's SQL. We have nothing to do with SQL. It is included in this scan. It is included in the results because in my search I used SMB space enum. So SMB will also be listed here, enum will also be listed here. So no need to worry about this because this is SQL. Okay, no need to worry about this because this is SNMP. This is SNMP. No need to worry about this because this is a post module. This means that you have already hacked into a particular service and you want to find out more information. Okay, so we come down to these results. The second one, the fourth one, the fifth one, sixth, seventh, and eighth. Make sense now?
So one question. So in terms of Metasploit, auxiliary terminology is used for verifying the recon.
Uh, for carrying out recon and enumeration, the first two phases of hacking. Okay.
Okay. Okay.
With auxiliary, you are not going to attack into something.
Okay. Actually, I was little confused when you said that I'll be using auxiliary here. I was just wanted to ask you that how you came to the conclusion that you need to use only auxiliary module here. So
Okay.
that's what.
Why am I using an auxiliary module here? Because I know that it's SMB, but I can't really attack it unless and until I have more information about it. So it's just similar to, I have an IP and I want to attack it, but I don't even know what kind of service is running on it. So I use Nmap for that, right? So similarly, yes, SMB is there, cool. But what is it? Is it V1? Is it V2? Is it going to be a closed SMB? Is it going to be an open SMB? How does it really work? So that's what I'm trying to find out here. Okay.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Okay. So now let's look at the fourth one. Okay, we are going to look at all the modules here. No need to worry related to SMB. But as soon as we find some more information, I'm going to stop here and I'm going to log into SMB client so that I can access that SMB server. Now, how do you do this? You just write use. You don't have to remember the whole name or copy the whole name. If I have to use this module, then I'm going to fetch its ID. ID is 4, so use 4. Okay, automatically launches SMB enum users domain. Okay, now obviously you guys must be thinking, what the heck am I doing? How do I proceed further? So you don't have to remember anything. You don't have to Google it. You just write options. Okay, this is all you need to do. You just need to write options. And even when you write options, you might be thinking that this will become easy for you, but when you get this much information, you are going to definitely get confused. So let me make it easy for you. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to use my screen brush again. And this is basically how it works. Okay. Try to understand this, but if you face any problems, let me know. So if you are not an experienced Metasploit user, if you don't work with it on a day-to-day basis, then you just need to fill the basic blanks. Okay. How do you know which blank to fill in? Just go ahead with this. Okay. This is something that you need to configure. 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 But do you know about which domain is being used? Do you know about which password is being used? Do you know about which user is being used? No. And that is why Metasploit also knows that. Okay. That if somebody is using Metasploit, then obviously that person can't get his job done manually. Okay. It doesn't have to do anything with competency. Sometimes we cannot make use of manual tools. So that is where Metasploit is going to help us out. And that is why, since we do not know all this stuff, in the required section, it is listed as no. You don't have to mention this. You don't really have to mention this. So we don't have to worry about this at all. Now, in the required section, wherever it says yes, and that setting is basically empty, you are going to configure that. It's that simple. It is that simple. Here in the required section, it is mentioned yes, but has it currently been set to something? Yes. So it is talking about threads. So because it has to enumerate, just like when Turbuster enumerates different directory names and file names, it uses threads. Okay. So as to enable concurrency, so as to enable parallelness. Okay. So that scanning can be doubled or tripled. Okay. When we try to increase the threads. Here it has given one thread. Now I'm not sure how fast does this module works. Okay. So if I'm stuck, I will stop the scan and I'll increase the number of threads. But for now, I'm not going to mess around with it. I just want to set the R hosts. Now, what is R host? R host is the remote host. Okay. Now, we already have the IP for the remote host, right? We already have it. If you don't know about the host, if you're trying to hack into a complete network, then you are going to give the range, okay, followed by the subnet mask. You can do that as well. Okay. Or if you're trying to hack into some hosts which are not, maybe in the same network. So if you're trying to hack into some public IPs, and if you believe that there are 5 public IPs on which SMB is, and they do not belong in the same network, so you cannot give a range at that time. What you do in that case is you provide a file. You provide a TXT file. Inside that TXT file, you will list down all the 5 IPs. And what this module will do is this module is going to open up that TXT file and scan for all the IPs one by one. Okay. So now what I need to do here, I need to provide the IP. So set R host. So this is the syntax. Set means that you're setting this parameter or you're setting this option here. Okay, so name R host, I'm going to set this up. How do I set this up? I already have its IP here. And let me see if the room is still active. It shouldn't have expired, but we still have a lot of time here in the lab. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to my terminal. Okay, and I'm going to paste it here. Okay, you hit enter, you don't get any error. You just get a log here that ROS has been set to this particular value. Now go back to options again, and you can see that our host has been set. Okay. And now the only thing you need to do is click on run, and MSF will do its job. Okay. Communication error with the remote host. Socket read return nil. The server supports encryption. but was not able to handle the encrypted request. Okay, so this is what we get here, which gives us some more information that maybe it is using some form of encryption. It is not completely open. It is not basically, something built on top of a service like Telnet. It is using encryption so that we cannot get information about it. Okay. So you don't have to worry if your exploit did not work or if your module did not work. Happens a lot of times. Okay. Which means we need to try something else out. But is this much clear to you guys? This is in a situation when you are stuck. And I want to actually tell you that you can't really remember each and everything. You cannot be, a complete master of your domain. There are times when you have to, drive through roads which are basically unknown. Okay. So obviously you're going to fail sometimes, but this doesn't count as a failure because we have other modules as well. I could actually do it in 2 minutes, guys. I could, but I want to show you that if you're using a particular module on Metasploit, if you're doing something else, then these kind of situations happen. Okay. So unless and until you experience this, you're not going to learn. Okay. So this time, let's just enumerate the users. The last time we were using this module, we were trying to do something with the domain as well, like on which domain were those users. Okay. So let's try to check this as well. If not that, let's try to enumerate the shares, like what is being shared. Okay. If it's a server for sharing files and hardware devices, what is being shared? So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to write exit and oh, damn. I actually came out of Metasploit console. No need to worry, I'll just relaunch it. Is everyone able to relate to this? Is everyone able to understand this? Ajit, Bharat, Krishna, Praveen, Ravi, Sahil, Shashidhar, Zenith.
Yes, sir.
Okay, sure.
Yes,
Any
sir.
doubts here? No doubts here, right? So this is how you approach a black box pen test. So no worries, no doubts here. Sahil, are you able to understand this completely? Or if you have any doubts, let me know. Okay. So this time when I launched MSF console, I got some other kind of art. So this art is basically known as random art. Every time you launch Metasploit console, you get some kind of an art here. Okay, so this is known as a random art image. Same happens when you try to generate a pair of SSH keys. Okay. So again, I'm going to write search SMBE num. Okay. This time let's use the seventh one. Okay. So use 7. When I do this, I'm going to go to options, and when I go to options, this time I get a lot of information. Okay, what is this? What is required? And what has already been set? So a lot of things have been set already, and all I need to do here is to provide the R host. So set R host 10.10.31.252. Run. Okay, it ran something. What did it find out? Auxiliary module execution completed. Then where are the results? Wait, let me see. 10.10.31.252. That's the same IP. Okay, but where are the results? Options. I've already provided this. Logs. Okay, let me see the logs here. Where is the text file? All right, I write help. So if it has generated something, please tell me where you have. What happened here in this case is we were able to run this, that we did not find any information. Auxiliary module completed Okay. I'm going to go back to options.
Sir, when you tried doing using an help command, it showed one command where the nodes are stored in the background database. So that could be the possibility here.
Yes, because log spider, maybe it logged something and it stored something here in the txt file. It's just that I'm unable to open it right now. Show, okay, got it. Show detailed information while when spidering. It's set to false. I need to set it to true. Thanks. So that's what I need to do here. Set show files true. Now it has been set to true. Now when I try to run this, it should give me some information. No, not yet. Okay, true, something is false. Should have given me detailed information.
Hi, you are watching the recording from one of our live session. Hit like, share, and subscribe for more future updates.
So how did we start, guys? Like the first thing that we did was nmap. After port scan, we found out that there was SMB there, right? SMB is on port 445. Whenever port 445 is there, 139 will also be there, which is for NetBIOS SSN. Okay. So whenever SMB is there, it is also going to be there because SMB is a protocol that is situated on top of 139. Okay. After that, we found SMB and I got a little, confused. Like I thought, is this a Windows computer? Because if it is a Windows computer, then we, just change our whole methodology, attack methodology. Then we try to, come up with the knowledge base for Microsoft Windows, and we try to see if this machine is patched or not, and then we'll try to look at the official Microsoft knowledge database, and we'll go ahead with that. Okay, so we ran a fingerprinting scan using -O, and it came out to be a Linux machine, right? So this came out to be a Linux machine. When this came out to be a Linux machine, the next thing we did was to obviously go ahead and check the open port, which was 80. Now 80 is HTTP. We found a few files. We got to know that they're using a proxy server, right? And on that proxy server, they're hosting Tomcat, Apache Tomcat. Uh, well, it was just the default page there. They just set it up. They aren't hosting anything right now on that Apache Tomcat. We went to the HTTP, which is on port 80. So there we found two files. One file was obviously talking about Tomcat. The other one was talking about weak hashes. Okay, so we found out that there are two people, J and K. They are talking to each other, and maybe one of them has a really weak password which we need to crack. uh, well, since it is in etc shadow, then the only way we can access that etc shadow file is via SSH. Okay, so far we have nothing related to SSH because we just have two vague names, J and K. Could be anything, could be John, could be Jack, could be Jameson. Okay, could be anything at all, right? So as far as I know, I think that J and K are, they won't be permitted as usernames. Okay, because they are just two letters. They're just one letter each. We can try although, but we also need to find the password. So let's see what can happen in this case. Now, yesterday, since SMB was open, so all we tried to do was to enumerate SMB. Okay, we try to enumerate SMB using an automated framework called Metasploit. Okay, so far no luck. Why? Because first module didn't work out for us. The second was working, but it didn't give us any information. So let's see if we can do something with maybe one more module. Otherwise, we are going to waste a lot of time. So that's why what we are going to do then, we are just going to try our luck with SMB client or one thing I forgot. Well, nmap also helps us in enumeration. Well, it's a recon tool, but it also helps in enumeration. So what we can do is we can maybe fetch a pre-written script from the Nmap scripting engine. It will be there. All we need to do is just look it up on the official Nmap website. Okay, and maybe that would help us out. Okay. So I hope no doubts till this point, guys. Everything is clear, yes or no? If you have any doubts at all, do let me know. Okay. So I'm going to quit screen brush for now. Okay, I'm back here. We were on this lab. The IP expired, so I generated a new IP here. Let me see. Sudo OpenVPN ACAP95 OpenVPN. Okay, this initiates the connection, and then what we are going to do in this case is we are going to go ahead and launch MSF console once more. So my whole purpose was to show you how Metasploit works. What is Metasploit? Okay. What are the different modules? What do they do? Do they help us out in all the 5 phases of hacking? Can we hack a machine just using Metasploit? Yes, we can. Okay. And there you go. We can also write our custom modules. Okay. Now, any idea, guys, like how do these modules get added? Like, can anyone add these modules, or do you need to have a license to add your modules here? Yes, what do you think?
Anyone can
Open,
add it.
it's open source, right? So probably anyone can add the module, but it will be reviewed by the team, and then once they approve, it will be uploaded to the global repository.
Right. So these days, what happens is like whenever you upload or whenever you publish an exploit, right, on exploit DB. So whenever you publish an exploit on exploit DB, what happens is that there are two ways to basically exploit a vulnerability. Either you can do it manually. Well, pro pen testers do that manually always, but if you are in your learning phase and you want to hack into a machine, and if you are at a junior pen tester level, well, in cybersecurity slang or in infosec slang, these guys are called as script kiddies. Okay, who do not create their own exploits, they just make use of pre-written scripts. But that's completely fine. Okay, you it doesn't matter. It's just a slang. Okay, initially, if you're coming from a networking background, or you're coming from a network security background, or if you're a complete fresher who doesn't know anything about cybersecurity, using MSF console is not a bad thing. Okay, it's not. Let me tell you. Even the professional level certifications like OSCP is still considered to be one of the best cybersecurity certifications in the world. And even in that certification, they don't expect you to create your own exploit. Okay, because creating an exploit takes time. You need to write it down, you need to test it out. You will be tested on your exploit writing capabilities in another exam called the Offensive Security Exploit Developer. Okay, it's called OSED. So that is when you will be tested on your programming or scripting skills. They say that in OSCP, you can go to somebody's GitHub repository, you can modify, you can take their exploit, you modify their source code a little bit. Okay, now when I say little bit, it's really little bit. You don't have to modify it completely. Okay, that is what you can do in that case, and go ahead, because you only have 24 hours to solve that exam. Okay, and you have 5 machines that you have to hack into and get root access of those machines. Plus they're all black box. Black box means that you have no idea. You just get an IP. You have no idea whether these machines are Windows or Linux or Mac OS or Android or iOS. Could be anything. Okay, so that's how you proceed. Now let's come back here. Search SMB enum. Okay, So I was talking about how to publish your module, how to create your module. If you have, or if somebody has created an exploit on exploit.db, what you can do is you can contact them, or if you want, you can just reiterate the steps of, making that exploit work, but you will then convert that code into Metasploit module so that the whole world can use it. Okay, so it is then approved by the team and it gets added to Metasploit, and it is a big achievement actually. Okay, so that is what is going to make you stand out from the crowd. A lot of people have CH, a lot of people have OSCP. What is it that you have different? Okay, so you should either have a CVE, which means an exploit of a vulnerability. That's known as CVE, common vulnerability and exploits. Okay, I'll tell you about that as well. Uh, or you have something really cool like a Metasploit module, or if you have coded a small tool, maybe an enumeration tool, maybe an recon tool, add it to your GitHub repo, put that on your resume, and definitely you're going to get your dream job. Okay, so I'm going to write search snmb enum. Okay, now this time let us do something else, like sid. I guess last time we looked at smb users enum domain, couldn't find anything at all. Let's look at SMB enum shares. We tried that, I believe. It did not work out for us. Let's try the 8th module. If that doesn't work, I'll go back to, the basic command line, and I'll show you how you can log in via SMB client. Okay. So I'm going to write use 8. Options. What do I require here? I require the SMB, I require the R host. So I'm going to write set R hosts to, what is it? 10.10.214.85. Run. Okay, again, the same thing that we got. So no need to worry. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to launch SMB client this time. And before I launch SMB client, what I'm going to do is I'm going to run a basic scan. It takes around 5 minutes. Okay, it takes around 5 minutes. What is it? Let me show you. Let me get my pen. Okay, so this time I'm going to make use of a tool called enum for Linux. Okay, so the name is enum for Linux, but it actually enumerates SMB, which is mostly used on Microsoft platforms, okay, or Windows servers. So enum for Linux will try its best, try to look for, open SMB server, will try to tell you this much stuff. Users, user IDs, shares, what is being shared, domains. Yes, Bharat?
Sir, is that an automated tool?
Yeah, that's an automated tool. You don't have to do anything at all. You just need to feed in the IP. Okay.
Prior we move into automated tool, can we perform an nmap hyphen script equal to smb enum hyphen users NSE script to check?
Yeah, I'm going to use all those 3 today. Okay, I'm going to use all those 3 today. I'm even going to use SMB client, the manual tool, okay, through which we can find out what is there on that particular server, if it's open or if it is encrypted or if it is closed. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Okay, so users, user ID, what is being shared, the domains that are present there, as well as the password policies. If we are unable to find anything, but we get a hold of the password policy, we can still do something. We can try to use crunch again. We can try to create a word list. We can try to see, what is the minimum length of a password, and we can try to do something from there. Make sense, everyone? Is this much clear to all of you, or do you have any doubts?
No, sir.
Everyone clear? Ajit, Bharat, Krishna, Praveen, cool? Everyone? Okay, Zenith. All right. So what I'm going to do here is this. It's very simple. All you need to do is write enum for Linux. Okay, as if I hit enter, what will it do? It is a very simple tools that helps you find a lot of things. Okay, get password policy information, get user list, get machine list. Which machines are there? Are those machines Windows, or are these machines Linux or Unix? Get share list. What is getting shared? Get group and member list. Okay, so if it's a domain, if there are different users, if there are different groups, how do you find that information? Okay. Now, the best thing about this tool is that if you just give your IP here and do not give these options, then it will look for all these things. Okay. It will look for all these things. This tool has been there since 2011, so it's an old tool, but it's updated every now and then, so it helps you a lot. Okay, this is all I need to do. It will try to check sessions, usernames, password, what is the domain name. Okay, what kind of machine is being used. Okay, where is it hosted? You can see that as well. Unix, NT, SNT, Samba server 4.3.11, Ubuntu. Okay, the types of shares here. Okay, we'll tell you about that as well. Minimum password age, minimum password length. Okay, so let it run. It takes around 5 minutes. Okay, it takes around 5 minutes. So we're going to let it run. And yes, so Bharat, you were telling me about the script. Can you write that down in the chat box?
Sure, sir. I'll share the script. 1 second. So what we can do is sharing you the script. It's smb-enum-users.nsc.
Okay.
smb-enum.
Okay, once you are done writing that out, because I don't want to make a mistake here, so that's why I'll wait for your.
Sure, sir.
Yeah, no worries.
smb-enum. Users.nsc.
Okay, so I'll use this one. SMB enum users.nse. Okay. Yeah, it's working. So again, such kind of scripts take time. Okay, why wasn't this script able to help us out? Okay, did I make a mistake? Okay, failed to resolve. There might be a problem with this. Do I have to include script, or do I have to include some other flag with this?
It should work via script, sir, because
Okay, what we can do is man nmap, and here
So you
somewhere.
can find the script ID as under the nmaps usr/share/nmap/scripts. I found via that.
Okay, so it's going to be user nmap scripts. That's where I need to go.
Yeah.
Okay. CD paste clipboard.
And under this, you need to give grep space, so we can filter it by using grep command.
Yes, so there we are, right? So we have a lot of SMB based commands. Okay.
Yeah, but couple of SMB based commands will also alert the remote server as well that there is some scanning is in progress. So just to ensure that it's an exploit category or intrusive category, we can try performing the grep to check that which category the script belongs to. So accordingly, we can perform a recon. So I mean, I was just assuming a real-time scenario, because if the remote servers came to know about that we are performing a scan, they'll get alerted over their security tools.
The thing is that whenever we run these, I guess whenever we run these scans for any kind of SMB, the problem is going to be this, that it's going to be an active recon, right? So anyways, we are going to, the firewall on the other side is going to know for sure that something is trying to contact them, right?
Okay.
So what do you think? Well, is there a way through which I can evade it? Like I could use a silent scan, or I could use a scan which uses, which does not use ICMP, so as to avoid this. But I think whatever we try to do with SMB, because the only way it's going to enumerate SMB is via active interaction with SMB, right?
Right. Out of couple of these are exploits as well. So just wanted to shortlist them.
Okay. So if we use any of the enum ones, right? If we use any of the enum ones, it's not going to, exploit them. It's not going to be a brute force scan. It's going to be just a simple enumeration scan. So let's try using this one, SNMB enum shares this time. We try to use SNMB enum users. Let's see if there are any open shares. Okay, so let's try with SMB enum shares NSC. Okay, so I'll just copy this out. Okay, I'm using SMTP, so this is going to be SMB. The IP is 10. Okay, till that time, let's see what is happening here. It's still going to take some time, but when I try to enumerate users, it found 2 Unix users, K and Jan. There you go. The scan is still running, but we came across this. So I guess the J and K that we had in that case are Jan and K. So what do you think? Now can we proceed with brute forcing or no?
Yes.
Okay. Let it run completely till that time. Okay, there you go. Yeah, this scan helped us out. Account used guest anonymous, type type distry comment max users path is Samba anonymous. So if we try to use SMB client and try to check this share, so this share is anonymous, which means it's similar to FTP, right? We have gone through FTP anonymous where anyone can log in and anyone can download that data which is there. So let's try to do the same thing with SMB now. Okay, so this is going to be SMB client, just like we have FTP, the FTP client that we used to connect to a server, we have SMB client. Okay, so what are the options here? Can I just give the IP? Is that possible? 10.10.214.85. What do I get? Not enough characters in service. Okay, so I'm going to
You
write
need to insert capital I and then give the IP
minus
address.
IP. Yeah, let's see if this works. No, not enough characters in service. How is it written? Is this going to work? No. Is this going to work? No. SMB client help usage. Okay, let me write usage once in case I.
So there minus yes, it is showing us signing in.
Where is it?
Flag minus yes and minus p. Second line, from last to second line.
This one?
Yes, sir. I think we should use minus yes.
Signing on. Okay, let's check other options as well. So this is one which we can use, signing in. Version, we don't need to worry about the version. Name resolve, standard host, IP address, directory. Should be a flag for share. Does it have a flag for share? Okay, let's do one thing. SMB client minus minus help, so that we are able to look at a basic command or a sample command or a dummy command. Okay, this is the IP address. Start from directory. Is there any other option? Config level, authentication options, signing on. So what is signing on? Get the client signing state. I don't think we require this. The subside password is the NT hash. Browse SMB servers. Write this. Get the list of shares available on this host. Okay. Okay, let's use this IP to connect to. Okay. Okay, let's try this out. Okay, minus L and minus I. Let's see if that works for us. Nope. Okay, we have a share here, right? I guess that is anonymous. Will that work out for us? Enter work group's password. Okay, so we were able to get this anonymous. What's next then? How can I check a particular share? Work group, no pass, Kerberos, browse SMB, start from directory, name resolution, nope. Okay, I wrote in on, I should have, yeah. Sorry. Man SMB client. Okay. Port machine pass. Just browse. Option is this, no pass, Kerberos. Okay, PW. Signing on. Scope. Work group. Set the assembly domain. Help. Timeout. Assembly client. Okay, that's an example. That's an example for something else. Command. Let me go down and check more. Wait. Debug level. Okay. Why don't we try this? Get a list of shares. Okay, let's try this. SMB client minus L 10.10.214.85. This should work. Okay, yeah, that's the same information that we got the last time as well. Okay, then SMB client. Because when we ran this, it told us to use anonymous. Okay, let's try using this option. You paste it in the clipboard. This should work. Not enough characters in service. Okay, let's add some more. Let's add some more. Okay, there you go. That's the error. This is fine, but we did not give a character here. So let's give one more here. And do we get something? Yes, we came across something. Okay, ls. Finally we got something. So I suppose it's going to be similar to FTP. So we are going to do this get staff.txt. Okay, it has been downloaded. Anything else here? No. And then let's try to check what it is. It has been downloaded. Open folder. Staff.txt. Announcement to staff. Please do not upload non-work related items to this share. I know it's all in fun, but I know this is how mistakes happen. This means you to Jan K. Finally. Okay, I now know what mistakes we were making. First of all, I can't remember this syntax. That's sorry for that. Okay. So yeah. So when we ran this script, we were able to find out that this is an anonymous share. Anonymous share means that you don't have to log in. Okay, you don't have to log in to do anything. You can easily access this share. You don't need credentials for that. Okay. So when I was doing this, guys, I could do this in the first go, but I did not look at the logs which we were getting. Let me show you what mistake I was doing. So I was writing SMB client anonymous. And what is happening here? this slash is not being rendered. So what we have to do in this case is we have to add more characters here. So when I do this, it tells me that now I have this slash, but what about this IP? So it should ideally look like this. It should ideally look like this. So there should be 2 slashes in the front and 1 slash here. Okay, so we start adding those slashes. Still not working out, is not being recognized. Still not being recognized. Needs 2 slashes. If I do this again, it is considering it as 1. And there you go. Staff.txt. Now, did you guys get it? So the whole purpose was actually to find out these 2 usernames, but how much time did it take us to find out these, usernames? But we finally found that. Okay, and this command is also complete. Here it was able to find out 2 users, Jan and K, and some other information like any printers that are connected here, because you can share files as well as hardware resources. Minimum password length is this. Okay, what is the forced log of time? Password complexity flags none. Okay, so this is what it helped us in finding. Is it clear to all of you now? Sure. So we ran around 5 to 6 tools just to find out these usernames. I know that's stupid, but like I said, this machine, this lab simulates a real world pen test. So we need to be fully prepared. Now we have these usernames, and now what we can do is we can go back here. Let's go back to that file. It's going to be development slash j.txt. Okay. So Jan's password is weak. Jan's password is really, really weak. Okay. His hash can be cracked very easily. Okay. If his password is really, really weak, then we can definitely make use of rockyou to find it out, because all the weak passwords, all the common passwords are already there in rockyou, right? So let's run a Hydra scan on just one username, that is Jan. So what I'm going to do here is Hydra minus L Jan minus P rockyou.txt SSH 10.10.214.85. And there you go. Yeah, I'm just letting it run. Okay. So once it is complete, let's talk about what's next. Seems to me that the password is not really that weak, because if it was weak, it should have been found till now. I guess you guys can brew yourself a cup of coffee, because it is going to take some time, I believe. Okay, so you can have like a 2 or 3 minute break. Have milk, coffee, water, whatever you want. Okay. It's going to take some time.
Adirat, so I have another doubt.
So yeah, finally, login Jan, password Armando. Armando is relatively a rare password. It's not really a common password, but yeah, we finally found it in the rockyou. Okay, so I guess you guys are still on a break. If you guys are back, just let me know, then we can start. Just till now, if anyone has any doubts, please let me know. Ajit, Bharat, Krishna, Praveen, Ravi, Sahil, Shashidhar, Zenith. Yeah, guys, if you have any doubts at all, do let me know. Yeah, tell me, Krishna.
Yes, Adhiraj. So actually, currently this Hydra is working on it is working with the CPU, right?
Yeah.
So can we make it to work on a GPU?
Yeah, definitely, definitely. For that, there is a tool called Hashcat. Okay. So Hashcat works with your GPU, and Hashcat, there is a few configuration. There are a few configuration settings that we need to perform, because what happens is that for basic passwords, okay, like MD5 or I mean for basic hashes like MD5 and others, Blowfish, you can actually work with Hydra or John. But if you get very complex passwords, if you get very strong hashes, then you need to make use of Hashcat. So Hashcat is a tool in itself. It's way better than uh, John as well as Hydra. So in that case, you can use Hashcat. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So yeah, we will have some labs on Hashcat as well, because in the upcoming labs we might have to crack a few passwords which are really strong, where these tools are going to take a lot of time. Even if we are running concurrent threads on these tools will still take a lot of time. Or something that you're going to hear is a lot of fan noise on your device, because these devices are these tools are going to exhaust your device. So I am going to use a different laptop for that. It has not a really good GPU. It has around GT 960M. Okay. So if you have GTX series or RTX series, so definitely you can crack really easily those passwords with your graphic card or your GPU. Okay.
Okay. And how about the M1 chipset in Apple? So
Which one?
the M1
M1.
chipset.
Oh,
Yes.
M1. M1 is okay, but again, M1 is I believe ARM, right?
Yes.
M1. So I have the Intel Mac. You must be having the M1. M1 is good. M1 has really cool cores. I haven't really tried it out on M1, but I had a student who told me that even with her M1, she couldn't get a lot of job done. So she had to use the GPU. Now on Mac, you don't really have a really great GPU, right?
Yes.
So so she again made use of her Windows laptop. So that's the thing. Or if you really want to do this professionally, then there are external GPUs for Mac as well. But see, you don't have to buy that. I mean, you'll be rarely stuck in such situations when you are practicing. However, for professional purposes, obviously, your company needs to give you a really, a laptop with a really great configuration. So it should have maybe an RTX series or GTX series in that case. Okay. Yeah. So there are a few labs related to that as well. I will teach you that as well, maybe for a few labs, but not on Try Hack Me. I will do that on Waln Hub. Okay, because the Waln Hub labs are their difficulty level is the same as OSCP. Okay, it's same as the OSCP. So finally, Jan and Armando. Okay, SSH. jan@10.10.214.85. What do you think about this lab, guys? Is this one difficult than the others, the ones that we have covered so far? What do you think?
Yes.
A little bit moderate.
It is intermediate level, right? Not
Yeah.
that hard. Yep.
Yeah.
Sir, what is the answer for the third question? What is the username of the hidden directory?
Okay, what is the username of the hidden directory for this room, for this lab, right? Should be
Yes, sir,
development.
for this lab.
Should be development. Should be
Yeah, there are
development.
many, maybe 3 files are there with the development name, right?
Yeah, the files were J
And
star.
those were not hidden.
Which ones?
The director development files.
I mean, it was initially hidden in such a case that we had to enumerate it. Okay, it wasn't there given to us. Okay, so wait, let me check basic pen testing. Let me open it up. Okay, let me just check. Yeah, development on the web server, right? It's on the web server.
Yeah, on the web server.
So it's development. Okay. And then we brute force this. We found the username Jan. We found the password as well. Okay. And then we are using SSH. Okay. So finally we have logged onto this machine. Now let's see what we can get. Right now we are Jan. We know that, so no need to write who am I. We can check pwd, that's /home/Jan. Let me hit ls, nothing. Let me hit ls space minus la. You have this read write file. Okay. Let me check. Okay. Permission denied for this file. Even though it's a read, it has read permissions associated with it. I am unable to open this file, guys. Okay. So let's see what we can do in this case. Let me do a cd dash. Okay. And if I do cd slash, these are the different directories that I have. This is the Samba server running here, the SMB server. Okay, so this is the SMB server here. We don't have to check this out. Okay, Praveen, where do you want me to go this time? Any specials? Home. Okay, back to home. cd slash home. ls. There you go, guys. So we have K as well. Shashidhar, so if you could mute yourselves. Yeah, thanks a lot. So we have 2 home directories this time. Okay, and these belong to the 2 different users that we found, Jan and K. We logged in as Jan, so obviously we can access his home directory, but it's completely empty. Ideally, we shouldn't be able to open K's directory. Why? Because different privileges, plus it is somebody else's home directory, so I shouldn't have access to it. Let's see if this machine is misconfigured. If it is, then we can definitely access this directory. Let me try to go to cdk, and there you go. I'm able to access it. Okay, there's a file called pass.back. Let's see what it is. ls minus la. It is basically a read write file. Okay, plus one thing that I want to show you here, there are different permissions. Okay, suppose for this file nano, you have drw, xrw, xrx. So why do you have these letters getting repeated? Any idea, guys?
The first one is the directory, and then users and groups and accounts.
Okay, cool.
Permission for different users, sir.
Yeah, permissions for different users, but more or less the same thing both of you said. So if you guys don't know, let me just explain it to you. It's simple. So Linux has some mechanisms for granting permissions to files. Okay, so these are known as access permissions, and these permissions are granted in such a way. Now, usually we call Linux as a multi-user operating system. So since it's a multi-user operating system, you don't put a cap on like you only can have 5 users or 6 users. You can have other users as well. So what you can do in this case is you can create groups based on what these users do. Okay, so when you give permissions, you will essentially find 3 numbers, okay, or 3 characters. Okay, obviously those characters are R, W, and X for read, write, execute. And if it's a directory, there will be a D here. Okay, but the main file permissions that you give are RWX, which is read, write, execute. Now you will see that these permissions get repeated, not just once, they get repeated thrice. Why thrice? You can also replace these permissions via numbers. Okay, so if you guys have completed Linux fundamentals, then you would be able to see that you can give permissions like 777. Now what is this 7? Why is this getting repeated? So the first 7, I'll talk about what the first 7 is, but the first 7 is for the user. Okay, user of that file, or the user who's currently logged in. The next 7 is for the group inside which this user resides, and the next 7 is for everyone else. Okay, everyone else means that Linux is a multi-user operating system, and who gets included in everyone else? Who is not this user, who is not a part of the group in which the user is in. So this includes everyone else. Okay, so this is how it is going to work. Now what is 7 here? 7 means that you're giving all the permissions: read, write, and execute, read, write, and execute, read, write, and execute. Okay, guys, I hope there is no doubt here. Is it okay to everyone?
Yes.
Okay. I hope I did not make a mistake. Praveen, it should be user group and everyone else, right? Or it's owner, user, and group. Because for owner permissions, I believe it's we use SUID and SGID. I might be wrong here. It should be user, group, and everyone else. Okay. You can check that out though. Okay.
So is this like a pen drive? Like for pen drive, we give permissions like only to read for some people, only to write, like that.
Yeah. So yeah, that's right. But the only thing that I'm concerned about is in the chat box, Praveen wrote owner, user, and group. Okay. So what you are saying, Ravi, that's completely fine. Like you can give 3 different permissions to a file. Okay, it could be any kind of a file. It could be a text file, it could be a binary, which means an executable, it could be a PDF. So yeah, you give different permissions to different users. Okay, R, W, and X. So read, you give read permissions, they cannot modify the contents of your pen drive. Write, they can append stuff. And X is like if there are any binary files there, or if there are any softwares or tools, they are allowed to run that. Okay, so yeah, now it should be user, group. Yeah, right, Praveen. Okay, so owner, group, and everyone else. Okay, owner or user, whoever creates it in our case, right? But then sometimes there should be some distinction between who's the owner and who's the user. So at that time we use different capabilities like SUID and SGID. That's the thing, because user, group, and everyone else permissions apply to files which we have downloaded as well. Okay, created by someone else, but if I share it with you, like if I create a text file and called praveen.txt, and if I share it with you, even for you, you will get those same permissions. Okay. But if you have to modify those files in such a way that only owner gets to decide who is able to access that file, then you assign SUID, set user ID permissions. Okay. That's another way of, that is going to help us out in privilege escalation. Okay, guys. So that's it.
Sir,
Yes,
actually,
Shashidhar.
username was Jan, right?
Yeah.
By mistake, I wrote J, but
Okay.
it is asking, it took the username and it is asking for the password.
It will ask for the password. That's not a case. See, if I do SSH J @ 10.10. I guess it's 214.85, right? 214.85, right? It is asking for the password, right? Is this the
Okay,
scenario that
whatever
you're
the
facing?
username, it
Yeah.
doesn't matter. Password is should be clear.
Yeah, so it will ask for a password and then it will try to match it. Okay, it will try to match it with the real credentials. So if I write Armando, see, permission denied. Because
Yes.
in the first stage, it won't be able to find out that you are the real user. It will take the username and then the password, and it will take the whole set of credentials, username/password, and then try to match it with the real set of credentials. Okay, so you can even write SSH space your name @IP. It will still ask for a password. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So let's come back here. Okay. Now this file, guys, pass.bak is only accessible by K. Okay. No permissions to the group, no permissions to other people. Still, let's be dumb and let's try to open it up. Now we are sure that we won't be able to access it. Told you, right? This is what is going to happen. Okay. Anything that you find here is a little suspicious to you guys? I found something. I want you to,
Sudo as an admin, it shows as successful and it has a read permissions for all the users.
okay, let's open that up. Cat any other file till the time I open this one up. It's empty actually. Let me do file .sudo as success. Okay, this is an empty file.
Empty. Okay.
Try to deviate us from our goal. No worries. What else? Come on, guys.
There is also a profile which has some data in it, which shows 655.
Okay.
Dot profile.
Might be able to tell us about the profile, but then there is a folder, which is which one? Vim info. Vim is just a tool. Vim is a text editor. It will just tell us some information related to Vim. Look at what Praveen has written.
SSH folder.
Why is it so suspicious in this case? Okay, I know there is no problem in SSH being here, but do you see its permissions, guys?
Execute.
Can be read by other people in this group as well. Can be read by other people in this group as well. Right now you must be thinking like, how is that surprising? It's okay. But .ssh is basically a folder that contains your SSH keys, the pair of public and private key. Now, the problem is that this should be private. What if you have a case of insider threats in your organization? I mean, I shouldn't be able to access Praveen's SSH keys, right? I can access his public key, even though that is not considered as a good practice. But if I'm able to access his private key, no matter if I'm his best friend or I'm in his group. That shouldn't be the case. That is a clear cut case of misconfiguration. You don't believe me? Let me tell you. So I am assuming that you guys know a little bit of what SSH is, what are public and private keys, but I'll still give you a small, crash course on, cryptography. Okay, we'll take just 10 minutes, even though we have 10 minutes. So we'll just take 10 minutes and look at what it is. Okay. So number one thing, why we are having this course is because of cryptography, because cryptography is basically the founding domain, or is the foundation of cybersecurity, because it was introduced in 1970s. Okay, we've got a lot of great mathematicians who contributed to this domain. Okay, we work with firewalls. How do we work with firewalls? What is the whole purpose? Because we've got cryptography, because cryptography decides each and everything. Okay, how our passwords are protected, what is a hash, it gets stored in a database, what is SAM file. We got all that knowledge through this mathematical domain called cryptography. Now, what is cryptography in a simple language? It just means that you're trying to protect your data from people who shouldn't be able to access it. Okay, so basically we got the concept of cryptography in 16th or 17th century. I don't know when that was, but basically it was put into use by the Romans. Julius Caesar, actually. You all must have gone through that story in your English literature, where Julius Caesar was killed by his best friend called Brutus, right? Just you guys must be knowing about that. But if you don't know about that, then Julius Caesar was basically, I guess, a Roman king or maybe a Roman soldier. So at that time, when they had to communicate with their peers and their allies, uh, in order to, save their communication or to prevent their communication from getting intercepted by their rivals, they used to do something that was very simple. So let's say if I have to write hello Adhirath. Okay, I'm not going to write this down because then I have to solve this mathematically. What I'll do is I'll just take you to a very great website called Crypty. Okay, crypty.com. Okay, here what I'm going to do is in the encode section, I'm going to use Caesar cipher, the world's first cipher ever created. Okay, ideally the Caesar cipher was this. Okay, it had a shift of 3 characters. So if I have to write hi, my name is Adhirath. Okay, I write this down on a piece of paper. I just pass it on to other people. So even if in those list of people is a spy or is a rival, he won't be able to make sense out of it, because this is what they are going to get on that piece of paper. Okay, obviously for 17th century this was considered to be, state of the art technology. Now everyone can decipher it easily. So what used to happen here is the characters were shifted. So what is being done? That is the algorithm. So what is being done here, guys? Characters are being shifted. Okay, so that's the algorithm. Shift of characters. That's the algorithm. By what number? By what number means the key. So they are being shifted by 3. So H becomes K, I becomes L, A becomes D, B becomes E, and so on. Make sense to all of you? Yes or no? Are you able to understand it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So what happens on the other hand is you can decode it as well. So when the intended recipient gets this message, all he needs to do is -3. Okay. Algorithm is again the same. Algorithm means shift, but this time by how much? By -3. So the key in that case was +3. In this case is -3. The key is essentially the same, which is 3. But change in the algorithm, a little change in the algorithm. There you had to add those characters. Here you have to subtract those characters. So if I go to decode, hi, my name is Adhiraj. So this is what the recipient will get. This is what my allies will get on the piece of paper, and all they need to do is to shift these characters by -3. So this is what is going to happen. Now, this is a classic example of a certain type of cryptography known as symmetric key cryptography. Now, symmetric key cryptography means that you maintain symmetry all around. How? By using just one key for encryption as well as decryption. Okay. Now, in this case, what happens is if this key is lost, because the whole purpose of cryptography, whenever we start with cryptography, we assume, okay, this is a general assumption that when our data passes through a medium, whether it's the internet, whether it's a communication channel, it's insecure. So if you are worrying about your data getting intercepted, you should at least worry 10 times more about your key getting, stolen by someone else. So although a lot of mechanisms were created that they would just meet each other and then exchange the key, or they would send their key over a secure channel, or they would encrypt this key using another key. But then what becomes is a chain. So anyhow, an experienced attacker, an experienced crypt analyst. So cryptographer is who encodes it. Crypt analyst, he is one who decodes it. Okay. So an experienced crypt analyst will be able to understand that this is the key. And if he gets a hold of this key, then he has access to both encryption and decryption, right? So then they came up with something else known as asymmetric key cryptography. Okay. Here they decided to, create two keys. Public key and a private key. I understand that one should be private, but then why are you creating one public key? Okay, so there are different use cases for that. In case you're trying to encrypt a message and you want the intended recipient to have access to your message, then you encrypt your message with your public key. And since the receiver will have his private key with them, then only they will be able to open that. That seems okay. That seems a good use case. But then what do you do? Like, is there a scenario where you encrypt your data with your private key and leave the public key for everyone to use? Is there a case like that, guys? Is there a case like that? Any guesses? Any opinions? Just try.
No, I haven't heard about that.
No, sir.
There is, guys. There is
Yes.
something.
One thing, what I can do is when I have any appliance and I would like to send traffic out to the internet over a remote location,
Okay.
that data transfer can be done in that format, reverse format.
Okay.
I actually came across this during my production environment in my organization, wherein there was a private key hosted on a load balancer, and the customer was having a public key, and whatever the traffic was traversing through the load balancer, that was getting traversed by using a private key, and it was getting encrypted. The direction was not from the customer to the load LB, but the direction was in a reverse format from load balancer to the customer.
So that the customer was able to find out that it was coming from the right load balancer, because
Correct.
The load balancer had the key. So it was more for the verification purposes, like so that the data is coming from the right source. Okay, so let's take a very simple example. I am, let's say I'm an influencer. Okay. And whatever I say gets adopted by the whole world. Okay. But then there are certain tools and technologies through which through which people can, pretend to be me, and and they can obviously send out messages like, hey, we don't like such kind of people, or we don't like certain sect of people. So let's start avoiding them. But then people shouldn't believe that, right? People should only believe it when they know that it's coming from a verified source. So what I'll do in this case is that every message that I will generate it using my private key. And when people are decrypting this message using public key, okay, now I give this public key to everyone. Okay. So it's more like a signature, so that my signature can be verified, whatever I said. Because when people have this public key, how will they get this public key? Because I generated this pair. So this is the mapping, this is the mapped public key that I get with this private key. You do not create a pair with one private key that you get from somewhere else and one public key that you get from somewhere else. Whenever it gets generated as a combo. Okay. So when I generate this combo and I send out this public key for everyone to use, they will know, okay, because they will know that this is the private key through which this message came from, and it basically verifies my identity. Now
This
is it?
this
Yes.
brings me to this brings me one more use case which we see in our day-to-day life. Whatever your income tax filings you get, that will be verified, signed by an income tax authority, or these are the things probably. So that public key will be visible to you, and when you give an OSCP, which we call it as signature verification from the certified authority, it shows that verified. So am I correct?
Right. So there are multiple use cases in this case. Okay, there are multiple use cases in this case. So such a use case is actually adopted when you are trying to verify the identity. So because in this case, you are trying to encrypt a message which can be decrypted by everyone, right? So that doesn't make any sense. Like, if anyone can decrypt it, why we are doing it? So the whole purpose of using this or making use of this use case is to verify that it actually came from the right source. Okay, so it came from the right source, not any bogus source. A few days ago, or well, it's not a few days ago, a few years ago, a lot of deep fakes were getting generated. Okay, a lot of deep fakes were getting generated. So like they put the voice of Vladimir Putin, and he was trying to say something, and people just started accepting it. Okay, but how can you verify your identity in this case? So whenever you record a video, you do something that it can only be opened with the private key. Now you cannot take a private key maybe somewhere from the internet which is not even mapped to this private key, because whenever it gets generated as a part of combo. So similarly, in this case, if I have to generate my SSH key, guys, let me show you. So if I do Kali, and if I have to generate my SSH keys, this is how it will be done. So I will write SSH keygen. When I do this, it will generate a public and a private key. Okay. I cannot just create a pair by using someone else's private key and then going to the other part of the world and taking their public key and create a combo. No, this is not how it is done. Let me show you why. When this is created, the whole keys random art image is created. The whole fingerprint is created here, so that it means that these two belong with each other. Okay, makes sense now? So there are a lot of use cases in the world which can be adopted, guys. Okay, this is one of the use case where we are actually trying to prove our identity, not trying to save our data from getting deciphered from unauthorized parties. This is where you know that something that you're receiving is from the real person, not an attacker. Okay.
Okay, sir. The best example is Aadhaar card.
Yeah, Aadhaar card is also one of those examples. Right? I mean, there are multiple examples in this case. Okay. We can obviously build upon it in the next class. So yeah, so what we found here, guys, is the SSH. Now this SSH should ideally be with K himself, not with Jan. We logged in as Jan. Okay. Well, we logged in as Jan, not the real Jan. I am an attacker here. I am a pen tester here who was able to brute force his credentials. Now, still, you guys must be thinking this is not a big deal. Okay, let's try to go to cd.ssh. Okay, no harm in doing this. Okay, there's a public key. If I'm able to open this public key, again, no harm, because public key is public for the public. But if I'm able to open his private key, then this is, there you go. We found most of the stuff here. We have K's private key. All we need to do is make use of this private key, log in as K, get whatever he's using, open this password.backup. We'll be able to open that up, and then we can also cause vertical privilege escalation. Right now, what we will do, well, not today, not right now, in the next class, or if you guys can do this by yourself, we are trying to cause lateral privilege escalation. We are not trying to become root. We are rather trying to become the other user that is there. Okay.
Okay. Sir, there are authorized keys. That means only specific set of keys are allowed to access this server. Does that correspond to it?
Which one? Authorized? Yeah. Where is the authorized keys? Authorized keys. Let's open that up. What is it?
Yeah, I opened it, sir. Authorized key. It's 3 lines code, not code, but a password.
Okay. I don't have to type a long password anymore. Okay. So this is the authorized key. Yes, I think it corresponds to this. Okay. Now what we can do is basically we can either make use of this key, and it could either be protected by a passphrase as well. We don't know as of now. What we'll try to do first is we'll try to copy this key on our local machine, and then we'll try to log in as K. Okay. And then we'll see if this key is password protected or not, or passphrase protected or not. Well, it is, because it says encrypted here as well. Plus, well, this is an RSA key, so plus it's in base 64 format. Let's see what we can do in this case, okay, in the next class, because I have a CCNA class right now. Okay, guys. So I hope you're liking this lab, because this lab simulates a real pen test, how we are supposed to go ahead in the real world engagements. Obviously, it's the easiest one out there. To us, it seems of an intermediate difficulty, but in the real world, it is just a simple lab. Okay. So yeah, that is all for today. And this time I have some homework. I couldn't give you homework for the last week. This time I have some homework for you, and it will be posted on your student portal today. Okay, after the class. All right, guys. So take care.